Chapter 1, A Mother Who Sacrificed. Lily Potter wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. She was tired, extremely so. She took a deep breath before she resumed what she has been doing the past few hours without a break. She couldn't afford to take a break. It was simply not an option. Lily groaned in frustration as she closed the book she was reading with a loud snap. Rage and anger flashed in her eyes as she tossed the book to the side with all of her might. After screaming in frustration, she plopped down in the chair with a tired look on her face. Lily took some deep breaths to calm herself before she turned toward a rather impressive stack of books. She picked up the book at the top and cracked it open. She was tired and frustrated, but Lily knew she couldn't stop. She had to find a way. Magic can make miracles possible, so there must be something she could use. Yaa. A child's wail was heard from the nearby crib. The tired and frustrated look disappeared from her face only to be replaced by a look of worry and desperation. Lily closed the book after leaving a bookmark and stood up. Without wasting any time, she made her way toward the crib, and then she forced away the look of worry and desperation from her face. A sweet and caring smile appeared on her face as she finally arrived in front of the crib. Lily looked down at the crib only to find her own emerald orb staring back at her. Hadrian James Potter was the most beautiful baby in the world, or at least that is what Lily believed, and nobody could change her mind about that. Hadrian continued to wail, and that is when the rancid smell reached her nose. Lily whipped out her wand. With a flick of her wand, she removed Hadrian's diaper, and with another flick, she removed the mess too. After a couple of cleaning and air freshening charms, she finally nodded her head in satisfaction. With a jab of her wand, she silently summoned another diaper from the shelf. After putting new diaper, she scooped up her baby boy into her arms. Lily cradled Hadrian in her arms and then she started to rock him gently. "Oh! Don't worry, Mama is here. Mama is here. Mama will take care of you," Lily cooed at Hadrian as she continued to rock him in her arms with a smitten look on her face. After a few minutes, Hadrian finally started to calm down, but Lily continued to rock him gently. After a few minutes more, he finally fell asleep in her arms. Lily looked at the bundle of joy in her arms and slowly her smile disappeared and a determined look appeared on her face. Hadrian was the most important thing in her life and he was in danger. Reminiscing starts. Lily felt she was over the moon as she held Hadrian in her arms for the first time. She was quite tired due to the labor, but she insisted on holding Hadrian in her arms. Lily looked down at the bundle in her arms with the brightest smile she could muster. Right now, she was the happiest woman in the world and nothing else mattered to her. For the next few days, there was nothing that could remove the joyous smile from her face. She felt like there was nothing that could ruin her mood, but she was simply being naive. She naively believed that nothing could ruin her happiness, but she was proven wrong when Albus Dumbledore decided to pay them a visit. After congratulating them, Albus Dumbledore asked if he could talk with the two of them in private as Sirius and Peter were there. So, after Sirius and Peter left the room, Albus finally saw it fit to reveal that a prophecy had been made regarding Dark Lord's defeat and their newborn son might be the child the prophecy was referring to. That wasn't all, Albus also revealed the fact that one of the Dark Lord's servants overheard the first half of the prophecy and made a run for it before Albus could stop him. Lily obviously wanted to know more. Like, what did the prophecy entail? She also wanted to know the name of the person who overheard the prophecy, but the great Albus Dumbledore decided that revealing the prophecy to them would put them in even more danger. Albus also refused to reveal the name of the person who overheard the prophecy. While James was happy to accept Albus Dumbledore's decisions, Lily wasn't satisfied. After all, if the prophecy was about her son, then she needed to know everything, and she also needed to know the bastard's name who took the prophecy to the Dark Lord. She needed to know the name of the person she was going to kill. Alas, it was clear that Albus wasn't to reveal anything else to them. In the following weeks, Lily's relationship with James soured when they started to have arguments. She wanted to take Hadrian and run, while James wanted to stay and fight. Lily reluctantly agreed to stay as she didn't have any other choice. Since she couldn't hightail out of the country, she started to look for ways to keep her son safe, but much to her frustration she didn't find anything in the commonly used section of the Potter library. Lily knew that James didn't like anything grey or anything with a hint of dark, and she didn't even want to imagine what kind of stink he would raise if he ever discovered that she was delving into dark magic. Even Lily was surprised by her own action. She had been sorted into Gryffindor, and for the next 7 years, she spent her time listening to how bad and horrible dark magic was. Due to the ongoing war, Lily was quite aware of how the Death Eaters were using dark magic to kill Muggleborns, and she wanted nothing to do with dark magic, but right now, she didn't care. If she needed to delve into dark magic to protect her son, then she would happily do so. Lily realized that there was nothing she wouldn't do to protect her son. The thought scared her, but she didn't care. She would keep her baby safe. Whatever it takes. Unfortunately for Lily, even after looking through some of the questionable knowledge kept at the Potter Library, she didn't find anything useful. At least, James had no idea what Lily was doing when he was gone. Lily loved James, but her love for him was only dwarfed by her love for her son, but sometimes he could be extremely stubborn and stupid. Lily was angry and frustrated at her inability to find anything to protect her, and then one day James returned home and told her about the Fidelius charm. Apparently, Albus has suggested the spell, and that was enough to put Lily on guard. James wanted to cast the Fidelius charm as quickly as possible, but Lily decided to put her foot down. She made it clear that they weren't going to use the spell without knowing everything about the spell. After all, the life of her son depended on it. James reluctantly agreed with Lily. While he trusted Dumbledore, Lily had made a valid point. Both of his parents have ingrained the risks of using unknown spells into his mind when he was still pretty young, and he wasn't going to forget those lessons anytime soon. The next day, James decided to pay Albus another visit so that he could get everything on the Fidelius charm from Dumbledore, while Lily decided to look for the Fidelius charm in the Potter Library. The Potters were an old pure-blood family, so they were bound to have something on the Fidelius charm, and Lily wasn't disappointed when she found a whole tome dedicated to the Fidelius charm. It took Lily only a couple of hours to find the tome, as this time she knew what she was looking for. By that time, James was already back with the notes on Fidelius charm he was able to acquire from Albus Dumbledore. After comparing the notes from Albus and the Potter family tome, Lily realized that she was right for not trusting Dumbledore. Either the man has deliberately left quite a few facts about the spell out of his notes, or the man didn't have complete knowledge about the Fidelius charm. Lily didn't believe it was the latter case, otherwise the man wouldn't have suggested using this particular spell. After having a huge row with James, Lily was finally able to convince James that she would be the one to cast the Fidelius charm. Lily could have revealed the real reason why she wanted to cast the spell herself, but she knew that James would never accept her explanation. He trusted the old man way too much. The old man had smartly left out some of the parts necessary to cast the spell in his notes. It was pretty clear that the man didn't want anyone else casting the spell. James also wanted to keep Harry safe, and if it was Lily who was casting the spell, then he wouldn't have to involve an outsider. He trusted Albus a lot, but when Lily finally mentioned that it was about keeping their son safe, he conceded. Meanwhile, Lily scrunched her face in distaste. She hated that nickname. Harry was such a plain and simple name. Hadrian was much better. A perfect name for her perfect baby, but James insisted on calling their baby Harry. Unfortunately, that wasn't the end of their problems. The Potter Manor was simply way too large to place it under the Fidelius charm. Even the great Albus Dumbledore would keel over if he tried to cast the spell on Potter Manor. So, they decided to buy a smaller property, but big enough for the family of 3. After a couple of months, James finally found a small and cozy cottage at Godric's Hollow, and after getting Lily's approval, James bought the cottage. Now, they might have acquired the perfect property to cast the Fidelius charm, but they still had to tackle their biggest problem. They had to choose a secret keeper. Lily would have preferred if James could have been their secret keeper, but the people residing on the property cannot be the secret keeper, and Lily couldn't become the secret keeper since she was the one who was going to cast the spell. Apparently, the caster cannot become the secret keeper. One of the shortcomings of the Fidelius charm. So, they decided that Sirius was going to be their secret keeper. Sirius proudly agreed at first, but later he backed out, saying that he was going to be an obvious choice. So, Sirius asked them to make Peter Pettigrew the secret keeper, while he would make everyone think that he was their secret keeper. Lily had to admit it was a good plan, but she never liked Peter. He was too much of a sniveling coward for Lily's liking. His animagus form was a rat. That should have been a clear indication of how much of a Gryffindor he was. After all, a person's animagus form represents their true nature. While James immediately agreed, as it would be a wicked prank, Lily disagreed, and that is why they were still living at the Potter Manor. James wasn't happy with her objection, but she wasn't planning to budge. That is why Lily was still looking for other means to protect her son, but she was yet to find anything. Voldemort is an extremely strong and gifted wizard, and he would stop at nothing until he found her son. After all, her son was prophesied to defeat the man. There was no way Voldemort would let anyone become a threat to him, let alone a small baby who was destined to become his equal if allowed to grow. Voldemort and the Death Eaters were winning. The Ministry will fall even with their newer policies, there was no doubt in her mind. The Ministry was simply way too late, they should have started to fight fire with fire a long time ago. That is why Lily wanted to run away from Britain. It would have been much easier if she ran away, but due to several factors outside her control, she couldn't. First of all, Albus would never allow something like that. The aged wizard had made it clear that he believed in the prophecy and that her son might be the chosen one. Oh! How much Lily hated that title! Albus would leave no stone unturned to find them if she ran away with Hadrian. Secondly, James could easily use their marriage bond to locate her if she decided to run away with Hadrian, and he won't come alone looking for her. She was sure that he would bring Albus bloody Dumbledore and the blasted Ministry along with him. After all, she was just an uppity mudblood and she would be seen as the woman who kidnapped the heir of an old pureblood family. The Ministry would completely ignore the fact that she was the mother of the said heir. Lily was quite aware of the laws. Her rights in magical Britain were close to none, and even her closest friends wouldn't take her side. Not that she had any friends who weren't related to the purebloods, so they were bound to take James' side in this matter. So, she would be either tossed in Azkaban, and if James was feeling lenient, then she would simply end with a house arrest with the harshest restrictions. So, she would end up worse than she currently was. And finally, Voldemort also believed in the prophecy, so he wouldn't stop until he made sure her son was no longer a threat to his rule. Lily couldn't live with looking over her shoulder for the rest of her life, and neither could Hadrian, and if Voldemort successfully took over Britain, which he probably would, then he would use everything at his disposal to find them. Reminiscing ends. Lily was brought out of her musings when she heard soft snores. She looked down at her son and her features softened when she saw her son snoring softly in her arms. "Don't worry, Mama will protect you from the bad man no matter what," Lily said in a determined tone before placing Hadrian back into the crib. After that, she placed a silencing charm around the crib so that her son could sleep peacefully. With her son tucked in, she returned to her desk so that she could resume her reading. With Albus on board with the idea of using the Fidelius charm and with him willing to cast the spell, it was only a matter of time before James asked Albus to cast the spell. Lily took a deep breath and started to read the book where she left. After an hour, she finished the book, and once again, she didn't find anything she could use to protect her son. Yes, the Fidelius was foolproof, but she didn't have much trust in Peter. That is why she needed something else as a backup to protect her son in case Peter turned out to be a traitor. While Lily was only faced with failures, she was far from giving up. She vowed that she would protect her son even if it meant that she needed to sacrifice her own life for her son's survival. Whatever it takes. Lily muttered to herself in a determined tone. Several months later. Lily's hands trembled in excitement as she finally found something after months of research. Lily slowly placed the book on the table and decided to reread the ritual. The ritual was almost perfect, even though there was a huge drawback. To complete the ritual, Lily needed to sacrifice her life, but the ritual would give her son enough protection to survive anything Voldemort could throw at him. Whatever it takes. Lily said to herself as she glanced toward the crib where her son was placed. Lily smiled longingly, her son was already 15 months old. She couldn't believe that it had been more than a year since she gave birth to him. They have already moved into the cottage James bought at Godric's Hollow a few months ago with Peter as their secret keeper. Just as planned, Sirius decided to act as the decoy secret keeper. Hadrian's first birthday was celebrated in the cottage and all of their friends were invited. Remus was also able to make some to attend the party. Remus had been busy with missions since he joined the Order of the Phoenix. Remus has also become quite distant after some of the members of the Order including James and Sirius started to doubt Remus after the Order realized that they had a traitor among them. While Lily also believed there was a traitor in the Order, she did not believe that Remus was a traitor. Remus was mostly away on missions, so he couldn't attend all the Order meetings. Hence, there was no way he could have passed the information to the Death Eaters. "I am home." Lily heard James' voice from the ground floor. Lily looked at the book in her hand and decided to hide it. James wouldn't be happy if he found what she had been reading. Both sacrificial magic and rituals were considered dark, and James would hit the roof if he discovered Lily was delving into dark magic. Lily couldn't care less if it was dark magic or light magic. As long as her son was safe, she was fine with it. With a quick flick of her wand, Lily charmed the book cover to look completely different. James was mostly average when it came to charms, so there was no way James would notice the charm she placed on the book. I am in the nursery. Lily screamed back, and after a few seconds, James finally arrived outside the nursery. The smile on James' face was replaced by a frown when he noticed the book in Lily's hand. Lily, you need to stop. It has been months since you left the cottage, you need to take a break, James sighed as he ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. Lily shook her head. No, I can't. James, you know our son is in danger. How can you even ask me to stop looking for ways to protect our son? Lily asked heatedly, and James sighed tiredly as he entered the room. Lily, we are already safe here. There is no way you know who could find us here. Harry is safe, James said soothingly, trying to placate Lily, but nostrils flared at her son's nickname. James took a deep breath and grabbed Lily's shoulders as he looked into her eyes. Lily, I know you are worried, but everything is going to be fine. Peter has been like a brother since our first year. I trust him with my life, James assured Lily as he pulled her into his arms. Lily snuggled into his arms. James, I am scared. I can't help but worry, Lily whispered with a hint of fear evident in her voice. I know, Lily. It is the same with me, but we will be fine. We will win, and then we would no longer need to hide, James spoke softly as he started to rub her back, and Lily simply nodded her head, but she still decided to perform the ritual. If nothing happened, then it won't matter, and if Voldemort found them, then she would happily sacrifice herself so that her son could survive. Yes, she would make sure her son survives. Whatever it takes. Potter Cottage, Godric's Hollow, October 31, 1981. You know, I miss the times when I used to spend Halloween with my sister and friends, Lily said with a longing look on her face. Have you talked with your sister lately? James asked carefully as he continued to play with his son, who was excitedly giggling in his arms. He knew Petunia was a sour topic and Lily had been sending her letters for quite some time, but she was yet to receive a reply. James suggested that Petunia might be unable to reply since she was a muggle and had no idea where to find a post owl. Lily agreed and decided to call Petunia through the telephone, but Petunia would always hang over as soon as Petunia recognized Lily's voice. Lily grimaced after hearing James' question. She hasn't tried contacting her sister since her Hadrian was born. If her sister wanted to be bitchy, then the bitch could live her own life, and Lily had been quite busy after her son was born to care about that sow. Even after looking through the rest of the books she brought from the Potter Manor, she didn't find anything useful other than the ritual. There was not much information on the ritual, but it was the only option she had. So, Lily decided to go ahead with the ritual. She had finished all the preparations and hopefully, she wouldn't need to add the final ingredient necessary for the ritual, but she wasn't going to balk when the time came. She had already made up her mind. No. I have tried my best, but she still refuses to talk, Lily smoothly lied as she shook her head with a look of grief on her face. Listen, Lily, I am sorry for what happened. Maybe if I didn't punch her huss, James started to apologize for the incident where he punched Vermin, Petunia's husband, for calling them freaks. No, it's not your fault. Petunia always hated me for having magic. Lily cut James off before he could finish his apology. James smiled at her brightly, and moments later, the smile on his face disappeared only to be replaced by a look of horror. Lily looked at him questioningly, but before she could say or ask anything, James passed Hadrian to her. Lily, take Harry and go. It's him. Go. Run. I will hold him off. James screamed before giving Lily a peck on her lips, who had a dumbfounded look on her face. Moments later, the door exploded and Dark Lord Voldemort walked in. So much potential and talent. I will ask you only once to kneel before me and I will spare you, Voldemort declared, glancing at James while he loosely held his wand in front of him. I will never join you, monster. James snarled as he cast the first spell. He knew why Voldemort had offered to spare him. The Potter family was quite an old family, so they had amassed quite a bit of fortune and knowledge throughout the years. Voldemort batted away his attacks like they were child's play. Humph! Voldemort snorted while shaking his head in disappointment. Then die! Voldemort snarled and jabbed his wand toward James, who flicked his wand to erect a shield. Meanwhile, Lily reached the nursery and cursed inside her mind. She shouldn't have expected anything less from Voldemort. The bastard had already placed anti-apparition jinx and anti-portkey wards around the house, and all the brooms were kept near the back door, which was on the ground floor. Lily cursed herself for her stupidity. She had completely forgotten about the brooms as her mind was filled with other thoughts when James screamed at her to take Harry and run. Since Lily couldn't run, she decided to go along with the ritual, as now, that was her only option. Lily frantically looked around the room before placing her son in the crib, who was looking at her in anticipation and curiosity. Not that Lily noticed it, as she had other things on her mind. With a wave of her wand, she moved a cupboard and shelf in front of the door. It won't stop Voldemort, but it will probably slow him down. Lily needed to get rid of her wand, or Voldemort might feel something was amiss. So, Lily tossed her wand to the side before she scooped up Hadrian from the crib. Lily's heart broke when she looked at her son, who was going to grow up without his parents. "Don't worry, honey. Mama will take care of everything. Uncle Puffo will take good care of you. Mama wouldn't let the bad man do anything to you," Lily cooed lovingly as she stared at her son. Hadrian simply looked at her and smiled, not understanding anything she was saying. "A/N, it is not a typo." Lily did say Puffo, as that was the best her son could muster. For a moment, Lily almost forgot where she was, but then the door exploded and Voldemort walked in. Lily immediately placed Harry into the crib and turned around to face Voldemort. Lily decided to stand right in front of the crib in a protective manner so that Voldemort couldn't reach Harry before killing her. "Stand aside, girl, and you will be spared," Voldy almost hissed. Lily looked at the abomination standing in front of her. Voldemort was no longer a human, he mostly looked like a human-snake hybrid. For a moment, Lily wondered what Voldemort could have done to himself to end up in such a state. "Please no, take me. Kill me. Spare my son, he is completely harmless," Lily begged, tears rolling down her cheeks. "Move aside, mudblood." Voldemort snarled in anger as he started to lose his patience. He was not someone who liked giving out chances and have them thrown back at him, but apparently, today was one of those days. "Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead." Lily began to beg, but Voldemort cut her off. "This is my last warning," Voldemort said with a calm look on her face, but he raised his wand and his eyes started to glow maliciously. "Not Harry. Please, have mercy, have mercy. Not Harry. Not Harry. Please. I will do anything." Lily continued to beg while sobbing. "Whatever it takes." Lily screamed inside her mind as she continued to play her part so that Voldemort wouldn't suspect anything. Voldemort finally lost his patience and decided to end the infernal mudblood. "Then so be it. Avada Kedavra." Voldemort snarled in anger and the green beam struck Lily straight on her chest as she dropped lifelessly on the floor. Then he sneered at the woman in disgust before walking up to the crib. "So, you are the one who is supposed to vanquish me?" Voldemort asked, already expecting not to receive an answer. The toddler stared at Voldemort in curiosity. He was still thinking that his parents were playing, but after a few moments, Hadrian finally started to cry as he realized that his parents were no longer playing with him. The crying unnerved Voldemort and he decided to kill the last remaining Potter and be done with it. "Pathetic," Voldemort muttered as he leveled his wand at the baby who was destined to vanquish him. "Avada Kedavra." Voldemort bit out with a cruel grin on his face, but the next moment something happened which surprised Voldemort to his very core. Instead of hitting the baby, the killing curse rebounded. Voldemort's crimson eyes grew wide in shock and surprise, and since he was really close to Hadrian, he wasn't fast enough to create a physical barrier to protect himself or dodge. The killing curse struck Voldemort on his chest and his whole body was obliterated, causing a huge explosion. Voldemort screamed in pain as his corporeal form was destroyed. The explosion made the roof of the cottage cave in and a small piece of the roof struck Harry on his forehead, resulting in a lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead. Voldemort's wand was also blasted away due to the explosion and it landed near his robes, which were the only things left behind after Voldemort's corporeal form was destroyed. A wraith-like form came into existence as Voldemort's body was destroyed. Voldemort was in so much pain that he didn't even notice a small part of him lodge itself into the lightning bolt-shaped scar on Hadrian's forehead. The wraith of Voldemort did not know what happened, but he knew that he needed to escape before the old fool arrived. While mentally vowing vengeance against the last Potter, Voldemort, who was in his wraith form, fled from the Potter cottage. Meanwhile, the only living person in the house stared at the unmoving woman lying on the floor and started to wail. Hadrian was simply way too small to know what was happening, but he instinctively knew that something really bad has happened. Lily found herself standing in a completely white space. Well, it was more of a room since there was a floor and a roof, only the walls were missing. She looked around to see where she was, but she only found the white floor and white roof stretching as far as she could see. Lily scrunched her face in disgust as found a disgusting baby-like thing lying on the floor. Lily decided to check out the abomination, whatever it was. The mangled-up baby-like thing looked almost like Voldemort. The thing was wrapped around in white chains. The thing whimpered but continued to glare at Lily with its crimson eyes, and then all of a sudden, she started to feel a tug toward the ugly baby thing. A type of invisible force was trying to bring the two of them together. Since the force wasn't anything beyond Lily, she was able to escape its influence. She had no idea what was happening but decided to stay away from the Voldemort look-alike baby thing for the time being. She didn't want it to be anywhere near the abomination, whatever it was. So, Lily started to walk away from the spot. She looked at herself as she walked away. She was wearing the same clothes she was wearing before Voldemort killed her, and she did not have her wand in her possession. If this was the afterlife, then she could understand why her wand was not in her possession. Lily kept walking and walking as she wanted to see if she could reach an end or not. She decided to use the ugly baby thing as a marker, as it was the only thing besides her inside the room or whatever this place was. She did not know for how long she has been walking, but it was somewhere around an hour, probably. She could no longer see the ugly baby thing, which was a good thing since the thing unnerved her. Lily pulled out her handkerchief from her pocket and placed it on the ground after making it look like a pointer. She pointed the handkerchief in the direction of the ugly baby thing. Wherever this place was, there was no sense of direction. There was no way Lily could find the ugly baby thing if she needed to find it for whatever reason. Now, she simply needed to walk in the direction where her handkerchief was pointing and she would find the baby. Without anything else to do, she decided to sit down. A few hours passed away just like that, and by that time, Lily grew so bored that she started to play with her own hair. After another hour, she finally decided to lie down and close her eyes, but no matter how much she tried, sleep never came to her. She was way too worried about Hadrian. She had no idea what happened to her son. If he was even alive or not. Something of Voldemort was here along with her, but it did not mean Voldemort was dead. Lily did not know how much time has passed since she arrived here, but she believed it to be a lot. After all, she started to hear voices. Lily shook her head, hoping the voices would go away, but instead, the voices started to become louder and clearer. Lily frowned and opened her eyes. The voices sounded extremely familiar to her. As soon as she opened her eyes, she found a cloudy screen forming in front of her eyes. About this, Albus. I have a bad feeling about leaving the boy here. A feminine voice spoke in worry, and Lily easily recognized the voice. It was Minerva McGonagall's voice. The woman had taught her for 7 years, and the woman was also the head of her house. Lily would recognize the voice anywhere. Minerva and Albus. What are they talking about? How can I hear them? Lily questioned inside her mind. Images started to appear on the cloudly screen. They were extremely blurry and Lily couldn't see anything clearly, but they were becoming denser and clearer with each passing moment. It will be fine, Minerva. This is the only way to ensure he grows up without the corruptions of fame and fortune. Once again Lily easily recognized the voice. It was Headmaster Dumbledore, but what were they talking about? Questions rang inside Lily's mind, but she couldn't make heads or tails of the conversation. But will he be safe? Will he be cared for? Minerva asked, and the images finally started to become clear enough for Lily to understand anything. I am sure he will. Lily Evans was one of the kindest individuals I have ever met in my lifetime, Albus said as he looked straight into the screen. For a moment, Lily thought Albus could see, and she almost freaked out when Minerva and Hagrid, who was lurking behind Albus and Minerva, also stared straight into the screen, but Lily was proven wrong when she noticed the look on their faces. Albus is talking about me in the past tense, which means I am dead. So, how can I still see and hear them? Right now, that was the biggest question inside Lily's mind. Lily was brought out of her musings when Albus continued to speak. I cannot imagine anyone sharing her blood and upbringing could be anything less than a remarkable person, Albus said, and Lily scoffed at his words. If he is talking about Petunia, then he is sorely mistaken. She is an extremely vindictive bitch who can hold on to a grudge for the longest time, Lily thought bitterly. There will be wards placed around the house, Minerva. His mother's sacrifice is connected to her blood and he will be safe here. Harry will be safe and taken care of, Albus said solemnly, and everything finally clicked into Lily's mind. Now, she understood why she thought the surroundings were somewhat familiar. She finally realized what was happening and dread welled up in her stomach. No, 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 no. Don't do this, Albus. You can't do this. You have no idea what Petunia is capable of, and don't you dare mess with my protection. Lily screamed, but it was clear Albus didn't hear her. Lily realized that she was somehow stuck inside her son. Yes, while it sounded extremely wrong and disturbing, it was the best possible theory Lily could come up with at this moment. She could see through her son's eyes and she could hear everything through her son's ears. What about Sirius? He was supposed to take care of Hadrian. He is my son's godfather. Lily screamed, but once again nobody heard her. Please Albus, don't leave him here. Petunia and her husband would make my son's life a living hell. Lily screamed and begged as tears continued to roll down her eyes. All right, Albus. Let's get this over with. Minerva said, and Albus finally placed Hadrian on the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive. Albus pulled out a letter and placed it inside the basket. You old bastard! Don't you dare leave him here! Albus! Please! Please, Albus! Lily continued to scream and beg, but nobody heard her. Lily broke down and started to sob when she saw Albus, Minerva, and Hagrid disappear from her vision. For the first time, Lily was starting to regret her decision of sacrificing her life. She saved her son, but now her son was sentenced to a horrible childhood. A part of Lily wanted her to trust Petunia. After all, Petunia might hate her, but surely she would take good care of her son, but the rest of Lily knew that it was only wishful thinking. Petunia was going to make her son's life as miserable as possible to get back at her. Albus didn't even bother to explain anything to her. He left my son on the bloody doorstep with a simple letter in the winter like a bottle of milk. Lily wailed bitterly inside her mind. That is when Lily heard the sound of that infernal machine Sirius used to call a bike. That Sirius death trap. How did it get here? Is Sirius finally here to take away my son from this horrible place? Lily became excited as she started to wipe away tears with her sleeves. Unfortunately for Lily, the sound of the bike continued to become distant as time passed until it finally disappeared. Lily broke down for a second time as she realized nobody was coming to take away Hadrian from this horrible place. She sat down and pulled her knees into her chest as she continued to sob. Lily had been expecting her son to be taken care of by Sirius or Alice or anyone else they mentioned in their wills, but here he was. Her son was placed in the care of only people Lily and James disapproved of. Don't worry, honey. Lily said softly as she stared at the white ceiling with tears in her eyes. Mama will be here with you. Mama will keep you safe, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Lily vowed loudly as she clenched her fists in determination. Chapter 2, A Child Deprived. Harry Potter is a weird child. That is the general agreement among everyone in Private Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The boy was said to be orphaned in a car crash when he was only a year old. While nobody in Privet Drive knew much about his parents, Petunia Disley, the boy's aunt, happily told everyone that his father had been a good-for-nothing drunk and his mother, a whore. Petunia didn't stop at that, she told everyone that Harry Potter is a no-good delinquent, which ruined all of his chances of having friends. However, Harry Potter was anything but such a child. He may not be a genius or a prodigy, but he was still quite intelligent. The Dursleys always did their best to discourage him, so Harry simply decided to hide his intelligence to avoid punishment from the Dursleys. Harry quickly realized that getting scores lower than his fat cousin was enough to make the Dursleys happy, and if the Dursleys were happy, the chances of him getting punished by them were also low, as the Dursleys tended to ignore him whenever they would celebrate. After all, there is no place for the freak when they celebrate something. For as long as he could remember, he was called Freak by the Dursleys. Before going to primary school, Harry didn't even know his name. His relatives used to call him a Freak, so that is what he believed his name was. The Dursleys still called him Freak most of the time, they rarely used his name. Harry wanted to ask why they called him a Freak when he had a name, but he knew well not to ask any questions. Once Harry had asked Vernon about his parents, and it was the worst mistake he had made in his short life to date. His uncle decided that he needed a nice beating and he shouldn't be given any food for 3 days to go along with it. That is how Harry learned not to ask any questions, and he wasn't looking forward to a repeat performance. Going without food for a day was nothing new for Harry, but going without food for 3 days was something he never wanted to experience again. From library, Harry was able to learn what the word freak meant, and it was a really mean thing to call someone freak. Harry realized that his relatives never shied away from making his life miserable, so it wasn't surprising that they called him Freak. He had also heard his relatives referring to his unnaturalness a lot of times, that may be why they called him a freak. Harry knew weird things kept happening around him from time to time. Once he was incredibly angry at his aunt and a bulb exploded nearby, obviously, he was punished for that. Once he desperately wanted something to eat and the food floated into his hands from the dining table, which obviously earned him a beating. Then there was an incident when he turned his teacher's hair blue and once again he was punished by the Dursleys. Then there was another incident when Aunt Petunia shaved him nearly bald, leaving a small fringe of hair to cover his lightning bolt scar. Petunia didn't want to spend money by taking him to get a haircut. Harry hated how he looked and felt, so the next day his hair was back. Of course, Petunia shrieked and shrieked for nearly an hour about his freakishness and unnaturalness before he was punished. While Harry was curious about these weird incidents, he vehemently wanted to avoid such incidents at all costs. He had been punished every single time something weird has happened, so obviously he wanted to avoid such situations at all costs, but fate was a cruel mistress. The day started like any other day for Harry Potter. He woke up early and cooked breakfast for the Dursleys while he only received a meager amount of food for himself. Harry has grown used to this. At least, he was receiving some food instead of getting nothing. Then he finished the rest of his chores before making his way to the school, dressed in his cousin's cast-offs. The Dursleys never bought him clothes, so he had to wear Dudley's cast-offs even though he didn't like them. While school was okay, it could have been better if Harry had friends. In the beginning, some of the students tried to become friends with him, but Dudley and his gang chased them away. Harry felt heartbroken, but there wasn't much he could do. It wasn't like he could fight Dudley and his gang, and if he did something to Precious Dudders, then he will not only get a beating from Vernon, but he will also go hungry for at least a couple of days. Unfortunately for Harry, his luck ran out when Dudley and his gang decided to play Harry hunting. Obviously, Harry hated the game as he would be hunted by Dudley and his gang. If he was caught, then he would get a beating which would only make his chores back at his relative's house only harder. There was something else Harry found weird. His wounds would always heal overnight, well, most of his wounds did. Harry was particularly glad for having this ability, or whatever it was called. Sometimes, he wondered if he had any superpowers like the heroes and villains in those comics he had seen some students bring to school, but all of those comics are works of fiction, right? At least, that is what his uncle said, and that is why his uncle refused to buy Dudley any comics. Though Dudley had found a solution for it. He would simply take comics from other students so that he could read them. After all, nobody dared to deny Dudley. Harry wasn't like Dudley, so looked for superheroes in the library, and that is where he read about Captain America, the first superhero, who fought in the Second World War and saved the world. According to his uncle, Captain America never existed and the man was simply created by the Yanks as propaganda, so Harry didn't know for sure if superheroes really existed or not. Back to the topic at hand. Right now, Harry was running away from Dudley and his gang, wanting to avoid them at any cost. After some time, he started to become desperate as Dudley and his gang were looking quite determined to catch him. Some days, Dudley and his gang would give up this game as they would get bored, but from the looks of it, today was not one of those days. Harry badly wished for an escape from his tormentors, and the next thing he knew, he was on the roof of the school. Something weird has happened again, and Harry already knew that he was in a lot of trouble as there was no way to get down from the roof. Finally, the fire department was called to rescue him. He was already dreading going back home, knowing what was going to happen. He played around with the idea of never returning again. That will surely make his relatives happy. Where will he live? What will he eat? Questions like that stopped him from running away. After all, he is only 8 years old right now. There is no way he could make a living for himself at this age. Harry's heart thumped as he made his way to his house. Harry knew that Aunt Petunia had received a call from the school. After all, even the headmistress had to get involved. Harry entered the house and he was quite thankful to find that Uncle Vernon was yet to return. He decided to finish all of his chores as quickly as possible so that he could return to his cupboard before his uncle returned. He even caught Aunt Petunia glaring at him while seething in anger. Harry was about to start cooking dinner when he heard a car pull over in the driveway and his stomach dropped in dread. Harry started to tremble in fear as his uncle finally entered the house. Petunia screeched as she started to tell Vernon everything about the incident at school. Harry simply stood at his spot while trembling in fear as his uncle's face started to turn purple in anger and rage. "Boy!" Vernon snarled in rage and Harry cringed in fear. His uncle called him and not answering was not an option. Harry meekly walked up to the large man. His feet trembling as he walked, he was surprised that his knees didn't give in. "Yes, Uncle Vernon?" Harry asked fearfully, and as soon as he finished, his uncle's flabby arm slapped him down to the ground. Harry's world blacked out for a few moments as he blinked rapidly to regain his bearings, and that is when the pain hit him. "What did I tell you about using your freakishness, boy?" Vernon bellowed. "I won't have your craziness in my house, Do you hear me? I will have none of it. How did you end up on the roof? Vernon asked angrily. Harry tried to get away from his uncle in fear by crawling, but his uncle leaned down and grabbed him by his shoulder, and picked him up. Harry's world blacked out for the second time when his uncle slapped him again. Harry dropped to the floor for the second time. He had to force himself not to cry. He knew what would happen if he cried. I swear, I don't know. 1 minute I was running and the next minute I was on the roof. Harry tried to explain, but his uncle forcefully picked him up from the floor. Harry winced when his uncle's grip on his shoulder tightened. You think you can lie to me, boy? Tonight I will beat the freakishness out of you. Vernon screamed, his face puffed up in rage and anger. Vernon had promised himself that he would beat the freakishness out of the boy when they took him in, and that is what he was going to do. He wouldn't have freaks living in his house. Since he couldn't get rid of the boy, he would get rid of the nonsense in the boy itself. He would make sure that after this punishment the boy would think twice before using his unnatural powers on good, hard-working people such as themselves. Vernon pulled out his belt after unclasping it, and Harry's eyes grew wide in shock and terror when he saw that. The next thing Harry knew, he was screaming himself hoarse. Harry wasn't able to stop his tears as the belt buckle hit his legs. Petunia simply watched the scene from the back with a gleeful and satisfied look on her face. Her freak of a nephew was finally being put in his place. Harry started to beg his uncle to stop, but his uncle didn't stop, his rage driving him over the edge. The belt kept hitting him over and over. Harry curled into a fetal position to avoid getting hit, but he didn't receive a reprieve from his uncle, and then all of a sudden, the belt buckle hit him on the head, knocking him out, but Vernon continued to hit him. Petunia was the one who noticed that Harry was no longer crying or screaming, so she panicked and stopped Vernon from continuing. Vernon, what if he is dead? You know they will come after us. Petunia blurted out with a panicked look on her face. Vernon simply leaned down and placed his hand over Harry's chest. The boy's heart was still beating, so the boy was still alive. He is alive. I am sure he will live, Vernon sneered in disgust. Pet, no food for him for a week. Is the dinner ready? Vernon asked, and Petunia shook her head in denial. I am so tired. Can you prepare something quickly? Vernon asked Petunia, who nodded her head. Good. I am going to throw him in the cupboard, he added as he picked up Harry in his arms, but there was no care for the boy. Sure, Petunia said as she made her way toward the kitchen. Poor Dutters is probably hungry, Vernon heard Petunia mutter as she entered the kitchen, but Vernon didn't say anything. Vernon yanked open the cupboard door and tossed Harry inside without any care before slamming the door shut. He locked the cupboard and walked away, but not before giving a hateful glare toward the cupboard while muttering about stupid freaks. Unknown to Harry and the Dursleys, there was another person who witnessed the whole incident. The said woman couldn't stop herself from sobbing after witnessing the cruelty. Lily Potter saw everything Vernon and Petunia did to her son. She had been watching the two of them do horrible things to her son since he was placed in their care. Lily hated the Dursleys with passion, just like Lily hated Dumbledore along with all the Muggles who mistreated her son. Most of all, Lily hated herself for being this powerless. For 6 years she had been watching her son getting abused by the same people she fought to protect. Sometimes, Lily felt she made a mistake by not joining the Death Eaters. These Muggles deserved everything Voldemort and his merry band of Death Eaters were giving them, but Lily would quickly snap herself out of that line of thinking. Lily hated Voldemort too. The man tried to kill her son after taking her away from Hadrian. Voldemort was directly responsible for her son's misery. Lily vowed that Voldemort would pay for everything he had done to her and her family. Lily hasn't been idle all these years. Yes, she was trapped inside some sort of astral space inside her son, but she could still think and work on magical theories. There was a time when Lily decided to drown herself in research so that she could avoid watching her son getting abused by her bitch of a sister, her bastard of a husband, and their filthy spawn, and that is when Lily discovered several things. Lily was finally able to discover what the ugly baby thing was. Well, it was mostly a guess on her part as there was no way for her to cast magic in this place. She already knew that the ugly baby thing was somehow related to Voldemort, but she was still horrified to discover that the ugly baby thing was a literal piece of Voldemort's soul. A soul piece of Voldemort was latched onto her son. Lily had no idea how this soul piece was able to latch onto her son. She didn't even know how or why this piece of soul broke off from Voldemort's main soul in the first place. Lily knew that she was completely out of her depth when it came to souls, as she only knew a couple of things when it came to this particular branch of magic. The only reason she came across this topic in the first place is because she had been looking through all the knowledge in Potter Library and there were only some mentions here and there. Aside from that, Lily also discovered that someone had crippled her protection. Lily already knew who was responsible for that and she will have her revenge one way or the other. Most of the protection's power was gone. Albus Bloody Dumbledore had ruined her work of art to protect the Dursleys' house. She still remembers what he said when he left her son at Petunia's doorstep. Yes, Lily would have her revenge and it won't be swift. Her revenge will be drawn out and painful. Whatever was left of her protection, most of it was being used to restrain Voldemort's soul piece, or Lily was sure that it would have tried to corrupt her son. It was only a small piece of Voldemort's soul, so Lily wasn't sure if it was even strong enough to take over her son's body, and whatever was left of the protection after that was only strong enough to react if Voldemort ever came in contact with Hadrian, whereas the original protection was strong enough to rebound any spell Voldemort would cast on Hadrian. If the original protection was still in its place, then Lily wouldn't have to worry about the soul piece. Her protection was strong enough to get rid of the soul piece. After all, she had created the protection with specifically Voldemort in her mind. She did not know how the protection would have reacted to her if it had all of its power, but she guessed that it wouldn't have been anything fatal. After all, she wasn't wrapped in chains. And there was something else Lily discovered. Apparently, she could mentally reach out to her son. She had been ecstatic when she discovered this, but all of her joy came crashing down when she discovered that she simply didn't have enough power to maintain their connection. Lily had been able to reach out to Hadrian in his dreams to provide him comfort, but she couldn't maintain the connection for longer periods of time. Then there was another problem. She could only reach out to him in his dreams, as that is when the barrier separating this place and son's mind became weaker. Enough! Lily screamed out all of a sudden with a fiery look on her face. Without saying anything else, she started to wipe her eyes with her sleeves. Enough was enough. She couldn't watch her son getting abused anymore. She needed to do something or she would die trying. Right now, she didn't even know if her son would live through the rest of his childhood, and if this continued then there was a good chance that her son would not live long enough to receive his Hogwarts letter. That was more than enough to make a mother desperate, and there was no saying what a desperate mother would do to protect her children. With her mind made up, Lily started to make her way toward the ugly baby thing. What Lily was planning to do would have made anyone balk, but Lily was determined to go through with her plan. Lily would admit, it was a pretty stupid plan, but it was the only plan she had. Lily wasn't strong enough to maintain her connection, but there was a power source right in front of her. No matter what anybody said, Voldemort was a lot stronger than her. Lily was planning to absorb the soul piece. She had no idea if the soul piece would affect her personality or not, but this is the only option she had. Lily did not know if she would grow stronger with time or not, but in these 6 years, she hasn't grown stronger, so she couldn't wait for something, which was probably never going to happen. Only 6 years ago, Lily would have emptied her stomach at the thought of merging herself with a piece of Voldemort, but Lily was no longer the same woman she was 6 years ago. So, according to her calculations and theories, not only she will receive a power boost after absorbing Voldemort's soul piece, but the protection would also become stronger as it would no longer need to restrain Voldemort's soul piece. It was a win-win situation for Lily, but previously she refused to absorb the soul piece as it was bound to affect her personality to some extent. She simply didn't know by how much she was going to change or if the changes were even going to be noticeable or not. That is one of the reasons why Lily hasn't absorbed the soul piece until now, as she did not know how the soul piece was going to affect her and by how much, but she simply couldn't bring herself to care anymore. As long as she could protect her son, nothing else would matter. The rest of the world could burn for all she cared. It was clear that Lily has changed. Anyone in her place would have changed. She had to watch her son getting abused continuously for 6 years and there was no way to turn off the screen or the voices. That would leave a scar on anyone, and worse of all, Lily blamed herself for everything. She shouldn't have sacrificed herself. Her sacrifice might have saved her son, but her sacrifice has sentenced her son to a miserable life. Death would have been much better than this. Lily finally arrived in front of the ugly baby thing that was glaring at her with its crimson eyes. Lily stared at the ugly baby thing with a look of pure loathing on her face, but moments later, her features started to transform until an unsure look appeared on her face. If only I wasn't desperate enough. Lily trailed off. A determined look finally replaced the unsure look on her face. The ugly thing hissed something at her. Lily almost flinched back as he held back a shiver. Obviously, she was quite aware of the fact that Voldemort was a Parselmouth, but Lily never imagined that Parseltongue could make her so uncomfortable. I don't understand what you are trying to say, but it was probably an insult. Lily deadpanned as she started to get close to the ugly baby thing. Lily could already feel the invisible force trying to pull her toward the soul piece. As Lily continued to walk towards the soul piece, the force pulling her toward the ugly baby thing continued to grow stronger, and soon, the force was so strong that she could no longer step back, and then the force finally became so strong that Lily could no longer hold herself back. Lily couldn't help but grimace in disgust when she finally came in contact with the soul piece, and moments later, she started to howl in pain. She felt like her whole body was on fire. The soul piece was also experiencing something similar. It also started to wail in pain, but unlike Lily, its screams were completely inhumane. Both Lily and the soul piece continued to scream, and after a couple of minutes, the soul piece finally started to merge with her. Lily started to scream herself hoarse. She had never experienced so much pain in her life. She had heard about the Cruciatus curse, but fortunately, she never experienced it. Lily felt her mind blanking out, but she forced herself to stay awake. She was experiencing so much pain that she was feeling like she was going to lose her mind. She had no idea how much time had passed, but it felt like hours. When the soul piece was completely absorbed by Lily, she released a howling scream before she finally lost her consciousness. A few hours later, Lily groaned in pain as she groggily opened her eyes, and that is when the pain assaulted her. A couple of sobs escaped her lips due to the pain. Her whole body was aching in pain. Lily clearly remembered what she had done, but to be honest, she wasn't feeling any difference, at least not mentally. There was no way of knowing if she received the desired power boost or not, especially with every inch of her body aching in pain. I will protect you, Hadrian. Whatever it takes. Lily thought as she lost her consciousness for the second time. She was not only hurting, but she was also feeling quite tired, so there was nothing she could do right now except for resting. Unknown time later, Lily shot up from the ground and started to heave. Lily's face was covered with sweat. After taking a few deep breaths, Lily opened her eyes and looked around. She clearly remembered what she had done, so she looked around, but there were no signs of the ugly baby thing. This was the first time Lily had fallen asleep in 6 years, and it wasn't a pleasant experience. After all, Lily wasn't sleeping in reality. Lily no longer needed food or sleep to survive. Lily hissed in pain as she slowly stood up, and that made her freeze. Lily's eyes grew wide in surprise as she realized what she had done. Her hiss was way too clear. Did I become a parcel mouth? Lily wondered incredulously and decided to give it another try. Lily hissed for the second time, and once again, she was able to understand it. She wanted to conduct more tests, but there were much more important things to do. Lily finally decided to test if she received the power boost or not, and a huge grin formed on her face as she felt that she was now a lot more stronger than before. Lily's fist bumped in the air and she immediately winced in pain. Even though most of the pain was gone, her body was still aching a bit. Satisfied with her power boost, she decided to inspect the protection, and she couldn't help but smile when she felt that the protection was a lot stronger than before. The protection no longer needed to restrain the soul piece, so obviously it was much stronger. Lily could also feel some sort of connection between herself and the protection, which wasn't there before. Lily did not know how much she could influence the protection, and while she wanted to conduct some tests, there was something else she wanted to do before trying anything else. Lily couldn't help but feel nervous. What am I supposed to say? Lily questioned herself in frustration. Hello, I am your mother, Hadrian. Lily immediately as she chastised herself for thinking something so stupid. Why is this so hard? Lily groaned in frustration. Maybe, I should just go along with the flow. I think that would be the best. She finally made up her mind, as wasting more time would simply make her more nervous. With her mind made up, Lily started to focus her power toward Hadrian's mind, so that she could reach out to him. Lily felt a pang in her chest as soon as she remembered the state her son was in. She had no idea what her son thought about her. Will he blame her for his childhood? Will he blame her for dying and leaving him alone? She hoped not. It would break her heart if her son hated her, but she wouldn't blame him. He would be right to blame her. After all, Petunia was her own sister. Lily grinned in satisfaction as she was finally able to establish a connection with her son, but at the same, her nervousness also increased by several folds. Before Lily could have a panic attack, a visage started to form right in front of her. Lily's knees grew weak as she realized who it was. The visage finally took a solid form and Lily's breath hitched as she found her own emerald orb staring at her with curiosity, confusion, and fear. It broke her heart to see that Hadrian was afraid of her, but she vowed that she would make it right. She will make everything right. Meanwhile, Harry Potter could only stare at the woman standing right in front of him. He did not know how, but all of a sudden he found himself in this strange space. The last thing he remembered was the intense beating he received from Uncle Vermin. So, it wasn't surprising that he was confused and afraid. On the other hand, he was also curious. He found the woman standing in front of him to be quite familiar, but no matter how much he tried, he couldn't put a finger on it. The woman took a step forward and Harry instinctively took a step back. The hurt on the woman's face was clear, and tears started to pool in her eyes. For whatever reason, Harry felt like he had done something really bad, and for whatever reason, he felt like he needed to comfort the woman. Harry hesitated, but he finally took a step forward, and the woman beamed at him with the brightest smile he had ever seen on anyone's face. "Who are you?" Harry asked in almost a whisper when he finally noticed the woman's eyes. "Her eyes are just like mine," Harry thought to himself. I am your mother, Hadrian." The woman smiled bitterly as she spoke, and Harry's eyes grew wide as he stared at the woman claiming to be his mother. "You are dead," Harry declared. "Am I dead too? Did Uncle Vernon really kill me?" Harry questioned himself, but he was simply engulfed in a tight hug by the woman claiming to be his mother. Harry wasn't a big fan of physical contact, and while he was taken by surprise by the woman, he found himself relaxing in her embrace. There was a certain warmth and comfort in the woman's embrace. Harry did not know what to do, so he simply decided to enjoy the woman's warmth as long as he could. Harry almost panicked when the woman started to sob and apologize to someone named Hadrian, and it made Harry grimace in bitterness. She must have mistaken me for her son, but why do I feel so familiar? Harry wondered inside his mind. For whatever reason, Harry felt he had heard that name before. Harry was quite aware of the fact that he was Harry, not Hadrian, and while he didn't want to leave this woman's embrace, he knew he had to speak up. While he wanted to have a mother too, he couldn't take away someone else's mother. Harry knew how it felt not having any parents. "Ma'am, I think you have made a mistake. I am Harry, not Hadrian," Harry said bitterly. One part of him wanted him to take this Hadrian's place while another part of him wanted him to come clean. The woman separated from him and Harry felt a pang in his chest, but he was dumbfounded when the woman started to laugh. "Oh, no, you are my Hadrian. I gave you that name while everyone else called you Harry. I hated that nickname and I still hate it," the woman said, and Harry felt like someone had pulled the ground from under his feet. He had no idea how to react. This woman was really his mother. Only a few moments ago, Harry was worried that he was dead, but now that he was reunited with his mother, he was completely fine being dead. "Are you really my mother?" Harry asked in a fearful tone, but at the same time, he sounded oddly hopeful. He had no idea what he was going to do if all of this turned out to be a cruel joke arranged by his relatives. "Yes, I am. You have no idea how long I have been waiting for this moment." Lily trailed off as she ruffled Harry's hair and tears started to stream down Harry's eyes, and he jumped into Lily's embrace. Lily wrapped her arms around Hadrian protectively as she pulled him closer. "Don't worry, Hadrian. Now that I am here, everything will be fine. I will fix everything. Whatever it takes," Lily said lovingly as she started to rub her son's back, trying to comfort him. "Please don't leave me, Mom," Harry almost begged after hearing Lily's words, and it broke her heart to hear such words from her son. "I promise, Hadrian, I will never leave you. Mummy will be able with you from now on. She will never leave you again," Lily promised in a firm tone. Harry finally stopped sobbing and started to pull away from her. Lily wanted to keep hugging him, but she knew a serious conversation was probably in order. "Am I dead?" Harry asked in a neutral tone, but she could tell Harry was hopeful. "No, you are still alive," Lily said, and a frown appeared on Harry's face. "Then how are you here?" Harry asked, looking somewhat afraid. "Did you abandon me?" Harry asked meekly, and Lily immediately pulled him into her arms. No, Hadrian. I would never do that. Please give me a chance to explain," Lily almost pleaded, and Harry decided to give her the chance. After feeling him not in her embrace, she finally let him go. "Take a seat, honey. This is going to be a long story," Lily said as she sat down on the floor, and Harry also followed her example. After taking a long breath, Lily finally started to tell Harry everything about magic and how she ended up in her current situation. Chapter 3, The elf who tried. Harry slowly opened his eyes and he immediately winced in pain. His whole body was aching in pain. Not only that, but he could also feel a burning hunger in his stomach, and he was also feeling parched. Harry gulped loudly, trying to moist his throat, but it didn't help him much. Harry slowly sat up and he immediately regretted his choice as a jolt of agony coursed through his body. Harry clearly remembered what had happened to him before he lost consciousness. Apparently, his uncle didn't even bother to put him on the bed. He would have been surprised if his uncle did put him on the bed. Harry took off his spectacles, which were still somehow on his face. He looked at the eyewear and released a tired sigh. One of the glasses was cracked and the frame was also slightly deformed. With a bit of effort, he fixed his eyewear, but it wasn't anywhere close to how it used to be. Harry put on his glasses and nodded his head in satisfaction. The frame felt a lot more comfortable than before, but there was nothing he could do about the cracked lens, so he was fine for the time being. He slowly pushed himself off the floor and slumped down on his bed. Harry's mind started to wander toward the conversation he had with his mother. Was that even real or did I imagine all of that? Harry wondered bitterly. Harry always craved a family, so it wouldn't be a surprise if he imagined one. But the whole thing felt so real. He could still feel his mother's warmth. He could still feel his mother's warm presence around him. No, there is no way he could have imagined all of that, right? Well, he did have a way to confirm if he imagined everything or not. While he was afraid to discover that his meeting with his mother was a fragment of his imagination, he knew that he needed to know. The meeting not only gave him hope, but it also gave him something he always craved for. So, even though he wanted to continue feeling the same, he knew that he couldn't live in a dream. It will only hurt him worse down the line. Living in a dream would be better, right? I mean, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia are never going to love me. So, wouldn't it be better if I had someone to love me even though they aren't real? Harry questioned himself, but moments later, he shook his head. He needed to know. Norton. Harry called out skeptically in a low tone. Since he had no idea if it was day or night, he decided to play it safe as he didn't want to wake any of his relatives. Moments later, a 2.5 feet tall creature appeared in front of Harry with a soft pop. The boy practically jumped back in surprise and fright. Fortunately, he didn't end up banging his head or back on the ceiling or the wall. The creature stared at Harry with its extremely large eyes, and after a few moments of silence, a cheerful and manic glint appeared in its eyes. Master Hadrian Finn! The creature started to exclaim cheerfully, but this time Harry did freak out and end up closing the creature's mouth with his hands. He didn't want to alert his relatives or he will be in deep trouble. SHH! Don't shout or I will be in huge trouble, Harry whispered in a low tone, making the creature's eyes go wide. Harry couldn't help but stare at the creature's eyes, especially with how large its eyes were. Do you understand? Harry asked softly, and the creature started to frantically nod its head. Good, Harry muttered in a low tone as he slowly removed his hands from the creature's mouth. Master Hadrian, Norton is so happy. Norton finally found you, the creature whispered in a cheerful tone with an excited glint in its eyes. Then moments later, the creature's eyes dropped. Harry didn't know why the creature's mood changed, but for the first time, he took a good look at the creature. According to his mom, Norton was a house elf. A house elf bound to the Potter Manor. Norton had spindly arms and legs and his head was much larger than the rest of his body. He had pointed bat-like ears and his voice was kind of squeaky. He couldn't help but notice Norton's clothes. Instead of anything conventional, Norton was wearing a pillowcase. Norton is sorry, Norton is so sorry, Master Hadrian. Norton tried to find you, but he couldn't, Norton wailed in a low tone. After Master James and Mistress Lily were gone, Norton tried to find you. He could feel Master Hadrian's magic, but he couldn't find Master Hadrian. The creature sniffed as tears started to roll down from his eyes. Harry was completely stumped. He was barely stopping himself from freaking out and he had no idea how to react or how to comfort Norton. His mom should have told him how to deal with Norton. At least, he was able to confirm that the meeting wasn't a fragment of his imagination. It truly happened. Harry would have started crying if he wasn't worried over the fact that he might freak out Norton. Please forgive Norton, Master Hadrian. Norton will try better. Norton promises, Master Hadrian. Norton continued to sniff. Norton, it is fine. It's completely fine. I am not angry at you and I forgive you. Can you please stop crying? Harry requested meekly, and Norton immediately stopped crying and started to wipe his eyes with his clothes. Master Hadrian is so kind, just like Mistress Lily. Norton is grateful, Norton furiously whispered in an excited tone, and Harry practically beamed at the prospect of being compared to his mom. Can you not call me master? I am nobody's master. Harry said meekly, and Norton gasped in horror, and then he started to frantically shook his head. No can do, Master Hadrian. Master Hadrian is Master Hadrian, Norton can't be calling him anything other than Master Hadrian. Norton furiously denied his request, and Harry could only slump his shoulders in defeat for the time being. He would try again, but right now, there was something else he needed to do. Norton, can take me to Potter Manor? Harry asked hopefully. Yes, Norton can. Norton would be happy too. Norton cheerfully exclaimed, and Harry immediately started to freak out. SHHH. SHHH. SHH. Harry tried to placate the overly excited creature, and Norton immediately lowered his head in shame. Norton is sore. Norton began to apologize, but he was cut off by a booming voice from upstairs. Boy! What freakishness you are up to down there! Uncle Vernon screamed from upstairs, and Harry immediately started to panic. He didn't want another round of beating. Norton, quickly take me to the Potter Manor, Harry said hurriedly as he another scream from upstairs. Master Hadrian won't be needing to take anything with him. Norton asked with a tilt of his head. This is all I have, Harry said bitterly as he looked at the oversized clothes he was wearing. The cupboard trembled as someone started to climb down the stairs, and Harry knew that he needed to leave right now. Norton, quickly, we need to leave. Harry screamed out desperately, and the creature simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Harry was so glad that he was finally leaving the hellhole. If it was up to him, then he would never return to this place, as he didn't want anything to do with these people, but his mom disagreed. His mom has been quite vehement over the prospect of making the Dursleys pay for what they have done. While Harry simply wanted to leave these people alone, he didn't want to disappoint his mom. Harry's heart swelled when Lily displayed her love and concern, so now that he for sure that the meeting wasn't a fragment of his imagination, there was no way he was going to lose it. The Dursleys weren't his favorite people, so if he needed to hurt them to make his mom happy, then he will happily do so. But right now, Harry was simply happy for being able to finally leave this place. Harry's world shifted as he started to feel nauseous, and before he could realize what was happening, the feeling disappeared. He found himself staring at a wooden floor while he was on his fours. His face was covered with sweat as he was breathing heavily. Master Hadrian, welcome to the Potter Manor. Norton was standing beside Harry, squeaked cheerfully, and Harry couldn't help but wince at the shrill tone of the house elf. Even though Harry was having some troubles, he couldn't hide or dampen his excitement. He was finally out of that miserable place. Harry slowly raised his head and looked around. His eyes grew wide in surprise and awe when he noticed how grand the living room was. Wow! Harry mumbled in awe as he slowly looked up. This place is my family house. Harry wondered in complete shock. How big is this place, Norton? Harry asked dumbly, as he continued to look around. Harry traced the couch with his hand to confirm that everything was real and not simply an illusion. No matter how much he tried, it was hard to believe. Master Hadrian, Norton can give you a tour if you want. Norton exclaimed cheerfully, and Harry was about to agree when his mind came to a screeching halt. Norton, can you take me to the place where the ward stone is kept? Harry requested politely. This was something else Lily had asked him to do before he could relax, and there was no way he was going to disappoint his mom. Chapter 4, A Boy Left Baffled. Harry hissed in pain as he sliced his hand with a kitchen knife. This wasn't the first time he was experiencing the sharpness of a kitchen knife on his body, but this was definitely the first time when he was inflicting the injury on his own accord. Blood started to drip from his hand, and Norton could only stare at Harry in morbid horror from the crack of his fingers. Apparently, Norton couldn't watch Harry mutilate himself, so he covered his face with his hands and turned his head away, but Norton knew why Harry was doing this, so he couldn't stop himself from watching Harry from the crack of his fingers. Harry held his bleeding hand over the ward stone. According to Lily, Harry not only needed to recharge the ward stone to empower the wards of Potter Manor, but he also needed to gain control over the wards. If Harry had a magical focus of some sort, then it could have been much easier for him, but bleeding on the ward stone would also work. Yes, I know it is crude, but it is the only option you have until you find a wand to use. Those were the exact words Lily used during her explanation. Harry had no idea how he was supposed to know if it worked or not, but the ward stone finally started to glow, and after a few seconds of continuous blinking, the ward stone finally stopped glowing. Harry inclined his head in confusion as he wasn't sure if it worked or not, but before he could say anything, something happened. All of a sudden, Harry became quite aware of everything inside the house and at the same, he could also sense the boundary around the Potter Manor. Harry did not know how to explain what he was feeling, but it felt like all of his senses have been expanded. Harry shook his head, no, that wasn't right. He felt like he has acquired a completely new sensory ability. Master Hadrian, it worked. Norton could feel the shift in the wards. Norton exclaimed cheerfully, and once again Harry cringed when Norton's voice assaulted his ears. Norton, is there a first aid kit? Harry asked Riley while holding his hand, trying to stop the bleeding. Oh no! Norton gasped in worry and his hands flew to his mouth. Norton does not know what a first aid kit is, but Norton can stop the bleeding. Norton declared as he raised his hand in the air and snapped his finger. The cut on Harry's hand tingled and immediately looked down at his hand. The skin started to knit together as the wound started to close. Harry could only watch his hand in complete awe and fascination. Magic is awesome! Harry exclaimed cheerfully as he threw his hands in the air. Today was the best day of his life. Not only he was able to reunite with his mother, but he was also able to escape that wretched place. Harry was also excited over the prospect of magic. Apparently, he wasn't a freak. He was a wizard, just like his father. Norton, can you fix this too? Harry took off his glass and extended it toward Norton, looking really hopeful. Norton stared at the glasses and snapped his fingers and the cracked lens was fixed. Harry stared at his eyewear in complete awe. The frame was still far from perfect, but he was fine with that. After putting on the glasses, Harry was about to thank Norton, but he froze when his stomach rumbled loudly, reminding him of his hunger. Oh no! Master Hadrian seems to be quite hungry. Norton will be quickly making something for Master Hadrian. Norton mumbled to himself in morbid horror and popped away before Harry could stop him. I don't even know where the kitchen is. Harry trailed off as he released a defeated sigh, and only then he remembered that he was aware of everything inside the house. Harry already found the kitchen and now he only needed to make his way from the basement to the kitchen. Harry decided to look for Norton, and he immediately found Norton inside the kitchen. Apparently, Harry had to actively look for Norton to locate him. Unlike the rest of the house or its boundaries, he needed to actively search for the house elf if he wanted to find him. Harry arrived at the living room, making his way to the kitchen, and that is when his eyes fell on a book kept over the fireplace. Harry, you need to find the book of guests kept over the fireplace. You need to remove all the names from the book. I do not know who we can trust, especially after Peter Pettigrew betrayed us. Harry remembered Lily's words and he immediately started to curse him internally. How could he forget something so important? Harry nervously made his way toward the book of guests. He was quite aware of the fact that Lily could watch everything he was seeing and hear everything he was hearing, so he started to wonder if she was going to be angry or disappointed at him for not remembering something so important. Harry arrived at the fireplace and picked up the book from its stand. He opened the book only to find several names written down on the front page, and the rest of the book was completely empty. Harry recognized some of the names mentioned in the book from his mom's explanation. Names like Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, Frank C.J. Longbottom, Alice Longbottom, Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, and so on. Harry's anger bubbled when he read the name, Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew is the reason why his father was dead and his mother was trapped inside him. Yes, Voldemort might have been the one to kill his parents, but it was Peter Pettigrew who was responsible for selling them out to Voldemort. Harry hated Peter Pettigrew even more than he hated Voldemort. He grabbed the quill on the stand and crossed over off the name, Peter Pettigrew, with quite a bit of force and anger. After that, he started to cross off the rest of the names. Harry released a tired sigh when he was finally done. He slowly closed the book of guests and placed it on the stand along with the quill. He turned around after giving the book another look and started to make his way toward the kitchen. There wasn't anything else he needed to do urgently, so he decided to take his time and explore the manor after filling his stomach. Harry simply couldn't believe how his life turned around all of a sudden. All of a sudden, he got back his mother and a new home. He could eat as much as he wanted and no one was going to force him to do any chores. True, he would have preferred if he could meet his mother in flesh, but he wasn't going to whine about what he had. Lost in his thoughts, Harry finally arrived in the kitchen. Master Hadrian, you do not need to be here, Norton will be preparing the food. Master Hadrian needs to wait in the dining room, Norton said while waving his spindly arms. I thought I could help. Well, I want to help, Harry said in an unsure tone. While he hated all the chores he was forced to do at the Dursleys, he did like cooking and he wouldn't mind helping Norton with cooking even in the slightest. No. Master Hadrian won't be needing to help Norton with the cooking. Master needs to let Norton work. Norton vehemently denied, and to be honest, Harry was completely taken aback by Norton's vehemence. Okay. Then I will leave you to it, Harry said with an unsure look on his face as he left the kitchen. Once again, Harry found himself out of place as he didn't know anything about the magical world. His mother's explanation had been brief, and while she promised to teach him everything she knew in the future, Harry couldn't help but feel baffled. With his mind filled with various thoughts, Harry finally arrived in the dining room, and with a contemplative look on his face, he pulled out a chair and sat down. After nearly half an hour, plates filled with food appeared right in front out of thin air, and Harry almost fell back from the chair in fright. I simply can't wrap my head around magic, Harry mused as he picked the knife and fork from the table and he dove into his meal. Lily Potter stared at the cloudy screen in front of her with a contemplative look on her face. She was happy that her son was finally out of the reach of those miserable human beings, and she was also glad over the fact that she was able to explain herself to Hadrian. She was over the moon when her son forgave her. It has been such a great day for Lily Potter, but she knew that she couldn't rest. There was still so much she needed to do to keep her son safe. She was pretty sure that Albus Dumbledore would start looking for Hadrian as soon as he realized that Hadrian was no longer at number 4 Privet Drive. Lily did not know what motivations Albus had for leaving her son at that wretched place, but she was sure that it wasn't anything good. After all, there was no reason to place him there, especially when Alice and Sirius would have been a lot better choice, any day, any time. Removing Albus Dumbledore from the Book of Guests wasn't going to stop the man from entering Potter Manor, especially with that infernal bird of his. She needed to make sure that the man didn't find her son, but how? And she also needed to make sure that her son was prepared for everything the magical world can throw at him. Yes, there were a lot of things Lily still needed to deal with. Whatever it takes. Lily mused internally as she clenched her fists in determination. Chapter 5, The Burden He Carried. Hadrian, I am glad that you decided to take a nap. I needed to talk with you. Lily beamed at her son, who arrived inside the white space where she was trapped. I was missing you. Harry said meekly while shifting uncomfortably on his feet. Oh, my baby. Come here, let me hug you. Lily started to make her way toward Harry. I was also missing you. I have to make up to you for leaving you at their mercy for so many years, Lily said bitterly as she pulled her son into her arms. Harry smiled and hugged her back. So what did you want to talk about? Harry asked as he kept hugging her. There is much we need to talk about. Let me sit down, Lily said as she finally separated from her son. She wanted to keep hugging him, but she knew that there were some important things she needed to deal with. Lily sat down and Harry went to sit beside her, but she made him lie down as she placed his head over her lap. Harry completely froze and moments later, tears started to roll down his eyes. Even though he knew everything was real, all of this still felt kind of surreal. What happened, Hadrian? Lily asked hurriedly when she noticed her son sobbing. I am not leaving you, I won't leave you, ever, Lily added hurriedly as she started to run her hands through his hair. She felt like her heart was being crushed, but she knew that she needed to stay strong for Hadrian. I know, Mom. It is just. I always wanted to have a mother, Harry mumbled in a low tone as he finally stopped crying. Lily almost ended up crying after hearing his words, but she knew that she couldn't break down. I am here now and I won't be leaving. Don't worry. I will be always there with you, Lily assured Harry as she continued to run her hands through his hair. Okay. Harry nodded his head. So what did you want to talk about? Harry asked curiously. Hadrian, as soon as Albus Dumbledore realizes that you are no longer at number 4 Privet Drive, he will start looking for you and he won't stop until he finds you. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, he wants you at my sister's house, and believe me, removing him from the Book of Guests won't stop him, Lily explained heatedly. The name Albus Dumbledore felt like venom in her mouth. Harry tried to get up with a panicked look on his face, but Lily forced him to lie down. Then what should we do? Harry asked in a worried tone. He didn't want to go back to the Dursleys. We need information. We are seriously lacking information and we need to know as much as we can before making a decision. I already have a plan. With that, Lily began to reveal her plan to Harry with a glint in her eyes. Highlands, Scotland, Great Britain. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, was sitting behind his regal desk. Right now, he was quite busy. A new school year was about to start, which meant that he needed to deal with a lot of parchment work before school could start. All of his staff members had their own demands, and only moments ago, he rejected the suggestion to reinitiate corporeal punishment. Albus didn't even bother to read the whole parchment, and he simply rejected the suggestion before placing the parchment into the discarded pile. It seems that he would need to have a chat with Argus Filch before school starts. The next parchment was from Severus Snape. Albus released a sigh after reading the man's name. The man had so much potential, alas, there was no medicine for regrets. The man was asking for funds so that he could restock his potions lab before the new session. Albus scoffed at the mentioned budget and crossed it out. After thinking for a bit, he wrote down a more economical budget before approving it. Albus picked up the next parchment and stared at it for a few seconds before shaking his head. Once again, Rolanda Hooch, the Hogwarts flying instructor, was asking for funds to buy new brooms, funds he didn't have. He was quite aware of the fact that the school needed new brooms, but he simply didn't have the funds. Albus wrote down rejected on the parchment before placing it on the pile of rejected parchments. Albus stared at the rest of the pending pile before releasing a tired sigh. Let it be known that being a headmaster is not an easy job. Albus was about to grab the next parchment when all of a sudden, the flow flared up. Albus! Albus! Are you there? He heard a familiar voice from the flue. Albus immediately stood up from his seat and made his way toward the flue, expecting to see a familiar face, which he did, when he arrived in front of the flue. Arabella Fig, a squib, he has appointed to keep an eye on young Harry. Albus closed his eyes with a pained look on his face as soon as Harry Potter came to his mind. He knowingly condemned the boy to 10 years of darkness, but what else could he do? It was necessary. He needed Harry to be meek and malleable. He needed Harry far from magical world and his fame. Even with all the Death Eaters receiving pardons, Albus could have easily arranged for a magical family to take care of Harry and they would have happily agreed to, but he couldn't have that. Harry needed to grow away from his fame. He couldn't have Harry growing a big head. He also needed Harry to grow up in the Muggle world, so the boy could form a connection with the Muggles. Due to the lack of interaction between wizards and Muggles, there was a high chance that Harry may not care for the Muggles if he grew up in the magical world. Again, that was something Albus couldn't have. That is also why Albus never said a thing when Sirius Black was sent to Azkaban without a trial. He couldn't have Harry growing up with Sirius. Albus was also glad when Alice Longbottom, the boy's godmother, was put out of commission by the Lestranges and Barty Crouch Jr. Albus hated himself for his actions or inactions. Sleep refused to come to him for several nights, but what could he do? Voldemort wasn't dead, he was going to return someday. To stop Voldemort from destroying their world, there must be some sacrifices. The prophecy was given to him, so it was obvious that fate has deemed it fit for him to carry the burden. Albus really hoped that it could have someone else instead of him, but he also knew that nobody else besides him could carry such a huge burden. The prophecy was still at play. Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The line meant that only Harry could kill Voldemort and vice versa. Albus did not know what happened during the fateful Halloween night. He only knew that Voldemort somehow lost his body and Harry survived. He did not know what exactly happened that night, but he did know that Voldemort marked Harry as his equal. Voldemort was an orphan, and due to his actions, Harry also became an orphan. That is one of the cases how Voldemort could have marked Harry as his equal, but there was also the scar on his forehead, which could be the mark too. After inspecting the scar, Albus realized that he was out of his depth. He detected the traces of the third killing curse inside the nursery, so Voldemort had obviously used a killing curse to kill Harry, but surprisingly, the boy not only survived but Voldemort's corporeal form was also somehow destroyed. How did the boy survive the killing curse? Albus did not have an answer to that, but he finally received his answer when he found Lily's notes. He couldn't believe what Lily had done to protect her son, but at the same time, he couldn't blame her. Lily willingly sacrificed herself to protect her son, and that is how Albus came to know about Lily's protection. He would admit, he was quite fascinated by the magic Lily had used, but at the same time, he couldn't understand all of it, and that annoyed him quite a bit. After studying the notes for nearly a whole day, he finally understood how to manipulate the protection, and that is how he created the protection for Petunia's house. It wasn't that hard, as Petunia had the same blood as Lily, running through her veins even though she didn't have any magic. Albus knew that Harry will not be going to have a happy childhood, but it was necessary, and that is why Albus placed Arabella Fig to keep an eye on Harry. Her duty was to inform him if the Dursleys ended up doing something excessive. Arabella, did something happen? Albus asked in a calm tone, but on the inside, he was already panicking. Arabella was looking really distressed and it wasn't a good sign. He received monthly reports from her at the end of each month, and the month was just starting, so it couldn't be her monthly report. Something must have happened. Albus, I think they have done something really bad to the boy. It has been already 3 days since I have seen him, or as a matter of fact, anyone has seen him. Arabella screamed in distress and Albus decided to placate Arabella before doing anything else. I will pay them a visit, Albus declared as he pinched the bridge of his nose. This is what he was afraid of. Chapter 6, A Man on Mission. Harry groaned softly as he finally opened his eyes. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust. It was still bright outside. He was tired after exploring the manor, and he was also missing his mom, so he decided to take a small nap on the couch, which turned out to be a good idea as his mom wanted to talk with him. Norton, Harry called out as soon as he remembered what his mom wanted him to do. The said creature arrived in front of the couch with a soft pop. What can Norton be doing for Master Hadrian? Norton asked in an excited tone. The name still felt somewhat weird to him, but he was never going to complain as it was the name his mom preferred. From his mother, he was able to learn quite a few things about house elves. First of all, they do not need to eat to survive, they simply need to be bound to a source of magic for their continued existence. Norton was apparently bound to the Potter Manor. Secondly, house elves love to work. The more work they have, the happier they are. Thirdly, they don't mind wearing new clothes, but you can't give them clothes as it will break their bond. Apparently, it was a cruel thing to do. The last time his mom saw Norton before she lost her body, he used to dress in a nice uniform with the Potter family emblem embroidered into it, but for whatever reason, Norton was dressed in a pillowcase now. Fourthly, house elves are extremely loyal creatures, but if you abuse them, then they might find a way to get back at you. Their magic is also very different from a human's magic, so there is no way to know what they might do to get back at you. Norton, do we have some money in the manor? I mean to buy food and other necessary supplies. Harry asked and Norton immediately started to nod his head. Yes. Yes. We do. You be having more gold in your vaults, but there is enough gold in the manor to buy food and supplies for years. Norton exclaimed excitedly. Well. That takes care of the first issue. I no longer need to worry about running out of food or something else, Harry mused internally. Norton, there is something else I need your help with, Harry said, looking a bit nervous. This was the first time he was ordering someone, and he didn't like it one bit. After spending years at Disley's, he knew how it felt being ordered around. House elves are not like us. You can't compare our morals with theirs. They are not like humans, they love working, so don't feel bad ordering them around. Giving them something to do will only make them happier. Harry remembered his mother's words and decided to go along with it. The way Norton was looking at him was enough proof to Harry that his mom was right. I need you to find some information for me. I need you to find everything you can about Alice Longbottom and Sirius Black, Harry said, and Norton nodded his head in understanding. Norton remembers Mistress Longbottom and Master Padfoot. Norton will find everything he can find about them. Norton gushed out in a gleeful tone before he disappeared with a soft pop. That takes care of the second issue. Harry mused as he got up from the couch. He stretched lazily as he started to make his way toward the library. Everything was still feeling so surreal. Usually, he would be at school right now, dreading over the fact that school will be over soon and he would need to return to his relative's house. Knowledge is power, my son. You need to know everything there is to know about the magical world. I don't want anyone to take advantage of you. He remembered what his mom said as he entered the library. Harry was already planning to learn everything he could learn about the magical world even before his mom asked him to. After all, Harry was also excited about the magical world, and like any other child of his age, he was completely amazed by magic. He was completely gobsmacked when he saw how huge the library was. This library was way bigger than their school library. Harry tried. He really tried, but he couldn't stop an excited squeal from escaping his lips. Blushing slightly, Harry started to walk around the library, trying to find the books his mom told him to read before anything else. The Origin of Us, Volume I, Harry read the title inside his mind as he pulled out the book from the shelves. This was one of the books his mom asked him to read, and like a good boy, he will listen to his mom. After all, he would rather die than disappoint her. The Elements of Magic. Harry found another book his mom told him about. If I knew about this book when I entered the magical world, then magic could have been so much easier for me. Those were his mother's exact words. Intent is the answer. Harry found the third book on the list, but he decided to keep looking so that he could find all the books on the list. Magic through history. Harry found the fourth book and released a tired sigh. The library was so huge that it was extremely hard to find books, but he did find 4 of the books from the list and he only needed 1 more. After looking for nearly 10 minutes, Harry finally found the last book. Mysteries of Mind. Harry read the title inside his mind with a hint of desperation and urgency in his mind. Occlumency is an advanced form of magic, which helps you to organize your mind, and it also helps you defend against mental intrusions. It will also help you against all forms of mind manipulation magics, but that will only happen when you become proficient enough. Harry remembered his mom's words as he pulled out the book from the shelf. Occlumency is going to be extremely hard, but learning occlumency might help you stay in contact with me even when you are awake. That was enough for Harry, and he was already vying to learn occlumency. He wanted to be in presence of his mom all the time. Someone might call him a mama's boy, but did he care? No. With all 5 books in his hands, Harry made his way toward the table at the corner. Harry placed the books on the table and decided to start with the elements of magic. After noticing how eager her son was to learn occlumency, Lily warned him to start with the elements of magic. Apparently, there were some things he needed to know before he could stay working on his occlumency. Privet Drive, Little Whinging. Albus Dumbledore appeared inside one of the darker allies in Little Whinging, Surrey, with a loud pop, dressed in his extravagant purple robes. Before walking out of the alley, he pulled out his wand and cast a Notice Me Not charm at himself. While he didn't mind people staring at him, right now, he wanted to avoid all the attention he could. Right now, he was on a mission. A very important mission, which could possibly change the fate of magical world. Albus walked out of the alley when he was finally done, and without wasting any more time, he started to make his way toward number 4. The sky was getting dark, children were playing all the streets with their parents watching over them and couldn't help but smile at the sight. Albus finally arrived at number 4 and the smile disappeared from his face. He blamed himself for how Harry's life turned out to be, but it was necessary. It was useless to think all of that right now. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. He heard some footsteps from the inside, coming towards the door, so he dropped the Notice Me Not charm. It was Petunia who opened the door. Petunia was about to greet Albus, but her eyes grew wide in surprise and fear as she recognized him. You! Petunia screamed while pointing her finger at Albus, but he wasn't in the mood. He needed answers. Where is he? Albus asked calmly, looking completely unbothered by the fact that the woman was glaring daggers at him. Albus pushed forward, completely disregarding Petunia, who had to take a step back in fear. Petunia might be trying to show a strong front, but she was extremely nervous and afraid on the inside. Petunia, I won't ask again. Where? Island. Albus slowly asked in an indifferent tone. Petunia flinched at his tone and her gaze nervously trailed toward the cupboard. Albus already knew that Harry wasn't going to have a happy childhood. That is the reason why he placed him here, so he wasn't surprised to see that the Durs Ellis made the boy live in the cupboard. Albus waved his hand to open the door and found the cupboard empty, but his suspicion was right. Harry was living in the cupboard. Albus turned back toward Petunia, who was completely pale right now. You leave me no choice, Petunia, Albus said in a disappointed tone, but before Petunia could react, she found his wand pointed in her direction. Legilimen's Albus decided to take the information right out of Petunia's mind. He could have done it without his wand, but using his wand would simply make the process much faster. Albus rummaged through her mind and couldn't help but grimace. Harry was being treated way worse than he was expecting. It was bad. Very bad. He wouldn't be surprised if Harry would want nothing to do with the Muggles. Vernon went too far during his last punishment, and he made a note in his mind that he needed to deal with the Dursleys, but before that, he needed to find Harry as soon as possible. Chapter 7, The Boy Who Realized. Mistress Longbottom be at Janus Thicky Ward of St. Mungo's and Sirius Black. Norton bit out with a growl and Harry couldn't help but raise his brows at that. Has been sent to Azkaban for killing Peter Pettigrew along with 12 Muggles. He is also responsible for betraying the Potters, Master Hadrian. Norton spat out in disgust. How did he betray the Potters? Harry asked heatedly. According to his mom, Sirius Black was his godfather. He really wanted to know how the man betrayed his parents, but something wasn't right. Sirius Black was sent to prison for killing Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles, but according to his mom, Peter Pettigrew was their secret keeper. Even if Sirius was being punished for killing the Muggles, nobody should be saying that Sirius Black betrayed his parents, right? Harry felt like something else was going on here. It was a nagging feeling at the back of his mind. When Master James and Mistress Lily went to hide, they used old magic. Norton does not know what they did, but Norton could no longer find them. Norton found that only Sirius Black knew where they were and he revealed their location to you-know-who. Norton whispered angrily. Harry frowned after hearing Norton's words. Yes, he was right. Something was wrong. According to his mom, they made Peter Pettigrew their secret keeper while they told everyone that Sirius Black was their secret keeper. Then how come everyone still believed that Sirius Black was the one who betrayed his parents? Was the truth never revealed? But how? If Sirius Black was sent to prison, then they must have put him on a trial, right? Harry quickly shook his head to clear his mind. Even though he felt bad for the man, he never knew him personally. Yes, if Sirius Black was free then he may not have been sent to the Dursleys, but he couldn't keep thinking about ifs. You know who? Harry asked, looking really confused as he inclined his head. Norton started to fiddle with his hands. He is the bad man you defeated, Norton revealed, and once again, Harry was confused. I didn't defeat anyone. Are you talking about Voldemort? Harry asked as a look of realization dawned on his face as soon as Norton heard the name. He shrieked in fear. Master Hadrian, you must not say his name. Norton exclaimed in fear, but Harry simply shrugged. It's only a name. If you fear his name, then you are simply giving him power, Harry said with a shrug. To be honest, Harry didn't have all the information, so it wasn't right of him to make assumptions, but he believed that they shouldn't be afraid of a simple name. Norton simply gave Harry a look before nodding his head. Master Hadrian is right. Norton shouldn't fear a name when Master Hadrian defeated the bad man when he was just a baby, Norton said while nodding his head, and after hearing his words Harry wanted nothing more than bang his head on the wall. It was already uncomfortable for him, with Norton always calling him Master Hadrian, and if by any chance Norton started to worship him, then it would simply become unbearable for him. He was barely able to wrap his head around the fact that he cannot treat Norton with human morals. Harry also knew for a fact that it wasn't him who defeated Voldemort. It was his mom who was responsible for the man's defeat, but there was no way Harry could tell Norton about his mom. From his mom, Harry knew that house elves are extremely loyal creatures, but he simply didn't know how to explain his mother's survival to the overly excited creature. Norton, I don't remember what happened that night. I was only a baby, so I don't know if it was me who defeated him, Harry tried to explain, but Norton started to shake his head in denial. It was Master Hadrian who defeated the bad man. Norton knows. Everyone knows that it was Master Hadrian who defeated the bad man. Norton said while nodding his head like a sage. Everyone. Harry squeaked out, looking extremely uncomfortable. Oh yes, Master Hadrian. They call you the boy who lived for surviving the nastiest curse out there, Norton explained dramatically, and Harry almost started to choke when he heard his hyphenated title. Don't you remember the stories of your adventures, Master Hadrian? Why didn't Master Hadrian call Norton before when he went adventuring? Did Norton do something bad? Norton asked meekly, tears started pooling in his eyes. What? What of what? Harry eloquently asked himself. What adventures are you talking about, Norton? I never left the Dursleys, Harry explained weakly. The pressure was getting too much. He simply wanted to run away and hide, but he didn't want to disappoint his mother. Norton inclined his head after hearing Harry's words with a confused look on his face. Then what about the books? There are books about your adventures. Master Hadrian be saving princesses and riding dragons to sunsets. Norton cheerfully exclaimed while nodding his head in excitement. Harry simply ended up palming his face. Stop, Norton. I never did any of that. I never saved a princess, and I know for sure that I never rode a dragon into sunset. I am just Harry, you know, trying to find his place in the world, Harry said sullenly as he plopped down on the couch. Norton looked completely horrified at the prospect of someone lying about his master, and he was the reason why his master was feeling so depressed. Norton did not know what to do, and he was also afraid that might worsen the situation, so he decided to remain silent for the time being, but he started to fiddle with his fingers in nervousness while hoping that his master wasn't angry at him. After a few minutes of silence, Harry was finally able to regain his bearings. He knew that didn't want to disappoint his mom. In fact, he wanted to make her proud. At first, when his mom told him that she died to protect him, he didn't know what to say. After all, he wasn't anything special, she shouldn't have died for him, but his mom was quick to dissuade him from that notion. Hadrian, you are the most precious thing to me. You do know how special you are. If I have to die again to protect you, then I will do so with a smile on my face. Those were his mother's exact words. Harry's heart swelled in delight as he remembered her words. His mother believed that he was special. Someone worth dying for. That is why Harry refused to disappoint his mom. He wanted to prove to her that she didn't die for nothing. Harry realized that they have strayed too far from the original topic. What is Janus Thicky Ward? Harry asked Norton as he removed his hands from his face. Master Hadrian, Janus Thicky Ward is a place where patients with permanent spell damage are kept and treated, Norton explained uneasily. What happened to Alice Longbottom? Harry asked curiously. He wanted to know what happened to his godmother. His godfather was in prison, but something was really dodgy with his godfather's case, so he wanted to know why his godmother never came to save him. After the bad man was killed, Norton said nervously as he glanced at Harry. Some of his minions went to look for the bad man. They used a nasty curse on Mistress Longbottom which made her lose her mind, Norton explained in a whisper, and Harry couldn't help but feel horrified. Harry did not know what to say or how to react. Now he was feeling bad for being angry at the woman. For a few more minutes, Harry was unable to say anything and he simply played around with all the information in his mind. There were a few more people his mom wanted him to look for with the help of Norton, but they could wait. Norton, we will need to leave this house. All of a sudden Harry spoke up, surprising Norton, who almost went catatonic after hearing his words. Either Harry didn't see Norton's reaction or he simply decided to ignore it, but he decided to carry on with his explanation. It was Albus Dumbledore who left me at the tender care of Dursley's. Harry spat out with a bit of venom in his venom. As soon as he realizes that I am no longer at the Dursleys, he will start looking for me. I do not know why, but for whatever reason, he wants me to live with the Dursleys, Harry continued to explain with a blank look on his face. Norton, I have removed him from the book of guests, but I don't think that will stop him if he really wants to enter the manor, Harry explained, and Norton nodded his head in understanding. Norton, I don't want to go back to that place, Harry pleaded desperately, and even Norton started to cry after he saw the pained look on Harry's face. After a whole minute, Norton was finally able to calm down. He wiped his eyes with a snap of his fingers. But where will we go, Master Hadrian? Norton asked with a sniff. Since he was born, Norton has been bound to Potter Manor and now he was planning to leave the manor. He was feeling like someone gutted him, but if it was to protect Master Hadrian, then he wouldn't mind abandoning the manor. He had already failed Master Hadrian once. He didn't want to fail him again. You don't have to worry about that, Norton. I already have a place in my mind, Harry revealed with a small grin. Now, let's start packing, Harry said while cracking his fingers as he slowly stood up from the couch. Chapter 8, The House Forgotten. Lily did not know what to say. She was left completely speechless by the report her son received from Norton. Lily would never know how anybody could think that Sirius Black would betray them. He was like a brother to James. Sirius would have rather died rather than betray James in any manner. Not only that, Sirius was in Azkaban. Lily already knew something else was going on, but it was too early to point any fingers. She didn't have all the information, and right now, there was nothing she could do to help Sirius, and Lily didn't even want to think about Alice. Her fate was worse than death. Lily started to wonder what the fuck was happening in the magical world. She always knew that they were nothing better than sheep. After all, she fought in the war, and it wouldn't have been a war in the first place if the Ministry did their job, but they were busy kissing the arses of their precious pure-blood lords when Voldemort started gaining power. Not only that, if the people fought instead of hiding, then they could have ended the war long ago, and she didn't even want to start with Albus Bloody Dumbledore and his bloody order. They were pathetic at best. Shame it took her so many years to understand that finally. You can't fight a war with stunners and disarming charms. Now the sheeple of magical Britain decided to give to her son a glorified title. The Boy Who Lived. Lily would happily admit in the confines of her mind that the title was pretty nice, but she could never understand the fetish of British magical people with hyphenated names. Though she was really looking forward to cursing all the people who were making money by writing fake stories about her son. Lily didn't mind the fact that the people were giving the credit for defeating Voldemort to her son, but she hated the fact that they decided to put him on a pedestal but never bothered to look for her son in all these years. She will never forgive the sheeple of magical Britain, but she could still use their sheeple mentality for her own gains. Well, Lily didn't want anything for these foolish people, but they could be useful for her son. Then there was also the fact that Voldemort wasn't dead as everyone believed. So, the sheeple were going to have some use in the future. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts. Albus finally returned to his office and slumped down in his chair while fiddling with his wand. Finding Harry could have been so much easier if he had some of his blood, willingly given, of course. Now he would have to ask some of his understanding friends for some help. If it was up to him, then he wouldn't have tried to involve anyone as the truth about Harry's childhood might come out in the open, but he didn't have a choice. As of now, he has 3 full-time jobs. He is the supreme mugwump of the ICW, he is also the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and finally, he was the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It was simply impossible for him to drop everything and look for Harry, and people will also start talking if all of a sudden, he decided to take a sabbatical. It was simply impossible for any high-profile people like him to take a leave. That wasn't the end of his worries. According to Petunia's memories, Harry was supposed to be locked inside the cupboard, but that didn't stop him from leaving. From Petunia's memories, he also knew that Harry was able to apparate to the roof of his school under distress. Was it possible for Harry to repeat the act at his will? It was a troubling thought. There was also a chance that someone might have helped Harry escape, but who could have helped him? Did someone from the magical world find the boy? Or was it possible that someone from the Muggle world took pity on the boy? But they should have informed the Muggle Aurors, right? Or did someone kidnap Harry? That would be the worst. Albus had so many questions but no answer. Albus took off his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. He couldn't ask any of his staff to look for the boy. Minerva would eat him alive and Severus would probably try to push to curse the boy. Albus could have asked Hagrid to look for Harry, but Hagrid simply can't keep a secret. There was nobody else Albus would trust with the job in his staff. After releasing a huge sigh, Albus put on his glasses and grabbed an empty parchment from the table. Let's see what Mundungus and Alastor are up to, Albus mused internally as he picked up his quill. The two of them had a lot of contacts, so if someone from Magical World got the boy, then the two of them would know, and Alastor also had contacts in the Muggle world. Random farmhouse, Rutland. Is this the place, Master Hadrian? Norton asked Riley as he stared at the rundown farmhouse. Harry scratched his cheek nervously as he stared at the barely standing house in trepidation. I think so. Harry muttered with an unsure look on his face. This was the address his mom gave him, and she even warned him about the rundown condition of the house. At least the house is standing and it is way better than my cupboard, Harry thought before taking a deep breath, and then he started to make his way toward the house. The house belonged to my aunt, Marigold Russell. She left me the house before she died. I was her favorite niece. Only my parents knew about this house and they passed away long ago. I haven't even told Petunia about the house. She was already a jealous bitch, and if she found that our aunt gave me the house, then she would have hit the roof. Harry remembered Lily's words as he finally arrived in front of the house. After a few seconds of silence, Harry finally turned toward Norton. Let's go in and hope that the house doesn't fall over us, Harry said while chuckling, trying to lighten the mood. Harry was quite aware of the fact that Norton was really saddened about leaving the Potter Manor. Harry arrived at the porch and started to check the flower pots. After receiving the house, Lily kept a spare key inside one of the flower pots while she kept the other key on her person. That key was lost. Lily had no idea where she lost it, but it was gone. Harry finally found the key inside the third flower pot. The door unlocked with a click and he opened the door with a push and walked in. Norton followed him inside with a sullen look on his face. The interior of the house was covered in a thick layer of dust, but the condition of the interior was much better than the exterior. Yes. This could work. We can live here, but the house needs a thorough cleaning, Harry mused with a thoughtful look on his face when he was finally done looking around the house. Norton, can you clean the house? Harry asked nervously, and Norton looked like Christmas has come early. Of course, Master Hadrian. Norton be cleaning the house. Norton declared with a proud look on his face and disappeared with a pop. Well. That takes care of cleaning, Harry muttered blandly at the spot where Norton was standing before disappearing. Anyway, I need to place the ward stone in the basement, Harry muttered to himself as he made his way toward the basement. Hadrian, you will need to take the ward stone with you. That will take care of Norton's bond. Norton is not bound to the manor, he is bound to the ward stone. The wards won't function properly after you place the ward stone in my aunt's house, but they will be functional enough to keep you safe in a Muggle area. After removing the ward stone, you need to go to each corner of the ward line and grab the pillar stone. Even after removing the ward stone, you will be able to feel the pillar stones, so it won't be hard. The pillar stones are used to signify the boundary of the ward line. Hadrian, you need to remember exactly how far the pillar stones are from the ward stone. In my aunt's house, you can't increase the distance between the ward stone and the pillar stones or the wards will fail. Hadrian, please be careful and I love you with that. His mom finished his explanation. The words still rang around in his mind. Harry finally arrived at the basement and looked around. He noticed a few rats along with a few cockroaches running around and he didn't even have to look for spiders. The whole basement was filled with cobwebs and spiders. Harry didn't mind. He had a few spiders back in his cupboard and he talked with them whenever he felt lonely. There is a lot to be done before we can live here. Harry rubbed the back of his head with a small frown. Chapter 9, The Duo Determined. Lily's farmhouse, Rutland. Ha! What do you think about the wards, Norton? Harry asked as he slumped down on a chair looking tired. While Norton could have cleaned the house on his own, Harry decided to help the house elf by cleaning the basement. It is a good thing that, unlike other children, Harry wasn't afraid of rats, cockroaches, or spiders. Norton shuffled nervously on his feet as the creature lowered his head with a sullen look. They aren't as strong as they were at the Potter Manor, Norton mumbled after a few moments of silence. That is expected. What do you think about your bond? You aren't feeling uncomfortable, right? Harry asked and Norton immediately shook his head. If there was anything wrong with Norton's bond, then Harry was planning to ask the creature to bond with him. Good. Harry nodded his head in satisfaction. So, what do you think about the house? Harry asked and once again, Norton started to shuffle on his feet, looking a bit uncomfortable. The house be needing a lot of repairs. Norton also needs to be using magic to keep the house safe from rodents. Some new furniture are needed too, Norton answered as he scrunched his face with a thoughtful look. We can get them from the Potter Manor if you are fine with it, Harry suggested and Norton simply nodded his head with a cheerful smile. Master Hadrian, what should Norton be doing with the rest of the furniture? Norton asked in a hopeful tone. Harry already knew what the house elf was hoping for, but it was simply impossible to fit all those furniture in this house. Maybe with those expansion charms, his mom was talking about, he would be able to fit all of them inside the house, but as of right now, it was simply impossible. Maybe, I can leave them at Potter Manor. Harry wondered as he glanced at Norton from the corner of his eyes and he immediately realized that Norton will be quite displeased with him if he decided to leave all the furniture at the Potter Manor. Harry never had anything to call his own and now that he had all these things, he didn't want to lose anything if he was being honest. Is there anything we can do about them? I mean, we can't fit everything in this house. Harry asked Norton, who eagerly nodded his head. Of course, Master Hadrian, we can place the rest of the furniture in the Potter vaults, Norton revealed, and Harry couldn't help but raise his brows at Norton's words. You won't be able to access our Potter vaults, but you will be able to access your trust vault. Though it would be better if you can avoid making a visit to Gringotts. I am sure that Albus will have someone watching the bank in case you show up at Gringotts, that is what his mom said. But Norton, I thought I can't access the Potter vaults, Harry blurted out, and Norton simply nodded his head. Master Hadrian won't be able to access the Potter vaults until he claims his lordship, finishes his owls, or somehow he gets emancipated in the magical world, but Norton is bound to Potter family, so Norton can enter the Potter vaults, but Norton can't take anything from the vaults, Norton answered, looking a bit sullen. I see. Harry muttered thoughtfully. Then bring all the furniture you need and put the rest in the Potter vaults, Harry ordered, and Norton nodded his head gleefully before disappearing with a soft pop. Harry shook his head in amusement as he stared at the spot where Norton was standing, and moments later, Harry grimaced when his stomach growled in hunger. I should have asked Norton to make me something before I told him to leave, Harry mused with a grimace before rolling his shoulders with a shrug. Harry did not mind cooking, in fact, he liked cooking, and now there were no Dursleys to wouldn't give him anything to eat. It is already dark outside. I wonder when Norton is going to return, Harry wondered as he made his way toward the kitchen. Thankfully, they have brought all the kitchen equipment along with all the ingredients from the Potter Manor, packed inside one of the magically expanded trunks. For whatever reason, they had a lot of magically expanded trunks stored inside the storeroom. He would probably need to ask his mom, but he wasn't going to complain as the trunks turned out to be extremely useful. Harry and Norton were able to pack the whole Potter library inside the trunk, and along with all the gold they had at Potter Manor. Harry was also able to find some wands inside the storeroom, and only 2 of them felt somewhat right to him. Yes, that was the best Harry could come up with. Anyway, Harry kept them aside for the time being as he decided to speak with his mom before trying to cast a spell. Harry couldn't be happier right now. Everything was good. He was finally away from the Dursleys, he was able to reunite with his mother, he was even able to make a friend even though his friend insisted on calling him master, and finally, he had a home. Harry did feel bad for not being able to meet his father, but he did get his mom back, so he decided not to complain much. Hadrian, you made the right choice. I am proud of you, my son. Lily beamed at Harry as he told her how he decided not to try casting any spell before talking with her. Lily wanted to pull her baby boy into her arms and keep hugging him for the rest of eternity, but that would be simply impossible. She would never stop her son from achieving greatness or whatever he wanted to do. So, did you feel anything when you touched the wands? Lily asked as she sat down on the floor. Harry nodded his head as he sat down beside her. Good. Tell me, what did you feel? Lily urged with an expectant look on her face. I don't know how to explain it, but two of them felt right. The rest of them, not so much. Harry shrugged, looking away. He did not know if his mom would be happy after hearing his explanation or not, and then there was another fact, only two wands felt right to him and the rest didn't. He didn't know what his mom would think about that. That's brilliant, Harry, it seems that two of the wands were reacting to you. You see, not every wand will work for a wizard or a witch. I was worried that none of the wands were going to react with you. Lily said while smiling, and Harry also smiled after hearing her explanation. It seems that his mom wasn't disappointed in him. So, can I start learning magic? Harry asked in an excited tone, and the smile on Lily's face dimmed. Yes, you can. It would have been much better if I was out there with you to teach you magic. That way it would have been safer too, but we have to play with the hand we have been dealt with. Lily sighed in disappointment. Anyway, I think you should start with charms. I am best at charms, so I will be able to guide you quite easily even though I am not out there with you, Lily declared proudly, and Harry simply beamed at the woman in excitement. Will you be able to teach me occlumency? Harry asked after a few moments of silence, and once again, Lily nodded her head. I will be able to guide you, but I don't think I will able to do anything more than that. I never got to learn legilimency, so I do not know if I will be able to train you in occlumency or not, Lily said as she ruffled Harry's hair. I see. By the way, what do you think about Sirius Black? Harry asked, and Lily couldn't help but frown at Harry's question. I do not know what to think. He was like a brother to James. I will never know how could anyone possibly think that Sirius would ever betray James. Though I do think something fishy is going on. Yes, Sirius is a hot-headed and reckless fool, so there is a chance that he killed Peter Pettigrew along with 12 muggles, but Sirius is a black. Even though he said he was disowned from the house, they should have given him a fair trial, Lily pondered aloud with a thoughtful look on her face as she rubbed her chin. But everyone still believes that Sirius betrayed us, which means that the truth was never revealed. Yes, there is definitely something wrong in the whole story, Lily said while nodding her head. I feel bad for him, but if he is in Azkaban, then there is nothing we can do for him. Even if you try to reach out to the authorities, they won't believe you, and you will also end up revealing your location to our enemies, Lily added when she noticed the sullen look on Harry's face. I understand, Mom. Harry nodded his head in understanding. So, what now? I mean, what are we going to do? Harry asked curiously as he stared into his mom's eyes, and a serious look appeared on Lily's face. We prepare while Norton will continue to collect information for us. That is all we can do, Lily revealed with a determined look on her face, and Harry simply nodded his head with his eyes burning in determination. Chapter 10, The Demons of His Past. Time skip, 3 years. Harry stood in front of number 4 Privet Drive with a wand in his hand. It was still quite early, so nobody was out on the streets, but he still decided to cast a muggle-repelling charm on himself and around the house, just in case. He didn't want to be interrupted by anyone, or he would need to kill them too. He didn't even flinch when he thought about killing a person. He simply continued to stare at the house with an indifferent look on his face. He had so many memories of this place, but none of them were good, but today, he was finally going to make himself some good memories at this wretched place. According to his mom, he was about to start a new chapter of his life, so he needed to deal with the demons of his past. So, here he was, planning to deal with the demons who ruined his childhood. A/N, from now on, I will use this to signify whenever Lily or Harry are talking inside each other's mind. Son, are you ready? Harry heard his mother's voice inside his mind, and a ghost of a smile appeared on his face. 3 years have passed since the day he came in contact with his mom, and a lot has changed since that day. He has grown a lot in these past years, and he was also able to fix all the damage done to his body under the tender care of Disley's with the help of Norton. The smile on his face widened when he thought about the excitable house elf. Yes, Mom. I am ready. Let's get this over with, Harry said inside his mind as started to approach the front door. He has trained non-stop during the last 3 years, and he was quite talented at magic, which always helped. He wasn't going to beat any average wizard or witch anytime soon with his current skills, but according to his mom, he can easily match any average 4th-year student with his current skills. After learning where he stood in the magical world from his mom, Harry was angry at himself for not being strong enough, but Lily quickly corrected him, saying that he still had a lot of room and time to improve as he was only 11 years old. Even though Harry was glad that his mom was proud of him, he vowed to train himself more so that he could never disappoint his mom. Remember, Hadrian, I will be with you, so no need to get worried, Lily reassured him as he finally arrived in front of the door. He took a deep breath. This is it! Harry exclaimed inside his mind, and then he pointed his wand at the door. Alohomora, Harry muttered under his breath, and the locks on the other side of the door were unlocked with a snap. Harry placed his hand on the door and pushed it open. He entered the house before closing the door behind him as slowly as he could, not wanting to alert anyone inside the house. Harry wanted to make his way straight toward the first floor, but he wasn't able to stop himself from glancing toward the cupboard. So many of his worst memories were related to the cupboard. For the next few moments, Harry simply continued to stare at the cupboard, and Lily decided not to interrupt him as Harry needed to overcome his demons with his own efforts. She couldn't keep holding his hands forever. After a few minutes, Harry was finally able to look away from the cupboard. Harry sniffed and wiped the corners of his eyes with his sleeve. I am sorry, Mom. I lost my composure, Harry apologized inside his mind. It is all right, son. I know you have a lot of bad memories related to that place, Lily tried to comfort Harry, who simply nodded his head with a determined look on his face. Harry took a deep breath to regain his composure before he finally started to make his way toward the stairs. After arriving at the first floor, Harry looked around to see if anything has changed or not. Fortunately, everything was as he remembered. He arrived in front of Petunia's and Vernon's bedroom door and cast a silencing charm on his own feet. After that, he pointed his wand at the door and unlocked the door by casting the unlocking charm. Harry pushed the door open, and as soon as he laid his eyes on Petunia and Vernon, rage and anger bubbled inside his mind, but he quickly took a deep breath to calm his anger and rage. Losing himself in rage and anger won't help him, he needed to channel his anger and rage to become stronger, to get his vengeance. Harry wasn't that good at occlumency, but his occlumency was good enough for his needs. He could stay in contact with his mom even when he was awake, and he might fail to stop a seasoned legilimencer from entering his mind, but he will be able to notice the intrusion. Harry pointed his wand at the sleeping duo and cast the petrifying charm. While Harry wasn't skilled enough to defeat a 5th-year student, he was strong enough to deal with 3 powerless muggles. He nodded his head in satisfaction when 2 white beams struck Petunia and Vernon one by one. Harry stepped forward with a grin on his face, and he finally stopped when he arrived beside Petunia. With a feral grin on his face, Harry pointed his wand at Petunia and cast a stinging hex. The spell hit Petunia on her face, and her eyes immediately flew open in panic. Her eyes grew wide in fear when her eyes landed on Harry, who was standing right beside her, and her eyes grew even wider when she tried to move but realized she couldn't. Harry rejoiced the fear in her eyes. This is what he was hoping to see. Hello, Aunt Petunia, Harry greeted the terrified woman with a wave of his free hand. Albus stared outside the window with a complicated look on his face. Only a few hours more and he will know Harry's location. It has been 3 years since he lost the boy. In these 3 years, he hasn't even heard a whisper of the boy. Even Alastair failed to find the boy, but today, all of that was going to change. Hogwarts letters are going to send out today, and Harry's letter would have the boy's current address. Albus has tried everything, but the Book of Admittance refused to reveal the boy's location to him. The Book of Admittance is a large parchment book bound in black dragon hide, in which the Quill of Acceptance wrote down the birth of every magical child. The Book of Admittance and the Quill of Acceptance were extremely powerful artifacts created by the founders. The book served as a regulatory system along with the quill. The book refused the quill to write any names in it until sufficient evidence of magical ability was displayed by the child, to prevent any squibs from getting admitted at Hogwarts by some mistake. The quill also wrote down the addresses of every magical child in the book, but the locations were kept a secret until it was time to send them their Hogwarts letters. So, Albus should have been happy. He was finally going to find Harry, but he wasn't happy. In fact, he was worried. Albus had seen Petunia's memories. The Dursleys were way more cruel to the boy than he was expecting, and their neighbors also treated the boy with contempt. So, there was a chance that the boy might hate the Muggles. Then there was another problem. He had no idea what Harry has been doing in the past 3 years. If Harry grew up in the streets for the last 3 years, then there was a good chance that the boy may not trust authority figures, which was going to be bad for his plans. That is why Albus was feeling so complicated. Everything has gone out of his control. Albus pulled out his wand and stared at it. With the Elder Wand, he could easily obliviate Harry and give him new memories, but it might damage the boy's mind. He simply couldn't erase 3 years' worth of memories without leaving any lasting effect even with the Elder Wand in his possession. Not only that, but he would also need to give the boy new memories to fill the gap. If he didn't end up damaging the boy's mind by removing his memories, then he will end up breaking his mind by giving him memories. Even the Elder Wand has its limitations and the human mind is quite fragile, especially a child's mind. Albus has long realized that the Elder Wand might be the strongest wand in the world, but it wasn't infallible or he wouldn't have been able to defeat Gellert. Now, Albus only needed to decide whom to send to meet the boy. He would have preferred if he could visit the boy, but he didn't want Harry to become suspicious of him. After all, he is the headmaster of the school, and the boy might become suspicious if he visited him personally. Albus couldn't have the boy suspecting him, especially with most of his plans already ruined. If everything was still going according to his plan, then he would have sent Hagrid to meet the boy. Hagrid might be scary at first look, but Hagrid's gentle nature would have made it easier for Harry to connect with man. He could have used Hagrid to install the idea of Slytherin are evil in the boy's mind, but this plan of his isn't going to work anymore. The only other option was to send Minerva. He could have sent Severus too, but he might end up killing the boy. Once again, that was something Albus couldn't have, so Minerva it is. The Scottish woman will be angry at him, but he didn't have any other choice at this moment. After releasing a sigh, Albus decided to return to his desk. He still needed to finish all the parchment work before the start of the new school year. A/N, I am hosting 2 polls on my Discord channel. If nobody votes, then I will go with what I have already decided. Chapter 11, A Mother Who Changed. Lily watched the cloudy screen in front of her eyes and beamed in joy. Her baby boy was finally going to grow into his own. He was finally going to enact his vengeance on 3 of his tormentors. Lily was so proud of her baby boy. Lily was quite aware of the fact that she was no longer the same woman she was before she died. Watching her son getting abused for years has changed her, and not in a good way. Not only that, but she also ended up absorbing a piece of Voldemort, who was probably one of the vilest people to ever walk on Earth. Lily would have been surprised if she remained the same even after absorbing the soul piece of one of the vilest people. At first, the effects were so subtle that she didn't even notice the changes, but it was already a year before she finally realized that her changes were way too obvious to ignore any longer. Flashback, 2 years ago. Hadrian, you need to understand the importance of power. You need power to make your place in the world. Take Albus Dumbledore, Voldemort, or Grindelwald for example. Voldemort and Grindelwald are Dark Lords, but nobody could deny the power they wielded. Lily paused to take a look at her son. While he was frowning, he was paying rapt attention to her every word. All 3 of them made a name for themselves and people followed them. No matter what anyone says about them. The 3 of them are incredibly powerful and all 3 of them influenced the world in one way or another, Lily explained with a hard look on her face, and after a few moments of silence, Harry nodded his head in understanding even though he seemed a bit reluctant. That is how the world works, Hadrian. There are only 2 types of people in this world. Leaders and followers. Now, it is up to you if you want to become a leader or a follower. As your mother, I would never want you to become a follower. Look what happened to us. We followed a man who was choking on his morals at his every step, Lily explained with a frustrated look on her face. That is why I want you to become a leader so that you can become your man. To become a leader, you will need power, lots of power, Lily explained while nodding her head. I understand, Mom, but what if I don't want to? Harry asked in a meek tone and Lily simply urged him to continue with a hard look on her face. Harry gulped audibly as he started speaking. Mom, I understand what you are trying to say, but why should I lead stupid sheeple? I don't want to lead anyone, but I understand why power is so necessary. If you want to achieve anything, then you need to have power, Harry explained while nervously fiddling with his hands. After a few moments, Harry finally raised his head and looked straight into her eyes with a fire burning in his eyes. Lily felt a shiver run down her spine. I want power. I want to become the strongest so I can be free, Harry explained with his eyes burning in determination, and Lily shivered for the second time after hearing his words, but she couldn't help but incline her head in confusion after hearing his words. You want to become the strongest so that you can be free? Lily asked curiously, and Harry nodded his head in agreement. Yes, I want to become the strongest so that I can be free to do anything I want. I want to become the strongest so that I can live the life I choose for myself, Harry explained with a hard look on his face. Lily practically beamed at her son as she pulled him into her arms. First of all, her baby boy was finally growing up into his own and he was looking extremely adorable with the determined look on his face. Secondly, she couldn't help but agree with her son's philosophy. Become so strong that you can live the life you choose. Lily admitted, there was a nice ring to it. Then what about the people who wronged you? After a few moments of silence, Lily finally asked, changing the topic as she no longer needed to explain the importance of power to her son. He already understood why power was so important and he already had his own reason to seek power. After hearing Lily's question, the determined look on his face disappeared and he started to fumble nervously. I don't know. I don't want to hurt anyone, but I also don't want to forgive anyone who has wronged me, Harry mumbled nervously, looking away from Lily. Lily couldn't help but frown after hearing his answer. Yes, you are right. You can't forgive anyone who has wronged you. That will send the wrong message to your enemies or whoever is trying to take advantage of you. You will need to make an example out of the people who have wronged you so that no one else dares to wrong you, Lily explained with a hard look on her face, and Harry practically whimpered at her words. Lily wanted to rush at her son so that she could console him, but she stopped herself. She needed to make him understand why vengeance was necessary. She needed to make him understand why he needed to be hard on the people who has wronged him. There were so many Death Eaters who were set free after claiming the Imperious defense. All of them were a danger to her son and he needed to have the right mindset to deal with them, in a permanent manner. The only good Death Eater is a dead Death Eater. Is it really so important? Harry stuttered out and Lily nodded her head with a no-nonsense look on her face. Yes, it is important, very important. You already knew that you have so many enemies out there. Do you think they will leave you alone? Do you think they won't try to take advantage of you? Do you really think that they won't try to get back at you for getting rid of their master? Lily questioned heatedly and Harry practically cowered at Lily's verbal onslaught. Lily felt like someone ripped out her heart when she noticed the look Harry was giving her, but she knew that she couldn't lose at this stage. Hadrian, I understand why you are so reluctant. I really do, but you have to understand what I am trying to say. I only want the best for you. Lily explained with a defeated look on her face. Harry simply heard her words and continued to stare at his feet. Lily decided that it was better to let him ponder on his own. After several minutes of silence, Harry finally took a deep breath and raised his head. I finally understand what you are trying to say, and while I don't like it, I agree with you. If I show weakness, then all of my enemies will pounce at me, Harry stuttered out as tears started to roll down his eyes. I promise, Mom, I won't disappoint you. Everyone who has wronged me will pay. Harry declared as he continued to cry, but at the same time, his eyes were burning with determination. Lily immediately rushed at her son and pulled him into her arms. Lily hated herself for manipulating her baby boy in such a manner, but it was necessary. There were so many enemies out there who were ready to pounce at her son, ready to take advantage of him or ready to enact their vengeance on him. There is nobody she could rely on, so she needed to make sure that her son was prepared to face them. As she kept hugging her son, there was something she realized about herself. She has changed a lot in the past year, and that is when she realized that something was wrong with her, but she decided to remain calm for the time being. After Hadrian left, she started to panic, but after panicking for a couple of hours, she realized that she wouldn't gain anything by panicking. She needed to understand what was happening to her. She realized that she needed to know exactly what was happening to her. So, she started to think how she has changed. The first thing Lily realized was that she had started to lust for power. She wanted power to become the strongest so that she could keep protecting her baby boy. The next thing Lily noticed was that she had become a lot more vindictive than before. She wanted every single person who hurt her baby boy to pay with their blood. And finally, Lily realized that her thirst for knowledge had increased several folds. She wanted to gather all the knowledge out there so that she could help her baby boy. After pondering for hours, Lily realized that changes weren't that bad. As long as her priority was keeping her son safe, nothing else mattered to her. If she needed to burn the rest of the world for the sake of her baby boy, then she will happily alight the world with fire. Lily knew that she was becoming way too obsessive, but did she care? No. She knew her love and care for Hadrian was turning into something very unhealthy, but once again, did she care? No. As long as she could keep Hadrian safe, nothing else would matter to her. She was going to keep the vow she made years ago before she found herself trapped inside her son. She will protect her son. Whatever it takes. Flashback ends. I am currently hosting 2 polls on my Discord server, please check them out. I added a notice in yesterday's chapter 2, so those who have already voted don't need to be bothered by this notice. Chapter 12, Happy Birthday to Me. Hello, Aunt Petunia. Harry greeted the terrified woman with a wave of his free hand. Once again, the terrified woman tried to move, but all of her desperate attempts failed spectacularly. Hello, Uncle. I am glad that you are up. I was wondering if I had to wake you up. Harry turned toward his uncle, who had just woken up. Harry could already guess what was going through the man's mind. The man was already balefully glaring at him while his face started to turn red. Harry still remembered the beating he received from his uncle before he was reunited with his mom, and he couldn't help but rejoice at the fact that he was finally going to have his revenge. Did you guys know that I turned 11 today? Harry asked in an amused tone as he raised his wand so that both his aunt and uncle could see it. Petunia's eyes almost popped out of her eye sockets, and Vernon also seemed to have a similar type of reaction, but Harry could clearly see the hate and anger in his eyes. I see. The 2 of you already know what this is. Harry trailed off as he flicked his wand in the air, releasing several streaks of light from the tip of his wand. The fear in Petunia's eyes multiplied, and Vernon was almost frothing from his mouth as his whole being radiated hate and anger. Harry simply smiled as he lowered his wand, not wanting to scare his aunt anymore, and at the same time, he also didn't want to push Vernon off the edge. One of them might have a stroke due to stress, and Harry would be really displeased if either of them died before he could have his revenge. I am not surprised. After all, you knew that my mother was a witch and not some drunk, didn't you? Harry growled in anger. He simply couldn't suppress his anger with his occlumency when he remembered how this woman disparaged his mother in front of the other muggles. Well, they also called her a whore, but Harry was barely restraining his anger as it was. Even my father wasn't a drunk layabout, but I understand why you disparaged them. You couldn't handle the fact that you were inferior, Harry ground out while gritting his teeth. Anyway, let's get back to the topic at hand. I turned 11 today, you know what that means, don't you? Harry asked as he raised his eyebrows curiously. I am going to start a new chapter in my life and I don't want to be burdened by my past demons, Harry explained as he finally moved away from Petunia and made his way toward Vernon's side. Tell me, Aunt Petunia, why did you hate me so much? I was only a baby, what did I ever do to earn your ire? Harry asked with a pained look on his face as he pointed his wand at Petunia. Incarcerous, Harry muttered, and thick ropes were conjured around Petunia, binding the woman. While Harry wasn't completely inept when it came to silent casting, it required a lot more magic to cast spells silently, and he was yet to get a hang of silent casting. As soon as Petunia was bound, Harry muttered another spell, releasing Petunia from her petrified state. Petunia immediately realized that she could move again. She immediately turned toward Harry and glared at him balefully. I hate you because we never wanted you in the first place. We are completely natural people and we were forced to take care of you, we wanted nothing with that freak world of yours, but there you were, placed at our doorstep with just a letter. Petunia screeched, and Harry was already regretting his choice to release the woman. I wanted nothing with you or any of your freakishness, but we were never given a choice, were we? The woman started to laugh mirthlessly. I wanted none of your freakishness influencing our debtors, but you kept using your unnaturalness to ruin our lives. Now you are here when we were finally thinking we were shot of you. The woman growled in anger and tears started to roll out of her eyes. Harry almost felt bad for the woman, almost. I see. Unfortunately, you made the wrong choice. Did you really believe that I will never strike back at you? Had you treated me nicely, we won't be having this conversation, but we can't have everything now, can we? Harry asked in a mocking tone as he pointed his wand at Petunia and reapplied the petrifying charm. Uncle Vernon, I would have allowed you to speak, but I can already guess what you are thinking. Harry shrugged dismissively, and then he placed the tip of his wand at the side of Vernon's temple. The man tried to scoot away, but unfortunately, Vernon was petrified. Then Harry looked at Petunia, who was staring at Harry with a lot of hatred in her eyes. I understand what you are trying to say. Believe me, I do. While I would have been unhappy in case someone left a baby at my doorstep without giving me any choice, I wouldn't have taken out my anger on the baby. Harry muttered in a grave tone, and then he turned his head so that he could look straight into his uncle's eyes. You love beating people weaker than you, don't you? Don't worry. You will have your wish, Harry said as he cast a variant of compulsion charm on his uncle. As soon as you can move again, you will make your way to your son's room and beat him to death, and when you are done with him, you will return to this room and beat your wife to death, Harry suggested the man with a sinister glint in his eyes. Vernon's eyes turned glazed as soon as Harry cast the spell, and Petunia could only watch the whole scene unfolding, much to her horror. After beating your wife to death, you will leave the house and attack the first person you see, and you will not stop until you are shot down by the cops, Harry finished suggesting, and removed the tip of his wand from the man's head. Harry nodded his head in satisfaction and turned toward Petunia. Magic. The spell I used is so weak that any wizard or witch could have easily fought off my orders due to their innate magic, but unfortunately, Uncle Vernon doesn't have any magic. So, how does it feel now? I bet you are wishing that you had magic right now. Harry exclaimed cheerfully. Petunia never thought she would hate anyone more than her freaky sister, but her sister's filthy spawn proved her wrong. She could only stare at Harry in complete hatred, desperation, and anger as tears continued to roll down her eyes. For a traitorous moment, she did think that it would have been better if she had magic. She wouldn't have grown apart from Lily, and she wouldn't have been in this position right now. Ah! Sorry, Uncle Vernon. I should have released you before, Harry mused aloud as he flicked his wand and released Vernon from his petrified state. His uncle shot up from the bed with a look of fury etched on his face. For a moment, Petunia thought that the spell might have failed and Vernon would attack the monster, but all of her hopes were dashed when Vernon climbed off the bed before making his way toward the door. Petunia could only watch in horror as Vernon left the room. I would have loved to keep you company, but I have a show to watch, Harry said cheerfully as he skipped out of the room, and that when as they heard someone open a door with a loud bang. Dad! They heard a confused voice before screams and cries started to ring throughout the house. Harry would have loved to watch Petunia's reactions, but he wanted to witness Dudley's last moment in the world. Harry watched Vernon beat Dudley until the fat boy was no longer moving, but his face remained completely stoic. He killed a boy of his age, but he didn't feel anything, no regrets, no guilt, no joy. In fact, he only felt satisfied. A certain urge inside him was finally satisfied. Vernon breathed out as he finally turned around and walked out of the room, completely ignoring Harry. Petunia also met the same fate as her son, and Harry simply kept watching the whole scene unfold from outside the room. Harry didn't even bother to remove the petrifying charm from Petunia so that he could hear her screams, but he did feel a bit satisfied when Petunia finally stopped breathing. Harry could already hear some sirens. Apparently, the cops were already here. Someone must have heard Dudley's screams and informed the cops. Though Harry started to wonder why nobody called the cops when it was him who screamed. Vernon made his way out of the house looking like a mad bull and attacked the first person he saw, just like Harry suggested. Harry cast a muggle-repelling charm on himself along with a Notice Me Not charm before making his way downstairs so that he could watch the whole show. Harry watched Vernon beat another person to death before the cops finally arrived. Vernon immediately attacked the cops, and after they failed to subdue the obviously crazed man, they were forced to gun him down. Harry watched the whole scene from inside the house. Once again, he didn't any regret, guilt, or joy. He simply felt satisfaction. Harry finally walked out of the house confidently without bothering to give the gathering cops and muggles a look. Happy birthday to me, Harry muttered as he walked away from the scene. Happy birthday, son. I am so proud of you and Hadrian, you did well. Harry heard Lily's voice inside his head. A ghost of a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 13, The Boy Who Left, I. Nut for your thoughts, son, Lily asked curiously. Harry was clearly lost in his thoughts as he walked down the streets, and Lily clearly wanted to know what her son was thinking about. She was worried that her son might be feeling guilt, regret, or something along the line. I was simply wondering how the school is going to be. I already know that I am famous all around the world for surviving the killing curse. I am just hoping that I can have a normal school life, Harry answered thoughtfully and heard his mom scoff inside his mind. Both of us already know that is never going to happen, Lily pointed out in an amused tone, and Harry simply made a frustrated noise as he continued to walk. Wherever you go, you will be always under scrutiny, Lily added with a chuckle, and this time, Harry wasn't able to stop a groan from escaping his mouth. I would have preferred if I wasn't famous for something you did, Harry grouched unhappily. Lily chuckled inside his mind after hearing his words. Oh! My baby boy! I don't mind you taking credit for something I did, and do you really think that the people of magical Britain would have ever accepted the fact that a mudblood witch like me defeated someone like Voldemort? Lily asked with a hint of bitterness in her voice. How can you say that about yourself, and didn't I tell you how much I hate that word? Harry screamed angrily inside his mind. Grow up, Hadrian. It is only a word. True, it is demeaning, but you can't lose your cool if someone calls me a mudblood. You need to get a better handle on yourself if a simple insult like mudblood can get to you, Lily chastised Harry, who simply released a grunt in acknowledgement. Though I will make them pay if anyone ever dares to call you that. Harry screamed with determination. Oh! I wouldn't have expected anything else. I just want you to have better control over your temper, Lily pointed out with a soft chuckle. Getting back to the topic, it was easier for them to accept the fact that the half-blood heir from an old pure-blood family defeated Voldemort rather than giving the credit to an upstart muggle-born, Lily explained with a scoff. Don't worry, Mom. I will make all of them pay, Harry vowed as he clenched his fists tightly. My. You know exactly what to say to make your mommy happy, Lily squealed in joy, and a small blush crept up Harry's cheeks. For the next few moments, neither of them said anything else, and Harry simply kept walking down the street in complete silence. Mom, you sure don't mind me attending another school? After a few minutes of complete silence, Harry asked his mom. Lily sighed after hearing his question. To be honest, I don't mind. I really enjoyed my time at Hogwarts even with the pure-blood bigotry running rampant, but your situation is different. With the pure-blood bigotry still running amok, I don't want you anywhere near that place, Lily sniffed in an irritated tone. I still don't understand why that old bastard decided that it was a good idea to keep Snape around children, Lily griped in annoyance. He was a spy, Harry pointed out in an amused tone, and Lily groaned in frustration. That's completely bull. I know for sure that he was a Death Eater. Shows how far Albus Dumbledore's influence is in the government, Lily muttered grumpily, making Harry chuckle. I thought he was your friend, Harry pointed out in a sing-song tone. Was. He was my friend. He used to be such a nice boy. There was once a time when I would have been proud to call him my best friend, but he fell into a bad crowd, Lily explained dismissively. I guess, I can't blame him completely. He had an extremely difficult life, Lily sighed. He was pretty obsessed with you, Harry reminded Lily in an amused tone, and Lily practically choked after hearing his words. I shouldn't have told you about that, Lily muttered grumpily. Anyway, he doesn't matter anymore. You need to hurry though. I think your portkey activates in an hour, Lily reminded Harry, who simply nodded his head and increased his pace. Harry already knew that his mom no longer cared about her wayward friend or anyone else for that matter. His mom only cared about him. Harry also was aware of the fact that his mom's obsessive nature wasn't healthy, but Harry wasn't going to complain. He loved his mom just the way she was. The rest of the walk was completely silent, and after walking for nearly 10 minutes, Harry finally arrived at the house he was living at. Norton! Harry called out as soon as he entered the house. In the last 3 years, with Norton's help, he was able to fix the whole house, and with his mom's help, he was able to fix the wards around the house. The said house elf appeared with a soft pop. What can Norton be doing for Master Hadrian? Norton asked excitedly. Did you finish packing? Harry asked, and Norton eagerly nodded his head. Good, let me get freshened and then I will remove the ward stone and pillar stones, Harry explained, and Norton nodded his head in understanding. Would Master Hadrian be wanting something to eat before we leave? Norton inquired as Harry started to walk away from the house elf. No. I will get something to eat after I find my apartment, Harry said as he started to climb the stairs. He has hired an agent to show him around and arrange an apartment, but all of a sudden Harry froze and turned around to speak with Norton. Norton, you will be coming with me, right? Harry asked, and Norton eagerly nodded his head. Of course, Master Hadrian. Norton would like that, the house elf exclaimed cheerfully, and Harry simply rolled his eyes in exasperation before he resumed climbing the stairs. In these 3 years, he had tried his best to stop Norton from calling him master, but it was quite obvious that it didn't work out for him. After taking a nice and relaxing shower, Harry got dressed in a set of new clothes. No matter how he tried, he couldn't hide his excitement. He was finally going to travel to another country. Even his mom never got to travel to other countries, so it was going to be a completely new experience for the two of them. Though Harry was quite aware of the fact that he needed to be careful. After getting dressed, Harry made his way toward the basement, so that he could remove the ward stone. After removing the ward stone, Harry left the house, so that he could remove the pillar stones, and when he was finally done, instead of returning to the house, he made his way toward the backyard of the house. That is where Norton was waiting for him with all of their luggage. "Master Hadrian, here is the portfolio," and Norton held out a woolen glove. Harry accepted the glove and shoved it inside his pocket. They still had nearly half an hour before the portfolio would activate, so Harry sat down on one of the trunks and started to chat with Norton. Even though Norton refused to call him anything but master, Harry considered the house elf his friend. Harry told Norton how he had his revenge, and Norton simply listened to his story in complete awe and excitement. The two of them didn't even notice how quickly the time passed. "It's time, Norton. Grab the glove, but don't forget to stay in contact with the trunks or they will be left behind," Harry called out, and Norton nodded his head in understanding. It was extremely hard to get an international portfolio in the first place, and it would have been impossible. It wasn't about gold, he had more than enough gold in his trust vault to get himself an international portfolio. The British ministry would have simply denied him for the fact that he was their vaunted boy who lived. Not only that, they would have probably handed him over to Albus Dumbledore, as the man was his legal guardian in magical Britain. Harry is quite invested in staying away from the man, so he couldn't have tried to get an international portfolio through the British Ministry of Magic. Harry also couldn't have used Muggle means to leave the country. Not only he was a minor, but he also didn't have any Muggle identification. So, with no other way, Harry decided to take a risk. He reached out to the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Yes, Harry was planning to travel to States and attend the Ilvermorny instead of Hogwarts. Yes, there were better schools for him than the Ilvermorny, but it was only one of the other schools except for Hogwarts where everyone spoke in English. Fortunately, they decided to provide him with an international portfolio, and they were quite ecstatic about it too. Harry was famous all over the world, so it wasn't a surprise that Ilvermorny decided to welcome him with open arms. The reputation of the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry will also increase in the international magical community for having Harry Potter. The portfolio finally activated, and Harry felt a tug around his navel as he was whisked away along with Norton and all of their luggage. Both Harry and Norton released a yelp as the two of them disappeared in a whirlwind. Chapter 14, The Boy Who Left, 2. Minerva McGonagall arrived in front of Russell Farmhouse and couldn't help but frown. The house was barely standing. She pressed her lips together into a thin line. According to the Book of Admittance, Harry Potter lived here and the book has never been wrong. She still couldn't wrap her head around the fact that James and Lily's child was living here. She shouldn't have listened to Albus and left Harry at the Dursleys. Now, there was a very good chance that Harry was living on his own and he was only 11. She and Albus were going to have quite a few words after she returned. Albus could bet on it. She would have given him a verbal lashing if she wasn't already on the clock. She still couldn't believe that Albus hid the fact that he lost Harry. She could understand why Albus hid it, but it didn't mean she agreed with him. She deserved to know. After all, she was one of the people who left Harry at the Dursleys. Right now, Minerva was blaming herself for not protesting harder. She could have done more. Should have done more. Minerva released a sigh as started to make her way toward the house. She arrived at the door and knocked. Nobody answered, and Minerva's lips thinned even more in displeasure, so she gave it another try, but once again, nobody answered, nor did she hear anything from inside the house. After waiting for a whole minute, she once again knocked on the door, but once again, she received no answer. It was obvious Minerva was getting impatient, and at the same time, she was also feeling slightly worried. "Mr. Potter!" Minerva called out, but unsurprisingly, nobody answered her. "Is anybody home?" Minerva asked loudly, only to receive no answer. Minerva sniffed haughtily as she pulled out her wand. She tapped the door lock with the tip of her wand and the door was unlocked with a click. Minerva pushed the door open and walked in, but as soon as she entered the house, she froze. Someone has been living here. Minerva mused internally as she looked around. The house was clean, too clean, and there were no signs of damage inside the house. "Harry Potter!" Minerva called out with an unsure look. After receiving no answer, Minerva flicked her wand to cast the Hominum Revelio spell, and moments later, a huge frown appeared on her face when the result returned as negative. There was nobody at the house. There was a chance that Harry was out on some errand, but Minerva could already feel that there was something wrong in her gut. Though Minerva decided to look around the house before making a decision. Yes, it was extremely rude of her, but there was clearly nobody at home and she needed to make sure if it was Harry was living here or was it someone else. Minerva spent the next 10 minutes looking through the house, Minerva came to the decision that someone was definitely living here, but whoever it was, he or she was long gone. All the good furniture was missing and whoever it was who lived here moved out recently. Minerva had a lot of questions running through her mind, but unfortunately for her, she didn't have an answer. So, she decided to do the most sensible thing. She pointed her wand upwards. Expecto Patronum. Minerva cast the Patronus charm while thinking about the message she wanted to be delivered, and a tabby cat bolted out from the tip of her wand and left through the door. Now, Minerva could only wait. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts, nearly half an hour ago. Albus steepled his fingers in front of his face, lost in his deep thoughts. He had seen the address written down on Harry's letter. He wondered what Minerva was going to find at Russell Farmhouse and if he was going to like it or not. Predictably, Minerva was quite displeased with his conduct, and she was quite a smart woman, so she easily realized why Harry probably ran away from the Dursleys. "I told you, Albus, they are the worst sort of muggles." Those were the exact words Minerva screamed at him after he revealed the fact that Harry was no longer at the Dursleys. Albus obviously didn't tell her everything, as he knew that Minerva would never understand his motivations. Minerva was one of his closest friends, but she wouldn't understand the reasons behind his actions. She will only see the bad in him. Sometimes, Albus really wished that he didn't have so much burden on his old shoulders. "I understand, Minerva. I shouldn't have trusted them so blindly, but can we talk about this after your return?" That has been his reply to Minerva's accusation. "Oh yes. We will. You can bet all of your lemon drops on it," Minerva has assured him coolly before finally leaving his office, and Albus wasn't looking forward to the conversation. He had no idea how he was going to appease her, and he was really reluctant to use magic on her. There was a good chance that Minerva would realize that something was amiss. Albus was still lost in his thoughts when all of a sudden the floor flared up. "Albus! Albus! Are you there? It's really bad." Albus almost jumped in fright due to the sudden interruption. Albus easily recognized the voice, and he started to wonder why Arabella Figg was contacting him all of a sudden. After Harry disappeared from number 4 Privet Drive, he hadn't been in contact with the woman. Something must have happened, and from the urgency and horror in her voice, it must be something really bad. Did something happen to the Dursleys? Albus questioned himself as he stood up from his chair and made his way toward the flue. "Arabella, how can I help you?" Albus asked with his usual grandfatherly look on his face. "Oh, Albus. It's so horrible. The Dursleys. They are dead," Arabella exclaimed, and for a moment, Albus froze after hearing her words, but he quickly regained his bearings. While the Dursleys have put a wrench in his plans, he still needed them so that he could send Harry back to them. The protection he had placed on the Dursleys' house has long eroded away, but he still had some use for them. "Step aside, Arabella. I will come through," Albus said, and Arabella's face disappeared from the flames. After waiting for a moment, Albus stopped inside the fireplace only to aside inside Arabella's house after a few disorienting moments. "What happened, Arabella?" Albus asked. Arabella sniffed loudly. "I don't know, Albus. It was still quite early and only a few people were up, but all of that changed when we started to hear a child's screams. That is what woke me up, but by the time I made it out of my bed, the screams have already stopped," Arabella explained with a disturbed look on her face. "I kept looking around from my window to see what was happening for the next few minutes. I wanted to see if it was only me who heard the screams, but I wasn't alone. Some people even came out on the streets, and that is when Vernon burst out of his house and attacked the closest man to him," Arabella exclaimed with a horrified look on her face. "Vernon beat the man to the death, Albus. He beat him to death." Arabella screamed hysterically as tears started to roll down her cheeks, and Albus couldn't help but grimace internally. This wasn't good. Albus decided to cast a calming charm on Arabella as he wanted to hear the full story, and Arabella was starting to panic. The cops finally arrived and he attacked them too, like a wild beast. Unable to subdue him, the cops had to shoot him down, Arabella explained after taking a deep breath. From Petunia's memories, Albus knew that Vernon was quite prone to physical violence, and now that Harry was gone, was it possible that Vernon decided to take out his anger on his family and anyone around him? Albus realized that it was quite a likely scenario, but there were some discrepancies. Why would Vernon lose his mind so early in the morning? What could have happened in the first place to make Vernon lose his mind? There were so many questions and no answers. There was a high probability that foul play was involved, but why would someone specifically attack the Dursleys in such a manner? Was Harry responsible for attacking the Dursleys? After all, nobody besides him should have known about the Dursleys, or it could have been the person who helped Harry escape the Dursleys in the first place. Today's date wasn't lost to Albus, July 31st. Today was Harry's birthday. If Harry was really responsible for this atrocity, then he was afraid that the light side had already lost the war. Albus realized that it was going to be an extremely long day when he reached the conclusion that he needed to ask Alastor's help, again. Alastor was another of his closest friends who was quite displeased with him, but Albus didn't have much choice. While Albus was quite intelligent and all that, he knew that Alastor was simply better than him when it came to detective work. Albus was about to send a Patronus message to Alastor when an astral tabby cat appeared in front of Albus. Albus' stomach dropped in dread. He could already feel that his day was about to become worse. Albus, there is nobody at the house, but someone has been living here and they recently moved out. Albus heard Minerva's voice from the tabby cat, and moments later, the tabby cat dispersed into thin air. Yes, this is going to be a long day. Albus internally groaned in frustration. Chapter 15, The Distant School Uncovered, I. Harry and Norton yelped in shock as the two of them were unceremoniously dropped on the ground and trunks were flung around. Fortunately, the trunks remained locked even after getting tossed around. Harry groaned as he rolled over to his back, and apparently, Norton wasn't having a much better time. Don't worry, son. You will get used to it. I also ended up sprawled like you the first time I took a portkey. Lily tried to comfort Harry, but it clearly didn't work as Harry noticed the amusement in her voice. You know, you should have warned me, Harry grumbled, and Lily simply snickered. Son, there are some things you need to experience on your own, Lily said, sounding extremely serious, and Harry simply scoffed at her words. Welcome, Mr. Potter. Let me help you there. Harry heard a female voice and his hand immediately went toward his wand as he forced himself to stand up. Norton also shot up from the ground, completely ignoring the uncomfortable feeling. Whoa. Whoa. Calm down. I am not going to hurt either of you, the voice said, and Harry finally found the figure trying to help him. From the voice, Harry already knew that it was a girl, and from her looks, Harry would place her somewhere around 16 or 17 years old. Who are you? Harry asked, looking at the girl warily. Mr. Potter, my name is Jacqueline Harper and I am a 7th-year student, but right now, I am your guide. The girl introduced herself with a short bow. The girl was quite tall, somewhere around 5 feet 7 inches. At least, that is what guessed. The girl's eyes were blue and her blonde hair with black streaks was tied in a ponytail behind the back of her head. Harry noticed that the fair-skinned girl was dressed in the school uniform, and from the emblem on her uniform, Harry deduced that the girl was from the House of Wampus. They never informed him that they were going to send someone to receive him, but he should have expected it. After all, Ilvermorny was really looking forward to having him. You already seem to know me, but still. I am Harry Potter, please call me Harry, Harry said while extending his hand toward Jacqueline, who accepted his hand with a smile on her face and shook it. Please. I don't think there is anyone in the magical world who hasn't heard about you, Jacqueline scoffed, and Harry couldn't help but cringe internally. The person who is responsible for making him famous is going to pay. He was going to make them pay in blood. And please call me Jacqueline or Jack. I am fine with either, Jacqueline added with a smile as she finally released his hand. Harry gave her a nod. Jacqueline, this is Norton, Harry said, pointing toward his house elf was just finished gathering their trunks. Hello, Norton. Jacqueline waved her hand at Norton, who nervously waved back at her. Let me call me Elf, Norton can accompany him along with your luggage. We have already prepared a room for you until you can find your own accommodation, Jacqueline explained, and Harry simply nodded his head in agreement. Jacqueline nodded her head in understanding. Logs. Jacqueline called out loudly and a house elf appeared with a soft pop. Before Logs could ask anything, Jacqueline pointed at Norton and started to speak. Logs, this is Norton. He is Harry Potter's house elf. Take him to the room we have prepared for Harry and help him with the luggage, Jacqueline ordered, and Logs bowed his head. Of course, Missy Jackie. Norton best following Logs, Logs said, and disappeared along with 2 of the trunks. Norton also disappeared after giving Harry a look, and he also took trunks along with him. Moments later, Logs appeared and took 2 more trunks with him. After a few seconds, Norton returned and followed Logs' example. So, where are we? Harry asked curiously while looking around. We are just outside the wards of Ilvermorny. We will need to trek a bit to reach the castle. Come follow me, Jacqueline said, gesturing toward the dirt road. Harry shrugged before following Jacqueline. Both sides of the road were filled with pine trees, and Harry had to admit, it was quite a beautiful sight. Hogwarts is much more beautiful, Lily mumbled inside Harry's mind in displeasure. Is that jealousy I hear in your voice? Harry asked in an amused tone. Humph. Like I care. Hogwarts is simply better than this place, any day, any time, Lily petulantly protested. We haven't even seen the school yet, Harry pointed out incredulously. Ilvermorny was created in the image of Hogwarts. So, Hogwarts is better, Lily retorted, sounding extremely serious, and Harry simply shook his head. Sometimes his mom could be such a child. May I ask something, Harry? Of course, if you don't mind, Jacqueline said, breaking Harry out of his musings. Harry simply gestured her to continue. Why did you decide to attend Ilvermorny instead of Hogwarts? I mean, everyone thought you will be attending Hogwarts, just like your parents, Jacqueline asked curiously, but she was trying really hard not to sound insensitive. Harry seemed to think for a bit. There are several reasons. Harry trailed off with a contemplative look on his face. He obviously wasn't going to reveal his real reason to her. I wanted to avoid all the pure-blood tripe, Harry added with a shrug, and Jacqueline nodded her head in understanding. I see. Well, you don't have to worry about their here. There is a strict policy against pure-blood bigotry or any other type of bigotry in our school, Jacqueline explained cheerfully with a big grin on her face. So, what can you tell me about classes? Harry asked with a glint of interest in his eyes. Well, we have 6 core subjects. Charms, Transfiguration, Defense against Dark Arts, Herbology, Potions, and History of Magic. Then we have 12 elective subjects. Though there are only 7 subjects you can choose from in your 3rd year. A student can opt for 3 subjects at most. The electives you can opt for in your 3rd year are Astronomy, Arithmancy, Care of Magical Creatures, Xylomancy, Muggle Studies, Study of Ancient Runes, and Magical Theory, Jacqueline explained with a thoughtful look on her face. What are the rest of the 5 electives? Harry asked with interest clear in his voice. A/N, I looked up the internet to see if I can find if Ilvermorny has owls and newts like Hogwarts, but unfortunately, I didn't find anything concrete. There is something different on different websites. So, I decided to go with Ilvermorny fandom. If you want to check it out, here is the link: https://ilvermorny.fandom.com/wiki/excruciatingly_aggravating_graduate_level_exam. The rest of the 5 electives are only available after you finish your excruciatingly aggravating graduate level exams, aka Eagles, which is equivalent to your ordinary wizarding level exams, aka Owls from Britain, but much harder. Just like Owls, the Eagles take place at the end of the 5th year. According to your Eagles, you will be able to opt for at most 2 of the 5 remaining electives, Jacqueline explained, and Harry nodded his head in understanding, so Jacqueline simply decided to continue. You need to get at least an A in Herbology, Potions, and Magical Theory to opt for Healing. You will need at least an A in Herbology, Potions, Magical Theory, and Arithmancy to opt for Alchemy. Then you will need at least an A in Arithmancy, Magical Theory, and Runes to opt for Spell Crafting. Then you will need at least an A in Charms, Runes, and Arithmancy to opt for Enchanting, and finally, you will need at least an A in Charms, Transfiguration, and Defense to opt for Dueling. Jacqueline finally finished her explanation. Harry rubbed his chin. A lot of subjects piqued his interest. Can I drop any of the core subjects? Harry asked, and Jacqueline couldn't help but snicker after hearing his question. You gave no idea how many first-ties have asked that question, Jacqueline continued to snicker. The answer is yes, you can, but you can only drop any of the core subjects after finishing your Eagles, Jacqueline answered, and Harry nodded his head in understanding, and for the next couple of minutes, he simply continued to walk beside Jacqueline in complete silence as he pondered about everything he heard. What electives did you take? Harry questioned, looking really interested. In my 3rd year, I took Arithmancy, Magical Theory, and Runes. You need to take at least 2 electives, and after my Eagles, I took Dueling, Jacqueline revealed proudly. I see. Thanks for helping me out, Harry thanked Jacqueline genuinely. No worries. It was my duty. So, did any of the subjects interest you? Jacqueline asked, and Harry rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Yes. What can you tell me about Magical Theory? Harry asked curiously. It is a completely theoretical subject, but it is an extremely important subject. It can help someone to recognize spells. There are a lot of spells out there, and it is simply impossible for a person to learn all of them, but Magical Theory can help you recognize a spell. Ah! It is hard to explain in words, you will understand when you read a book. Jacqueline groaned in frustration. Harry gave the girl a look, Jacqueline didn't look like a musclehead, so the subject, magical theory, must be something complicated. He decided that he will look for the third-year book in the library if he was allowed. Look up, Harry. We are finally here. Harry was brought out of his musings when Jacqueline exclaimed cheerfully from beside him. Harry looked up and the castle finally came into his sight. Holy, Harry muttered in his mind as his jaw hung open and his eyes grew wide in awe. The castle of Ilvermorny was huge. Hogwarts is still better, Lily petulantly insisted, even though her voice didn't sound convincing. Chapter 16, The Distant School Uncovered, 2. You don't need to be embarrassed. If it makes you feel any better, even I had a similar reaction when I saw the castle for the first time, Jacqueline said with a giggle, which made Harry look even more uncomfortable. He wasn't happy about the fact that he lost his composure, especially in front of a complete stranger. This is the entrance hall and this is where you will be sorted, Jacqueline explained as she pointed at the Gordian knot on the floor. You will step into the Gordian knot and one of the house mascots will react to you, Jacqueline finished as she pointed at the 4 wooden statues of their house mascots. Is it really all right to reveal that to me? Harry asked incredulously. His mom refused to reveal how students at Hogwarts were sorted. She always insisted that he needed to experience it firsthand, and apparently, it was also a sort of tradition for the first years to discover it by themselves. Harry also tried to look up how students were sorted in Ilvermorny, but much to his frustration, he didn't find anything. It's all right. We particularly don't hide how students are sorted. My parents told me how I was going to be sorted when I was only 8, Jacqueline revealed, and Harry nodded his head in understanding. From her words, Jacqueline was probably a pure-blood witch, or her parents are at least magical. Shows how Hogwarts is better, Lily chimed in a triumphant tone, and Harry simply rolled his eyes in exasperation. I would have liked to show you around, but the headmaster is waiting for you, Jacqueline said as she pulled out her pocket watch to check the time. Harry also noticed the clock and raised his brows. From his mom, he knew that magic tends to fry electrical devices, so the clock was probably analog. Sure, lead the way, Harry gestured to continue with a smile. After a few minutes, the duo finally arrived in front of the headmaster's office. Even though Jacqueline wasn't able to show him around the school, she still gave a brief overview of everything that they found on their path from the entrance hall to the headmaster's office. Just like Hogwarts, there are 7 floors in Ilvermorny, and the headmaster's office was situated on the 7th floor. Jacqueline knocked on the door and the door opened with a click. A brunette man sitting behind a large ornate desk was revealed. The desk was filled with stacks of parchment on both sides. From the looks, Harry would place the man somewhere in his 40s, but he couldn't be sure as Wixen aged much slower than Muggles. The man's steely grey eyes focused on Harry and a small smile bloomed on his face. Mr. Potter, welcome to Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please have a seat, the man said, gesturing toward one of the empty seats. Harry gave him a grateful nod as he entered the room and made his way toward the seat. The man's eyes finally shifted from Harry to Jacqueline. Thank you, Miss Harper. You may leave now, the man dismissed Jacqueline. You are welcome, sir. Jacqueline gave the man a respectful nod before leaving. As soon as Jacqueline was gone, the door closed on its own. The man's eyes once again focused on Harry. The man smiled joyfully as Harry finally took the seat. Mr. Potter, my name is Carlson Kent, and as you have probably guessed, I am the headmaster of this school. The man introduced himself and extended his hand over the table. Harry accepted the offered limb with a similar smile on his face. Nice to meet you, sir. I am Harry Potter, Harry greeted as he released the man's hand. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Potter. Now, there are a few things we need to deal with before I can officially offer you a place among the new students, Carlson said, and after getting a nod from Harry, Carlson decided to continue. I was quite surprised to receive your letter in the first place, as I was expecting you to attend Hogwarts, and Albus Dumbledore also claims himself as your guardian among the international magical community, Carlson continued, and Harry couldn't help but eye the man warily. While allowing you to attend this school will be a huge boon for us among the international magical community, Albus Dumbledore will definitely try to get you back, and since he is your guardian, he will probably get away with it, Carlson finished in a grave tone as he steepled his fingers in front of his face. Hadrian, I think he already has a solution for you, but he wants you to sweat so that he can make feel like you owe him, or he wants something from you, Lily warned Harry in a serious tone. You have a way to get around the issue or you wouldn't have brought it up, Harry said as he continued to stare at Carlson, whose smile widened after hearing Harry's words. You are right. I do have a solution. Since you are here without Albus Dumbledore trailing behind you, I can guess that you are no longer planning to work with him. Carlson paused and glanced at Harry, who didn't give him any outward reaction, but Carlson still decided to continue. Now, if we want to stop Albus Dumbledore from claiming you back, we simply need to prove that he is an unfit guardian, Carlson revealed with a shrug. What do you want in return? Harry asked in an indifferent tone, and Carlson simply started to chuckle. I am a simple headmaster. I am just looking out for one of my prospective students, Carlson said with a pained look on his face. The way he spoke and the look on his face was almost convincing, but Harry simply gave him a bland stare. He is quite perceptive, Carlson realized, and decided to come clean up to a certain extent. I do not like Albus Dumbledore. I hate how he treats all of his fellow headmasters condescendingly. I want to take him down by a peg or two, Carlson growled in anger as he clenched his fists tightly. While Carlson sounded a lot more convincing this time around, Harry could still feel that the man wasn't telling him everything. Hadrian, be careful of him. He isn't telling you everything, Lily warned him again, and Harry simply bit his lip nervously. It was quite clear that Carlson wasn't going to tell him everything, and he couldn't defeat the man in a fight, so Harry decided not to push the man anymore. Carlson Kent is a very ambitious man. It has been only 3 years since he became the headmaster of Ilvermorny, but he wasn't satisfied. He wanted more. He wanted to be more. He wanted to be remembered for something more. Carlson Kent wasn't planning anything malicious, nor he was planning to use Harry for something nefarious, but he was planning to use the boy's fame to further his own agenda. To be honest, Carlson didn't lie. As a matter of fact, he really wanted to take Albus down a peg or two, but that wasn't all. Carlson wanted to be known as the greatest headmaster of Ilvermorny, and he also wanted to be known as the man who invited Harry Potter with open arms. If Harry decided to settle down here in the States after graduating, then it would be even better. Having Harry Potter in Ilvermorny will also increase the reputation of their school in the international magical community, which was a welcome bonus. Not only that, but Carlson was also planning to run for president in the future, and there was nobody who would be able to stand against him if he made a name for himself. Alas, all of that was for the future. Before anything else, he needed to convince Harry that he only wanted to help him. He needed to convince Harry that he could be trusted. Now, he only needed to play his cards right, and Harry Potter will be dancing in his palm. I thought people of the international magical community loved him, Harry pointed out, and Carlson simply scoffed in amusement. You have no idea how many people hate him. A lot of countries are really unhappy with his policies, and he made a lot of enemies in the community during the rise of Voldemort. A lot of people lost some of their family members who lived in Britain, and Albus refused to accept help from the community or fight seriously, Carlson explained with a sigh. Carlson shook his head in sadness. You can't win a war with stunners and disarming charms, Carlson said, and closed his eyes in sadness. I see. Fine, I will accept your help, and there is something that could make our task easier, Harry said with an unsure look on his face. Carlson smiled brightly when Harry agreed to go along with his plan, and he simply gestured Harry to continue when he heard that Harry could make their task easier. I never met Albus Dumbledore in my life, Harry said while nodding his head, trying to look convincing. Carlson couldn't help but gape at Harry for a few moments before he finally burst out laughing. Ah! This is hilarious. Yes. Yes. It will make our task much easier. Carlson blurted out excitedly while nodding his head. After some time, Carlson finally calmed down, and Harry decided to ask him a couple of questions. Since we will be replacing Albus Dumbledore, someone is going to take his place. Who is going to take his place, and what kind of power my new guardian is going to have over me? Harry asked curiously, but Carlson could feel that his answers were going to make it or break it. Chapter 17, The Boy Who Left, 3. Alastor Moody was not having a good way. He knew his day was ruined when he received a patroness message from Albus Dumbledore in the morning. He did not know what the man wanted from him, but he would bet his only remaining eye that it won't be anything good, and lo and behold. He was right. Minerva Alastor grunted as he gave the woman a nod. Hello, Alastor. Minerva greeted Alastor with a displeased look on her face. Received a message from Albus. Ruined my morning, Alastor growled as he grabbed his hip flask and took a large sip. Even I am not having a good morning, Minerva muttered with a scowl on her face. Alastor sneered. Albus said you needed my help. Where am I and what do you need? Alastor griped hurriedly as his magical eye rolled around with his usual scowl marring his face. Minerva released a snort. According to this Hogwarts letter, this is where Harry Potter was living, but right now nobody is here. The house is empty, and whoever was living here recently left. Minerva extended the letter toward Alastor. Alastor's magical eye creepily rolled around before fixing on the letter. He grabbed the letter warily and took a sniff. Minerva's lips thinned at the display, but she refrained from making any comments. He shouldn't have left the boy at the Dursleys in the first place, Alastor sniffed as he returned the letter to Minerva. 3 years ago, all of a sudden Albus reached out to him and told him that Harry Potter ran away from his home, and the boy needed to be found. It didn't take long for Alastor to figure out that something was wrong. Alastor simply paid the Dursleys a visit and he knew why the boy ran away. If he was in the boy's place, then he would have probably killed the monsters before running away. The Dursleys would fit perfectly with the people who burned their kind at the stake in the Middle Ages. Alastor did not know why Albus decided to place the boy in such a place. He wouldn't be surprised if the boy decided to join the Death Eaters for everything he went through. He guessed Albus probably knew what was happening at the Dursleys. After all, he had hired a bloody squib to keep an eye on the boy. Even though Alastor was quite displeased with the man, he still agreed to help out as the boy needed to be found. He owed that much to the boy's parents. He also decided not to blow the whistle as a lot of so-called pardoned Death Eaters were in positions in the ministry. If the news got out, then the Death Eaters would do everything in their power to find the boy. I agree, Minerva sniffed. I even warned him about the Dursleys. They are the worst sort of muggles, Minerva added unhappily. Alastor grunted in agreement. Whatever. Can't change the past. Show me the house, Alastor bit out, and Minerva started to lead the man toward the Russell farmhouse. At least, the boy had a roof over his head, Alastor muttered in an amused tone, and Minerva couldn't help but agree with him. Minerva led him inside the house and Alastor immediately came to a halt. His magical eye spinning wildly, taking everything in. Bloody hell! Alastor cursed loudly. Whoever helped the boy escape the Dursleys is magical, Alastor declared as a matter of factly. Minerva couldn't help but raise her brows at him in question. How do you know that? Your eye can see magic too? Minerva asked curiously and Alastor simply scoffed. Humph! It's not that simple, Minerva, Alastor huffed as he took another swig from his hip flask. You saw the outside of the house. There is no way someone could have kept the interior in such nice condition. At least, not with Muggle means, Alastor explained grumpily, and after thinking for a bit, Minerva nodded her head in understanding. For the next few minutes, Alastor simply looked around the house with a scowl on his face. The duo finally climbed down into the basement and Alastor took another swig from his hip flask. Yet. There is where they had placed the ward stone, Alastor muttered as he pointed out the hole in the floor. Really? I thought ward stones are quite expensive, Minerva questioned with a look of shock on her face. Ward stones are expensive and the boy should have a lot of gold in his vaults, Alastor barked out unhappily. But I have his trust vault key right here, Minerva said as she pulled out a Gringotts vault key from her robes. Alastor gave a key a look before releasing a snort. So? He could have gotten himself a new key, or the one helping him could have paid for the ward stone. Alastor sniffed and started to leave the basement. The problem is, the boy never went to Gringotts. A couple of my contacts have been keeping an eye on Gringotts for 3 years, Alastor blurted out dismissively. So, the one helping him probably gave him the gold. Minerva trailed off while nodding her head. But, you have been looking for Harry for 3 years, right? Minerva asked, and after getting a grunt which sounded much like an eye from Alastor, Minerva decided to continue. So, didn't you find a single clue about who could have helped him? I mean, only the pureblood families could probably buy a ward stone for someone outside their family, and purebloods like to boast, Minerva deduced with a thoughtful look on her face. Right, but there is someone else who could have helped the boy, Alastor bit out bitterly. He cursed himself for not considering the fact that the Potters could have had a house elf. There was no way a boy without any sort of magical education could keep the house so well maintained. If an adult was helping the boy, then they could have done so, but just like Minerva deduced, they would have boasted. Whoever was living in the house recently moved out. Due to the lack of dust in the house, they probably moved out in the morning, and from the marks on the floor, they took a lot of furniture along with them. There is no way wizard or witch could have moved out so easily along with so much furniture, but it would be a piece of cake if a house elf was involved. Potter was living with a house elf. I need to talk with Albus, Alastor bit out bitterly. He was still angry at himself for ignoring the fact that a house elf could be helping the boy. Albus told him to meet at number 4 Privet Drive after he was done inspecting the house. You go back, I will meet with Albus, Alastor barked, and before Minerva could say anything, Alastor disapparated with a loud crack. Minerva wasn't able to stop a hiss from escaping her mouth. After a few moments of silence, she took a deep breath and disapparated with a loud crack. Headmaster's office, Ilvermorny. Carlson carefully contemplated his options. He could either lie to the boy and seize control over every aspect of his life, or he could be honest with the boy and let him be in control of his own life. He could also go with something in between. He had so many options, but not all of them were good. If he tried to control the boy, it could end up blowing in his face, and if he left the boy to his own devices, then the boy might leave him behind. Carlson started to wonder if he should go with something in between. Taking the hardliner or the liberal route could make his life extremely difficult. No. He couldn't use a heavy hand. He needed to be extremely careful. He needed Harry to trust him, and it was quite clear that Harry didn't trust him even though the boy accepted help from him. So, Harry will probably disappear if he tried anything heavy-handed, and if he succeeded, then the boy will simply bide his time and stab him in the back when the time is right. There was also a chance that someone was probably helping the boy. Not only that, but Harry also has a house elf. So, Carlson decided to take the liberal route. It was risky, but it was much better than having the boy turn against him. Well, you can choose me or anyone from my staff as your guardian, Carlson revealed thoughtfully as he rubbed his chin. Then all of a sudden, a wild idea popped inside his mind. I know, you do not have any reason to trust me or any of my staff, at least, as of right now, since you haven't met any of them, and I might come off as someone with ulterior motives, so I will understand if you don't choose us, Carlson said while nodding his head. Harry simply stared at Carlson and didn't bother to say anything. Carlson took it as a sign to continue. So, how about you choose someone from the 7th year? Some of them are old enough to become guardians, Carlson suggested. He already had a certain girl in his mind, but he decided not to mention any names. He wanted Harry to reach out to the girl himself. Carlson guessed that Harry probably had a good impression of the girl. And about the power they will have over you? Carlson asked, and after getting a nod from Harry he decided to continue. It is up to you. If you want, then they will be your guardian only in name, or if you want, they can be like any other responsible guardian. I will leave it up to you to decide, Carlson explained with a smile. All right. Harry said while nodding his head. Can I have some time to think? Harry asked, and Carlson immediately agreed. Of course, take your time. Just decide before the school starts, Carlson said, and Harry nodded his head in understanding. Good. Now that the elephant in the room is dealt with. Do you want to retire to your apartment, or do you want to look around? Carlson asked as he inclined his head. Look around. Will it be all right if I visit the library and look around? Harry asked, and after thinking for a bit, Carlson agreed with the request. Chapter 18, The Boy Who Went Native. This is the library, what do you think? Jacqueline exclaimed dramatically as she led Harry inside the library. Unfortunately, Harry was way too shocked by the sheer size of the library to register Jacqueline's words. The 7th year girl simply smirked as she realized what Harry was probably going through. She also experienced something similar when she entered the library for the first time. Jacqueline was never someone bookish, but she understood the importance of knowledge. Wow! Harry muttered in complete awe as he started to check out the books on the nearest shelves. Then Harry stopped and turned back to look at Jacqueline. I can read any of these books? Harry asked in an excited tone. Most of the time, Harry was capable enough to hold himself together, but right now, he was barely stopping himself from squealing like a little girl. No matter how much he tried to hide it, he was still a kid and he loved reading. Yes, you can, but there is the restricted section which you can't use right now, Jacqueline explained. Except for the books in the restricted section, you can read everything else, Jacqueline added with a smile, and Harry nodded his head in understanding. After that, Harry continued to look around the library and Jacqueline simply followed him. Right now, the school was closed, so even though all the staff members were present in the school, they were taking a break from their duties. Hence, the librarian was not present in the library, and it was up to Jacqueline to keep an eye on Harry and help him around for the time being. You have books on rituals? Harry asked in a bewildered tone as he pointed toward a whole bookshelf dedicated to rituals. Yes, rituals are completely legal in our country up to a certain extent, Jacqueline smiled at Harry, and he simply gave the girl a look before turning toward the bookshelf in front of him. Have you performed any rituals? Harry asked curiously as he started to trace the spine of the books with his fingers. Harry, that is an incredibly personal question to ask, but as for your answer, yes, I have gone through several rituals to better myself, Jacqueline answered with a stern look on her face. Harry turned around and gave her an apologetic look. Sorry. Harry mumbled an apology. It's all right. No harm done, but you should be careful with that question. Not everyone is going to be understanding like me, Jacqueline warned softly as a gentle smile formed on her face. I don't mean to offend you, but can I ask why? Harry asked curiously and Jacqueline simply rolled her shoulders. It has something to do with keep your cards close to yourself kind of thing. After all, nobody would want to give away their secrets. Take me for an example. I have gone through rituals, which means that I have enhanced myself. My opponent won't be expecting me to be enhanced and I can take them by surprise. In a battle, even the slightest advantage can lead you to victory, Jacqueline explained, and after pondering her words for a few moments, Harry nodded his head in understanding. Hadrian, I don't know much about rituals. You must learn as much as you can about them, Lily said in a serious tone. You want me to go through rituals? Harry asked incredulously. After all, it was his mom who warned him against rituals as they are supposed to be extremely dangerous. If it gives you an edge then, yes. I know I warned you about rituals, but I only warned you because I didn't have enough knowledge to guide you through them, but now the situation has changed. You have all the knowledge you need and with careful planning, you can safely go through a ritual, Lily explained passionately. Okay. I also want to see what benefits I can gain from rituals, Harry said inside his mind, and a grin formed on his face on the outside. What do you think I should start with? Harry asked as he turned around to look at Jacqueline. The girl simply hummed and grabbed the first book from one of the columns and handed it to Harry. Before you try anything, I suggest you give this a read. You must know what you are getting into before you make a mistake, Jacqueline explained. Harry looked down at the book and read the title. Mysteries of Rituals. Thank you, Harry thanked Jacqueline genuinely. Is there something else you want to read? Jacqueline asked and Harry nodded his head. I want to grab the third-year book of magical theory, Harry said, and Jacqueline simply motioned him to follow her as she led him toward the shelf where books related to magical theory were kept. Jacqueline grabbed the third-year book of magical theory and handed it over to Harry. You can take some more books if you want, but I will need to put them in the register, Jacqueline said, and after thinking for a bit, Harry shook his head. I don't think I will be needing anything else. I will be meeting the agent I hired tomorrow so I can get an apartment and finish my shopping. So, I will be probably buying all of my first-year books tomorrow, Harry said with a thoughtful look on his face, and Jacqueline nodded her head in understanding. Okay. I will get you the list of first-year books, Jacqueline said while nodding her head. By the way, can you recommend me a good wand shop? Harry asked as he started to follow Jacqueline toward the counter. You won't be getting wand from a shop, Harry. As per tradition, every first years gets their wands after they are sorted, Jacqueline revealed with a chuckle, and Harry couldn't help but stare at Jacqueline in complete bewilderment. Really? Why? I mean, why would you have a tradition like that? Harry asked in a bewildered tone, and Jacqueline couldn't stop herself from chuckling after hearing his question. In 1965 Rappaport's law was repealed, but we still follow the tradition. That is the basic gist of it. You can read the details from your first-year history book if you want, Jacqueline shrugged, and Harry decided that he will look it up after getting the book. Let me put your books in the register, and then I will show you around the rest of school, Jacqueline suggested, and Harry simply hummed in agreement. Privet Drive, little whinging. What the bloody hell happened here, Albus? Alastor growled with an annoyed look on his face as he peeked out from one of the windows. Alastor looked at the cops still milling around the Dursleys' residence. Albus shook his head in disappointment. Apparently, Vernon lost his mind and beat his son to death before beating his wife to death, and by the time the Muggle Aurors arrived, Vernon had already beaten a neighbor to death. They couldn't subdue him, so they had to put him down, Albus explained with a pained look on his face. Good riddance then, Alastor harumphed, and Albus simply gave him a disapproving look. Alastor, I understand your grievances with them, but a loss of life is nothing to be happy about, and what about Dudley? He was only a child, who didn't know anything better, Albus chastised Alastor, who simply shrugged dismissively. Don't try to feed me your tripe. If you want to grieve for those monsters, then you are welcome, just don't try to get me involved, Alastor barked with a scowl. Albus looked at his friend for a couple of seconds, before he started to shake his head in disappointment. We should never seek the death of our enemies, my friend, Albus said, only to get a snort of derision in return from his friend. Alas! It is clear that we won't be seeing eye to eye on this matter, but I want to know if the whole incident was cut and dry like the Muggle Aurors are saying, or if there is something else going on. Albus trailed off, and Alastor couldn't help but release a huff. Fine, fine. I will start my investigation as soon as they are done, Alastor said as he jabbed his fingers toward the cops who were still milling around the house. While Alastor was no fan of the Dursleys, he was an Auror through and through. There was no way he would turn a blind eye to 4 murders such as this. The case might have been different if someone ended up killing in self-defense, but if something was really wrong just like Albus was suspecting, then it was a completely different case altogether. Albus' poor choices aside, the man was extremely insightful in moments like these, and Alastor would be a fool to ignore Albus' suspicion. Good. Albus nodded his head in satisfaction. By the way, what did you find at the Russell farmhouse? Albus asked in a hopeful tone before answering the question. Alastor took a large swig from his hip flask. Someone was living there, and whoever was living there, they moved out pretty recently. Most probably they left in the morning, Alastor griped with a scowl, and Albus couldn't help but frown at the simple answer. Has there been any instance when the address on the Hogwarts letter has been a mistake? Alastor asked curiously. None that I know of. Albus shook his head. Bollocks. Albus, can you tell me if the Potters owned a house elf? Alastor asked, and only after a few moments, the color on Albus' face disappeared. Chapter 19, The Boy Who Went Native, 2. Lucas Trent, right? Harry asked as he approached a man standing right outside the gates of Ilvermorny. The man was reading a newspaper and looked up from his paper when Harry called him out. Harry Potter, I presume? The man asked, and Harry raised his cap to reveal the lightning bolt-shaped scar to the man. The man raised his own hat in acknowledgement. Your oath please, if you don't mind, Harry urged the man as he palmed his own wand. Harry was quite aware of the fact that there wasn't much he could do if the man decided to attack him, but it was still better to have his wand in hand. He could at least cast a protego to protect himself before diving beside the door. As long as you are willing to pay the gold, Lucas said, completely unbothered by the fact that Harry was palming his wand. After getting a stiff nod from Harry, Lucas pulled out his wand from his pocket and raised it in the air. I, Lucas Trent, swear on my magic. With that, Lucas started the oath. The oath simply entailed that he won't try to harm Harry in any manner during the trip, nor he will help anyone harm Harry during the trip, and he will protect Harry to the best of his ability. Harry also asked him to keep the trip secret until school started, to which Lucas agreed. When the tip of Lucas' wand flashed white, Harry nodded his head in satisfaction. So, how are we traveling? Harry asked curiously. The oath wasn't foolproof or anything, but it was still much better than nothing. First, we need to get out of wards, and then I will be operating along with you, Lucas answered as the duo started to head out of the wards. The two of them finally walked out of the wards, and Lucas was about to offer his arm to Harry, but all of a sudden he remembered something. Have you ever experienced side-along apparition? Lucas asked all of a sudden. No. I haven't. Do I need to know something? Harry asked with a bit of interest in his voice. Nope. You just need to keep yourself together, Lucas said dryly as he extended his arm. Harry knew that he was missing something when he heard his mom's snickers inside his mind. He grabbed the extended limb, and moments later, the two of them were gone with a loud crack. Harry felt like he was being pushed through a tiny tube, and before Harry could scream, the feeling disappeared. Harry found himself on his knees, and he almost ended up emptying his stomach. He had to take a few deep breaths to calm himself, and he was finally all right. He started to stand. Harry looked around and found that his surroundings have changed. Right now, he was standing at the edge of a busy marketplace. He couldn't stop himself from looking around in complete awe and fascination. Great, isn't it? Lucas' voice finally broke him out of his reverie. Yet. Harry gave him a look before muttering in acknowledgement before he continued to look around. With Norton's help, he had paid a visit to Diagon Alley, but whatever this place was, this was much better than Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley seemed to be still stuck in the Middle Ages, but this place was way more modern and less dreary. Son, I agree with you on that, Lily muttered inside Harry's mind, similarly gobsmacked. With time, Lily has lost all love for Diagon Alley throughout the years. Lily was blown away when Minerva McGonagall took her to Diagon Alley. She was lost in the magic, but the magic slowly wore off when she experienced discrimination due to the circumstances of her birth, and she lost all of its magic when the residents of Diagon Alley decided to hide instead of fighting. Welcome to the Alley of Druids! Lucas exclaimed with a grin, breaking Harry out of his reverie for the second time. Druids? Harry couldn't help but ask. He has read about druids, but he has never seen one. He didn't even know if there were still druids walking around, on the earth. So, he obviously wanted to know how druids were connected to this place. Yes, druids, but there aren't any real druids involved. At least, not that I know of. According to the legends, the first druid of our country is said to originate from this place. Though I don't know how much of that is true, Lucas explained with a grin on his face. I see. Do you think there were druids for real? Harry asked curiously. Lucas was a guide, it was his job to know things, and Harry decided to obtain all the knowledge he can acquire for the man. Maybe then did exist somewhere in the past, but I don't think they really existed. History is kind of sketchy in that department, Lucas answered thoughtfully while scratching his chin. So, where do you want to go first? Lucas asked as he looked around the alley. Gringotts, Harry answered stiffly. Harry has gone to Diagon Alley, but he never went to Gringotts as his mom asked him not to. Goblins would happily sell you out for gold, and his mom was sure that Albus or some of his lackeys were probably keeping an eye on the bank. After all, everyone needs gold to survive, but now the situation has changed. Harry needed to get some gold from his trust vaults. Well, he needed more than some. He needed to pay his tuition. He also needed to pay Lucas, and he also needed gold to buy an apartment. Oh, and he can't forget shopping. He did have somewhere around 100 galleons, which were enough to keep him fed for somewhere around 5 years if the prices didn't hike, but 100 galleons were simply not enough for everything he needed to do. Lucas nodded his head before leading Harry toward Gringotts. While on the way to Gringotts, Lucas kept telling him about the shops they found on their way. Harry had to admit, even though Lucas was probably in his 20s, he was quite good at his job. The duo finally arrived at Gringotts, and Harry asked Lucas to wait outside. The man simply shrugged and decided to wait outside the bank. Without wasting any time, Harry walked up to one of the tellers. I need to withdraw some gold from my account, Harry said haughtily. According to his mom, goblins will treat you badly even if you treat them nicely, but if treat them nicely then they will take it as a weakness, and goblins are quite well known for exploiting weaknesses. Harry simply decided to go along with his mom's teachings. His mom was yet to lead him astray, and the care and love he felt from her were genuine. He was really doubtful that she would ever lead him astray. Anyway, his mom told him that goblins only cared about gold, and since he was a wizard, they will look down on him. Key, the goblin muttered in disinterest, and the goblin didn't even bother to look up from the parchment. I have lost my key, I want to get a new one, Harry said, and the goblin finally looked up to stare at Harry. The goblin bared his sharp teeth, but Harry held strong. Humph. 5 galleons for the new key, the goblin said in a monotone as he placed a small bowl along with a small pin on the desk. 3 drops of blood, the goblin added with a look of extreme disinterest. Harry took out 7 galleons from his pocket and placed them on the desk. 5 for the new key and 2 for your silence, Harry said, and for the first time, the goblin displayed an emotion beside disinterest. A vicious smile formed on the goblin's face, which was kind of scary. Harry wasn't ashamed to admit that, but maybe in the future, it would change. No, it will change in the future. Harry will make sure of it. Harry picked up the pin and pricked his finger. He carefully dropped 3 drops of blood into the bowl, and the goblin released a grunt as he grabbed the bowl. Wait here, the goblin said as he jumped down from the seat. Harry took out a handkerchief from one of his pockets and wiped the pin before placing it on the desk. After that, he rubbed the small wound on his finger with the handkerchief. The wound was no longer bleeding, so Harry simply shrugged and decided to wait. After waiting for nearly 5 minutes, the goblin finally returned with a key and climbed on his chair. The goblin gave Harry a knowing look before placing the key on the desk. Color me surprised, I was never expecting to see you in this country, Mr. Smith, the goblin said with a greedy grin marring his face. My kin over the pond are going to be highly disappointed. Well, their loss, the goblin shrugged with an amused glint on his face. By the way, how much do you want to withdraw from your trust vault, Mr. Smith? The goblin asked, emphasizing on Mr. Smith. 500 galleons, if possible, Harry said without showing any outward reaction to the goblin. Yes, it is possible, but you will need to pay a 2% charge since your vault is in a different branch, the goblin said as he grabbed a pouch from under the desk. Wait here, I will get the gold, and if there are any old keys to your account are no longer usable, the goblin said as he jumped off the chair. Harry grabbed the key and shoved it inside his pocket before releasing a sigh as he decided to wait. Chapter 20, The Boy Who Went Native, 3. A/N, in the States, instead of galleons, sickles, and nuts, the currency consists of dragget and sprink, but I decided that in this fanfic, every country will use galleons, sickles, and nuts with their own country's insignia to keep the currency exchange system plain and simple. By the time Harry finally returned to Ilvermorny, he was barely standing on his feet. He had an extremely long day. After withdrawing money from Gringotts, he asked Lucas to lead him to the best and most reliable real estate broker. It took Harry nearly 2 hours to find a nice apartment. The apartment wasn't massive, but it was big enough for Harry. Even though the apartment wasn't massive, it was quite cheap. The price of the apartment was 800 galleons, and since Harry was planning to pay in installments, he needed to pay 830 galleons. Harry finalized the contract by paying 230 galleons up front, and he decided to opt for semi-annual payments to make it easy on himself. According to his mom, every year on the day of his birthday, his trust vault was being refilled and his trust vault was capped at 1,000 galleons. Even though this was the first time he was withdrawing money from his trust vault, his mom was quite worried about someone stealing his gold, as Harry didn't have the vault key until today and Harry never received his monthly statements, which he was supposed to. While Harry was still a minor and technically he shouldn't have been able to buy an apartment, it wasn't something gold couldn't solve. Harry had to pay 20 galleons extra to make the real estate broker to look another way. With that, Harry finally sealed the deal, and now Harry was a proud owner of a small and cozy apartment. After that, Harry asked Lucas to lead him to a trunk shop. Even though Harry had a lot of trunks, he still decided to buy a new one for his school. According to his mom, it was a tradition for a new student to get a trunk, but Harry was somewhat reluctant to waste his gold. So, he decided to buy a second-hand trunk instead of a brand new one. Lily was somewhat unhappy with his choice, but at the same time, she couldn't help but praise him for spending his gold carefully. After getting the trunk, Harry asked Lucas to lead him to the bookshops. Instead of going spare, Harry only decided to buy his course books. He could always get extra books from the library, and Harry wasn't planning to delve into illegal dark arts anytime soon. Harry had the whole Potter library in his possession, and so whenever he needed some extra reading material, he could grab a book from the Potter collection. So, once again, Lily couldn't help but praise her son. With the remaining 215 galleons, Harry decided to buy himself some potions, ingredients and an owl, which cost him 5 galleons and 10 galleons respectively, leaving him a respectable amount of 200 galleons. The owl was a beautiful snowy owl, and Harry decided to name her Hedwig. According to the shopkeeper, Hedwig is really temperamental, but Hedwig didn't make a fuss around Harry, and he also found her quite adorable and cute. A/N, I know, Hedwig should be in Britain, but no owl would be fit for Harry except Hedwig. With that, Harry's shopping was finished and he decided to treat Lucas to lunch for helping him around. After that, Lucas brought him back to the school and Harry paid Lucas the gold he owed him. Lucas left Harry at the gates of Ilvermorny 25 galleons rished. Harry gave him 15 galleons for his services, 5 more for the oath, and 5 more for his silence. Harry didn't know if either Lucas or the real estate broker would betray him or not, but it was better to cover his bases. If they ever betrayed him, then Harry could always find them and make them pay with blood. After paying Lucas, Harry was left with only 175 galleons and he needed to pay 100 galleons for tuition, leaving only 75 galleons, which were more than enough for him. After all, Ilvermorny is a boarding school, so all of his food and living charges were included in the tuition. So, Harry probably wouldn't need to spend any gold when the school was in session, but it was better to have some gold on hand. A/N, according to J.K. Rowling, there is no tuition fee to be paid at Hogwarts. Apparently, the ministry pays for all the education of everyone, but I decided to go use the tuition fee system to make the story more realistic. I just want to sleep, Harry mumbled as he turned on the shower. I know, son. You must be really tired, but don't you want to check the books? Lily asked, sounding kind of confused. Only last night, her son was gushing about how he was going to finish the new books so that he could be ahead of his peers. Yes, Harry mumbled with a grimace. I think I can at least check the defense book, Harry mumbled thoughtfully. 3 years ago, Harry has been really squeamish about his mom watching him all the time, but now it has become a part of his life, so he stopped caring about it. It became completely normal for the mother-son duo. Good. As soon as the session starts, Albus will know where you are and he will do everything in his power to get you back. I don't think he will succeed, but I want you to be prepared, Lily said in a grim tone. I am not going to be prepared to face him by reading the first-year defense book, but I understand what you are trying to say, Harry said tiredly. Fine. Fine. Take a break, Lily said with a sigh, but she didn't seem to be too angry at him. Harry was still quite young, so Lily understood that her son was lacking in the stamina department. Maybe she could get him to start working out. Thanks, but I will look up the defense book, Harry said confidently. By the way, have you decided whom should I choose as my guardian? Harry asked curiously. Last night, the two of them have discussed the topic for quite some time, but they never came to a decision. Well, he obviously knows that we don't trust him. He knew that he would have lost you if had pushed you too hard. That is why he suggested that you could choose someone from the 7th year. He was obviously pointing toward Jacqueline, as you obviously know her. Lily finished with a sigh. Though nothing against Jacqueline, she seems to be quite nice, but she may be already in Carlson's corner, Harry pointed out chirpily, and Lily simply hummed. Yes, but choosing her or any other 7th year would be much better than choosing Carlson or any other staff, Lily mused thoughtfully. After all, it will be much easier to fool Jacqueline or any other 7th year instead of fooling a staff member, Lily added thoughtfully, and Harry had to admit, his mom was right. Then should I choose Jacqueline? Harry asked incredulously. There is probably a reason why Jacqueline is still at school when the school is not in session. Carlson obviously trusted the girl or he wouldn't have sent her to meet him. So, Harry wasn't sure if he could trust the girl or not, but she was the only one he knew. While this seemed quite nice, she could be really wicked on the inside. After all, the Dursleys acted like a perfectly normal family in front of the others, but behind closed doors, they would finally reveal their true nature. So, he simply couldn't trust Jacqueline, but at the same time, he couldn't trust anyone else. I think you should wait and see for the time being. That would be the better choice, Lily said after thinking for a bit. Ilvermorny was really similar to Hogwarts, so just like Hogwarts, Ilvermorny also starts on September 1st every year. Today is the 1st of August, so there was still a month for Harry to know the girl before school starts. Okay, Harry agreed with his mom, and after some time, Harry finally walked out of the shower, dressed in a set of completely fresh clothes. Harry popped open his newly acquired trunk and grabbed the defense book. Harry climbed into the bed so that he could make himself comfortable. Harry checked the index of the book and he immediately started to notice the differences between this book and the first-year defense book of Magical Britain. The course was simply more advanced. What do you think, Mom? Harry asked and heard a scoff from his mother. Why am I not surprised? Of course, their course is more advanced and detailed. From Sirius, I knew that a lot of subjects were scrapped from Hogwarts after Albus took over. Subjects like dueling, alchemy, and enchanting were gone, Lily trailed off in an unsure tone. Albus' hate for some subjects are quite well known, as you heard from Carlson, Lily pointed out with a sniff. I see, Harry mumbled as he opened the first chapter, but only after a few minutes, he fell asleep even though he tried his best to stay awake. Watching her son fall asleep, Lily also decided to close her eyes even though she could no longer fall asleep. Chapter 21, the new chapter begins. Time skip, almost 1 month later. Well, the moment of truth is here, Harry mumbled inside his mind as he took his robe. The robe pooled around his feet. His state of undress didn't even bother him in the slightest, and without wasting any more time, Harry stepped forward to enter the ritual circle he has prepared. He arrived at the center of the circle and sat down. Don't worry, Hadrian. Everything will be fine. We have reviewed everything multiple times, Lily assured Harry, who simply gave her a nod even though she couldn't see it. True. Well, let's get on with it, Harry said as he finally injected his magic into the ritual circle, activating the ritual. Harry immediately hissed in pain as his head started to throb. He barely stopped himself from grabbing his head in pain. He needed to keep sitting in his position or he might end up messing up the ritual. Hadrian, you are doing good. Only a few seconds more and the pain will be over, Lily cooed softly, trying to comfort her son. She didn't know if Harry heard it or not, but she still continued to comfort him with her words. Harry could clearly hear his mom's comforting words, for which he was quite thankful, but he was in no position to give her an answer. Right now, his mind was occupied with other things, like the pain in his mind. He was feeling like someone was drilling a hole in his head with a jackhammer, and it wasn't a good feeling. He felt like his head was going to pop like a watermelon. This was the second time he was going through a ritual, and he clearly remembered that the first ritual didn't hurt him. In fact, he was feeling quite pleasant during the first ritual even though he had to take a shower right after the ritual was over. The first ritual he performed was to clear the impurities in his body, and then he decided to perform a set of 3 rituals. 1 ritual for the mind, 1 ritual for the magic, and the last ritual for the body. 3 rituals for 3 aspects of a being. According to Lily, there was the soul too, but not much is known about the soul, and soul magic is also kind of obscure, so she advised him to ignore the soul aspect for the time being and only focus on the physical aspects of his being. Additionally, 3 is quite a powerful number, so he was bound to get great results after finishing the set. Right now, Harry was going through the first ritual of the 3. He was performing the ritual for the mind. The ritual was supposed to enhance his mind. Maybe that is why he was feeling so much pain in the head. After what felt like minutes for Harry, the pain finally stopped like it was never there, and Harry slowly slumped on the floor while gasping for breath. Hedwig, who was sitting on the perch near the window, hooted as she stared at Harry. If Harry didn't know any better, then he would have said that he could see concern in her eyes, but maybe he was wrong and Hedwig was really concerned. Harry didn't know much about magical owls, but from what he has read about them, they aren't supposed to be that smart, but if Hedwig was a familiar candidate, then it would be a completely different matter. Harry rolled around on the floor so that he could lie on his back. He was still gasping for breaths. "Mom, you there?" Harry called out loudly inside his mind. He was about to start freaking out as he could no longer hear his mom. "Yep. Right here, son. Didn't I promise that I will never leave you again?" Lily asked, but both of them already knew that it was a rhetorical question. "How are you feeling, Hadrian?" Lily asked with a hint of concern in her voice. "I am fine. The pain is gone and all, but I don't feel any different," Harry said with a grimace. "I would have been surprised if you could already feel the difference. According to the books, the ritual is supposed to be subtle, but you will notice them when you need to flex your mind," Lily pointed out in an amused tone, and Harry simply huffed. "Anyway, I should be getting up. I do have an appointment," Harry mused as he pushed himself off the floor. 2 days were left for the school to start, and Harry decided to meet Jacqueline and have a chat before he could put her name in his guardian's place. Jacqueline Harper is a pure-blood witch hailing from the House of Harper. The House of Harper is a pretty new pure-blood family with respect to the pure-blood families from Britain, as the Harper family could only trace back their lineage to 400 years. Fortunately, that was enough for the Harper family to claim themselves as one of the oldest magical families, at least, in the States. While the Harper family was one of the oldest magical families in the States, they didn't hold much power in the government, as pure-blood ancestry didn't mean shit in the States. The Harper family won't be considered purebloods in the first place if they were in Britain, as the Harper family kept bringing Muggleborns into their family through marriage. Even Jacqueline should be considered a half-blood according to British standards. While Harper family didn't have much say in the government, they did have a lot of gold, so the MCU couldn't brush them off, and the House of Harper is known to produce powerful wizards and witches every generation or two. Apparently, Jacqueline is the strongest in this generation, and that is one of the reasons why Harry agreed that it would be best if he chose Jacqueline as his guardian. There was a powerful family backing Jacqueline, so nobody would be able to make a move of them without fearing consequences. Yes, Harry will be putting himself at risk by tangling with the Harper family, but it was better to tangle with the Harper family instead of risking himself by choosing a nobody as his guardian. A lot of his enemies will back away after realizing the fact that he was under the protection of a powerful family. "You still have 7 hours," Lily pointed out in a bewildered tone, and Harry simply hummed. "True. Maybe I should read something before leaving, but I do feel like taking a shower," Harry muttered thoughtfully inside his mind as he started to make his way toward the shower without bothering to cover himself. It was August 2nd when Harry moved into his apartment. He would have needed more time to move if he didn't have the furniture or Norton. The overly excitable house elf helped out a lot, or moving so quickly would have been impossible. Carlson had tried to offer him a permanent room in Ilvermorny, but Harry politely declined the offer. Jacqueline had also offered him to stay in their manor, but once again Harry declined the offer. After taking a nice and long shower, Harry came out of the bathroom, dressed in a set of fresh clothes. Yes. Harry didn't know what he would have done without Norton. Harry made his way toward his desk and plopped down before releasing a content sigh. He grabbed the charms book from the desk and cracked it open exactly where he had left the bookmark. "I can't believe their curriculum is so advanced. It seems Albus has gutted the Hogwarts education system," Lily grumbled in displeased. The Ilvermorny curriculum was simply more advanced than anything Hogwarts was offering, and it wasn't the case with only one subject. Ilvermorny was simply better in terms of education in every subject. Neither Lily nor Harry knew if the professors were capable enough to teach everything in the curriculum or not, but Harry could always learn on his own as long as he had the books for reference. The first-year books of Ilvermorny not only included the first-year curriculum of Hogwarts, but it also included half of the second-year curriculum of Hogwarts along with some more. Lily was extremely glad that Harry opted to attend Ilvermorny instead of Hogwarts, or his education would have been severely hampered. You simply can't blame Albus. He is only one man. If you want to blame someone, then blame the sheeple. After all, they could have protested when he decided to make the changes, but they happily followed him along, Harry pointed out, and Lily had to admit, Harry was right. No matter how much she wanted to blame Albus, she couldn't place the whole blame at his feet. He might have been the one to instigate the changes, but it was the sheeple who accepted the changes and decided to go along with them. By the way, have you thought about any contingency plans? Harry asked after a few minutes of silence. Lily wanted to have some contingency plans in case the Harper family decided to get Harry under their thumb, and Harry completely agreed with her. Yes, I have, but none of them are any good. All of them include biding your time, so you can stab them in the back when the time is right. Lilt scowled and Harry simply shrugged. I guess, it is still better than nothing, Harry trailed off grimly as he continued to read the book in his hand. He didn't know what was going to happen in the future, but he was determined to thrive. Whatever it takes, Harry repeated the mantra his mom loved to use. Whatever it takes, Lily repeated inside his mind as she nodded her head in agreement. Chapter 22, The Boy Who Met Crazy, I. Good evening, Jacqueline. How are you? Harry asked as he greeted Jacqueline with a smile. Jacqueline simply returned the smile as she greeted him back. With the greetings out of the way, Harry sat down on the opposite side of the table. The two of them mutually agreed to meet in a cafe as the two of them wanted to avoid crowded places. Harry was wearing a cap on top of his head, which easily covered his lightning bolt-shaped scar. Even his old glasses were gone. Right now, he was wearing a pair of modern-looking rectangular glasses. He looked so different from his perceived image that there was no way anyone was going to recognize him. Did the headmaster tell you why I wanted to meet you? Harry asked, getting straight to the point. Jacqueline nodded her head. Yes, I do. While I don't see any problems as I am simply going to be a figurehead, my father wants to meet you before we get everything legal, Jacqueline answered, looking a bit conflicted. While she genuinely wanted to help Harry, she simply couldn't make the decision on her own. She was quite close to her parents and she loved them dearly, so it was kind of obvious she informed them. If she was going to become someone's guardian, she wanted her parents to be aware of her actions, and Harry Potter was someone extremely high profile, so it would be impossible for her to keep the whole thing under wraps. Her mother, Madison Harper, immediately agreed with the idea. In fact, she seemed to be quite ecstatic about it. Apparently, her mother never got tired of being a mother, and the prospect of mothering an orphan was simply too enticing for her. While her mother was completely on board with her on the whole plan, her father, Daniel Harper, seemed to be quite displeased with the idea. After much consideration, her father decided to relent, but he insisted on meeting Harry before making anything permanent and legal. Jacqueline tried to explain that she was only going to be a figurehead, but her father still insisted on meeting Harry. I see. So, when can I meet him? Harry asked without showing any outward reaction as he was already expecting this. After all, nothing in this world is free. You can meet him right now. He is waiting upstairs, Jacqueline revealed, looking a bit uncomfortable, and this time, Harry was surprised. To be honest, he wasn't expecting her father to come out on his own to meet him. Okay. Lead the way then, Harry said quickly after gathering his bearing. Jacqueline gave him a nervous nod as she stood up. Harry simply followed her upstairs without saying anything. You might find him a bit weird, but he is a nice man, Jacqueline said as she looked over her shoulder to stare at her. Harry simply gave her a nod and the two of them finally arrived in front of one of the doors. Dad, I brought him here, Jacqueline called out loudly as she knocked on the door. Enter, the two of them heard a voice from the inside. Jacqueline opened the door and walked inside. It was a private meeting room and a man was already seated at one of the ends of the table. As soon as Harry laid his eyes on the man, he knew for sure that Jacqueline was this man's daughter. The similarity between the two of them was simply uncanny. Good evening, Mr. Harper. It's nice to meet you, Harry greeted the man with a small bow of his head. The man simply hummed while coldly staring at Harry. Good evening, Mr. Potter. Why don't you take a seat? The man suggested, but Harry clearly understood that it wasn't a suggestion. It was an order. Harry pursed his lips together as he sat down on the side of the table, and Jacqueline simply gave him an apologetic look before she sat down beside her father. Harry couldn't help but wonder if he did something wrong to make the man angry at him. Hadrian, I don't like this, Lily warned, and Harry completely agreed with his mom. Something was wrong. Mr. Potter, I don't like beating around the bush. So, I will get straight to the topic. What are your intentions with my pure and innocent daughter? The man asked while heatedly glaring at Harry. Harry was completely stumped by the man's question. He was expecting a lot of things, but he wasn't expecting this. Even Lily was completely stumped. Dad! Jacqueline scowled as she slapped her father on his shoulder. The man grabbed his shoulder and gave his daughter a horrified look. Then the man turned back at Harry and glared at him. See? This is all because of you. My daughter now hates me. The man accused Harry as his eyes started to pool with tears. My daughter is into young boys. Oh. Madison, what am I going to do? Our Jackie is going to leave us. The man screamed as he finally started to cry. Harry was so stumped that he didn't even know how to react. For a moment, he considered consoling the crying man, and then he ultimately decided to stay away from the man. The man was really weird and Harry didn't know if the man's weirdness was contagious or not. So, he slowly turned toward Jacqueline for some help, but he was disappointed. Apparently, Jacqueline couldn't handle the embarrassment and she ended up burying her face in her hands. When Harry realized that he won't be getting any help from Jacqueline, he turned back toward the man. Mr. Harper, I don't want to marry your daughter nor I am planning to fool around with your daughter. For Merlin's sake, I am only 11, Harry explained hurriedly. The man immediately stopped crying and glared at Harry. What do you mean by you don't want to marry my daughter? Hey? Is she not good enough for you? The man growled threateningly. Take him down, son. He is mad. I don't want you to catch anything from him, Lily screamed inside Harry's mind, sounding completely horrified. Will you stop embarrassing me, you fool? Jacqueline screamed, looking utterly embarrassed as she punched her father in his face. The man howled in pain as he fell on the floor and started to roll around while grabbing his face. Once again, Harry was left completely dumbfounded along with his mom. Das is a hood unchanged, that was a good punch, Daniel said while still holding his face with one hand and giving Jacqueline a thumbs up with his other hand. Will you ever grow up? Jacqueline asked with a groan as she rubbed her temple. Come on, Harry, we are leaving, Jacqueline said as she stood up and started to leave. Is he going to be all right? Harry asked wryly as he stood up, getting ready to leave along with Jacqueline. Wah! My daughter finally grew up. She is going to leave her poor daddy. The man continued to cry. Jacqueline opened the door and walked out of the room, followed by Harry. Don't worry about him. He will be up and running in no time, Jacqueline said with a stony look on her face. By the way, sorry for everything. My dad is kind of a goof, but he is a good man, Jacqueline finished with a sigh as she started to climb down the stairs. I see. He seems like he really cares about you, Harry pointed out as the two of them finally arrived at the ground floor. And no need to apologize. It was an experience, Harry said after taking a pause as he needed to contemplate the right word. Jacqueline flushed in embarrassment. Just forget everything. Jacqueline scowled even though her face was still flushed in embarrassment. Okay. Harry said while nodding his head. He completely agreed with Jacqueline. He also wanted to forget the whole meeting. So, do you want to visit the school tomorrow to finish the paperwork? Harry asked after a few moments of silence. Okay. I will meet you at 11. How's that? Jacqueline asked and after thinking for a bit, Harry nodded his head. That's fine with me. Do you want to eat something before we go our way? Harry asked curiously as he was feeling a bit hungry. Sure. I know the perfect place, Jacqueline said as she grabbed his hand and started to lead him out of the cafe. Harry didn't know where they were going, so he allowed her to lead him. Surprisingly, Jacqueline took him to a Muggle or No-Maj restaurant called KFC. The two of them ordered a couple of burgers along with some chicken wings. Harry was quite impressed with the food even though it was quite expensive. Jacqueline was the one who paid for the food as she pointed out that she was older than him. The two of them finally returned to the magical side as Jacqueline was going to use a public flute to return to her family manor and Harry was simply going to walk. Take care, Harry. See you tomorrow, Jacqueline said while waving her hand as she parted from Harry. Sure, and take care, Harry waved back at her. By the way, you are more than good enough for me, Harry said with a grin as he disappeared into the crowd, leaving behind a gobsmacked Jacqueline. After standing there dumbly for a few seconds, she shook her head and a smile bloomed on her face. With a smile on her face, Jacqueline walked away. After nearly 10 minutes, Harry finally arrived at his apartment. He put his hand in his pocket to grab the key, but he froze in his tracks when he felt something other than his key inside his pocket. Harry pulled out the foreign object from his pocket and stared at him with a look of complete surprise on his face. It was a letter addressed to him from Daniel Harper. Chapter 23, The Boy Who Met Crazy, 2. Harry placed the letter on his desk and slumped down in the chair seat. For the next few seconds, Harry simply kept staring at the letter. With a scowl on his face, Harry finally grabbed the letter and tore it open. Harry was really displeased for not noticing the man placing the letter in his pocket. He felt like somehow he failed. Hedwig, who was sitting on her perch, squawked in indignation. Apparently, she was pretty unhappy with the fact that some other owl was probably bringing letters to her human. Either Harry didn't notice her indignant squawk or he decided to ignore it for the time being. So, Hedwig simply decided to keep glaring at her silly human. Harry unfurled the letter and started to read. Mr. Potter. To be honest, I wanted nothing to do with you. When my daughter told me that she wants to become your guardian, I refused, but I finally gave in to her demands. I realized that she really wants to help you, but don't get me wrong, I am still unhappy with the whole thing. Since you are here and not in that backward country, I guess that you are already aware of your enemies. I also know why you decided to choose my daughter as your guardian. You simply want to use her and our family name to protect yourself. Maybe, I am wrong and I am reading the whole situation incorrectly, but the fact that you have a lot of enemies still remains. If something happens to my daughter, then Death Eaters would be the least of your concerns, and don't think of this as a threat, it's a promise. Well, anyway, welcome to the family, I suppose. Regardless of what I said before, I wish you well. I heard that you will be still living on your own, but you are welcome to visit our manor anytime you want. I love my daughter, as you might have already realized, so I will do almost anything to make her happy, but I better not catch you making moves on my daughter, or both of us will be having a very uncomfortable conversation. Though I am still hoping to have another chat with you in the future. Anyway, good luck. You will probably need it, and it goes beyond saying, but keep this letter to yourself. An extremely displeased father. Daniel Harper / Harry placed the letter on the table and leaned back in his chair with a tired look on his face. He closed his eyes and released a huge sigh. His mind was going through various emotions after reading the letter, and he needed some time to process everything. How dare he? How dare he threaten you? He will, Lily started to growl in anger, but Harry cut her off. No, Mom. We will do nothing. He is simply looking out for his daughter, and he is right. I am only using Jacqueline and her family to protect myself, Harry said tiredly. He didn't want to argue with his mom, but wasn't going to budge on this issue. If Daniel decided to backstab him, then it would be a completely different story. So, what if you are using them? You are more important than any of them, Lily pointed out heatedly, and Harry nodded his head in agreement. Yes, I know. I consider myself the second most important thing in this world, but I don't want to treat everyone as a stepping stone, Harry argued back, but there was no heat in his voice. Second most important? Who is the first? Lily asked with a growl, but Harry was still able to sense a bit of hesitation in her voice. You are, Harry muttered in a low tone after a few moments of silence. Even though Lily was already expecting that answer, she couldn't stop herself from blushing like a schoolgirl as her heart started to flutter in joy. Mom, there is nothing I won't do to protect you, and it is the same for Daniel too. He will do anything to protect his daughter, Harry explained, trying to make his mom understand. For the next couple of minutes, Lily remained silent, and Harry simply decided to wait for his mom to speak up. Fine, Lily relented with a sigh. Thanks for understanding, Mom, Harry said as a smile bloomed on his face. Though I think I will need to ramp up my training. I didn't even feel anything when he placed the letter inside my pocket, Harry grumbled unhappily. Yes, you will need more training, Lily agreed. She was also feeling bad for not sensing anything until it was too late, but there was not much she could do. After all, she didn't even have a body, and it was making her feel even worse. That is why Lily was feeling so angry. She wanted to make Daniel pay for the transgression. Anyway, she decided to give up her vendetta for the time being. Norton! Harry called out, and the said creature appeared beside Harry with a soft pop. What can Norton be doing for Master Hadrian? Norton asked eagerly. Prepare the bath. I think I will need to relax a bit. And what's for dinner? Harry asked as he slowly stood up and stretched himself. Of course, Master Hadrian. Norton will be drawing the bath for you, and Norton hasn't made any plans for dinner. Is there anything Master Hadrian would prefer? Norton gushed out excitedly, and after thinking for a bit, Harry nodded his head. Can you make a lasagna? Harry asked, and Norton eagerly nodded his head before popping away. Harry shook his head in amusement and glanced back at the letter. He clenched his fists in anger and frustration. If his nails were slightly bigger, then Harry would be already bleeding from his hands, as his nails would have dug into his palms. While he could understand where Daniel was coming from, it didn't mean he was happy with the man. After a few seconds of silence, Harry released a huge sigh. Harry realized that Daniel could only look down at him because he was weak. Harry hated when anyone looked down at him. It made him remember the time at the Dursleys. Harry closed his eyes and vowed to become stronger. He decided to become so strong that the next time when Daniel meets him, the man wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly in his presence, much less threaten him. Yes, we will meet again for another chat, but the next time we meet, you won't be looking down at me, Harry mused internally, and Lily simply cheered after hearing his words, but she decided against making any comments. With Lily. While Lily was somewhat unhappy with the fact that Hadrian decided not to enact vengeance upon Daniel, she was extremely pleased with his new resolution. She decided to thank Daniel in the future if possible for giving her son the necessary push. While Hadrian was determined enough to pursue his dream of becoming the strongest, he had lost some of his drive after killing the Dursleys. Thanks to Daniel's actions, the drive her son has lost has been reignited. Hadrian was already progressing quite quickly, and with his newfound drive, he was bound to make his progress even faster. Her talent in charms has been passed on to her son along with James' talent in transfiguration. Both of their talents paled in comparison when it came to Hadrian's talent in curses. Her son was simply phenomenal when it came to curses. Lily was blown away when Hadrian tried to cast his first curse. He succeeded in his first attempt, and he did it without wand movements. After that, Lily urged him to try out the rest of the curses, and by the end of it, she was left gaping like a fish out of water. She was shocked to her core when Hadrian successfully cast all the curses in the first-year defense book of Hogwarts in his first attempt. So, Lily didn't even feel bothered to be surprised when Hadrian learned the rest of the curses up to fourth year of Hogwarts curriculum in the next couple of months, and Hadrian did that with an unmatched wand. She was so proud of her baby boy that she simply couldn't explain it in words. Yes, the wand worked for Harry, but it wasn't a perfect match, as Hadrian could feel some obstruction in the flow of his magic. With all of that in mind, Lily started to prepare a schedule for her son. She has already explained to her son how a person's magical core developed and what it meant for their magic. So, now she simply needed to wait for Harry's magical core to mature. After that, she could urge him to learn more advanced magic. Curses will come first, as Hadrian will probably learn them in an instant, followed by charms and transfiguration. Unfortunately for both of them, before anything else, Hadrian would need to complete the set of 3 rituals, so that Lily could examine his power boost to see if she needed to modify the schedule or not. A/N, can you guys guess what Harry's wand is going to be? Chapter 24, Secrets Most Dire. Headmaster's Office, Hogwarts. Albus, you there? The flue flared and Alastor's face appeared in the flames. His voice boomed through the room. Albus jerked up from his seat and made his way toward the flue. Albus placed his head in the fireplace so that he could speak with Alastor. Of course, Alastor. Please step through, Albus said as he flicked his wand at the flue, opening the connection. Alastor simply grunted as he gave Albus a stiff nod. Albus backed away from the flue so that Alastor could step through. Alastor's face also disappeared from the flames, and moments later, flames spewed out of the flue, and Alastor stepped out of the fireplace. How have you been, Alastor? Albus asked softly as he returned to his seat. Busy, Alastor sniffed as he sat down on the opposite side of the table. I see. Albus mumbled thoughtfully. So, what did you find, my friend? Albus asked in a solemn tone as the sparkle from his eyes disappeared. Yes, the boy was somehow able to make contact with his house elf. I decided to check the Potter Manor, and the boy is way smarter than you think. He stripped it bare. He took everything with him, for Merlin's sake. The boy even took the lamps and curtains. Alastor scowled as he took a large swig from his hip flask. Albus steepled his fingers as he placed his elbows on the desk, looking extremely grave. How was Harry able to summon his house elf? It should have been impossible. Harry was only a baby when he left the Potter Manor, and the blood wards I placed around the Dursleys' house should have made it impossible for the house elf to find Harry. Albus wondered internally. Albus had so many questions, but he didn't have any of the answers he needed. I see. So, what about the Russell farmhouse? Albus asked somberly. From the dust I noticed inside the Potter Manor, nobody has been there for years. My guess? Alastor asked, and after getting a nod from Albus, Alastor decided to continue. The boy moved out of Potter Manor as soon as he could and moved into Russell farmhouse, and after some digging, I finally found who owns the Russell farmhouse, Alastor said, and Albus couldn't help but lean forward in interest. The Russell farmhouse is owned by Lily Potter née Evans, Alastair revealed with a grunt. Meanwhile, Albus lost all color from his face, and for the first time since the start of this meeting, Albus lost his composure. How did the boy come to know about the Russell farmhouse? Did the boy somehow find his mother's journal? But I still have her journal with me and I didn't find any mention of the Russell farmhouse. Did she have another journal? Albus couldn't help but wonder inside his mind. Alastair noticed the gobsmacked look on his century-old friend and snorted in amusement. "Yeah. That is the reaction I was expecting from you." Alastair nodded his head with a satisfied look on his face. Albus' so-called well-thought-out plans were falling apart like a house of cards, and Alastair couldn't help but feel a bit of vindictive pleasure from his friend's plight. Alastair didn't have any problems with the fact that Albus decided not to involve him in his so-called grand plans, but Alastair hated the man for all of his secrets. Albus always kept all of his cards close to his chest and he never trusted anyone with secrets. After a couple of minutes, Albus finally regained his bearings. "Did you find anything about the Dursleys?" Albus asked, changing the topic. There was not much he could do about Harry running away from the Dursleys. He desperately wanted the answers, but he was quite aware of the fact that he would receive none. There was only one person who could give him all the answers, and the boy was nowhere to be found. Albus didn't need to be a genius to realize that the boy wasn't going to show up with the other first years. I found a lot." Alastair sighed tiredly. "I did find some traces of magic around the house. My guess? Muggle-repelling wards or something similar, and I also found some subtle signs of magic on the adult Dursleys. Though not enough to raise any flags," Alastair griped as he took another sip from his flask. Albus took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. This is what he was worried about. This is exactly what he feared. Someone magical with a grudge against Dursleys killed them. A name readily popped into his mind. Harry Potter. If the boy took everything from the Potter Manor, then he had the means to learn magic to enact his vengeance on the Dursleys. The Dursleys didn't have any connection with the magical world except for Harry. Yes, Severus knew about them, but Severus didn't know where they lived. Yes, Severus could have easily discovered them if he really wanted, but he knew for sure that Severus wasn't responsible for this travesty. So, it must have been Harry who killed them. Did I doom the magical world by placing the boy at the Dursleys? Was I responsible for creating another Dark Lord? Voldemort will rise again and only Harry can defeat him. Is it going to be a fight between light and dark, or is it going to be two forces of dark? Can I still save Harry? Can I still guide Harry to become the next Light Lord? So many questions sprang inside his mind, but once again he received no answer. Once again, Albus started to wonder what he was going to do. He wished he wouldn't have to carry so much burden on his own. So many plans. All destroyed. The Philosopher's Stone was still inside Vault 713 at Gringotts Bank. Albus was planning to use the stone to lure Voldemort out in the open and at the same time, test Harry. The plan was ruined as soon as Harry pulled the disappearing act. He could have still carried through the plan to lure Voldemort out of his hidey hole, but he ultimately decided against it. Albus realized that if he used the Philosopher's Stone to lure Voldemort out, then he would end up revealing his hand too soon in the game, and he didn't even have all the players on board, to begin with. Albus knew for sure that Voldemort was out there somewhere, so he decided to wait. Now that all of his plans have been ruined, he will wait for the others to make their move. Harry was half-blood, so the Ministry won't stop him from learning magic even if the boy decided against attending Hogwarts, so Albus decided to wait and play the long game. There was also a chance that the boy might pop up in some other country. Albus was quite aware of the fact that right now, he wasn't well liked in the international magical community, so a lot of people will counter him just out of spite. What is going on in that twisted mind of yours, HMM? Albus was brought out of his musings when Alastair spoke up with a nasty look on his face. Albus simply sighed and gave his friend a tired look. You are fixed on making me look like the bad man. It wasn't a question and both of them knew that. Alastair immediately nodded his head. If it fits. He added with a growl. The boy wouldn't have become a murderer if you didn't place him at the Dursleys, Alastair griped as he glared at Albus. I realize that now. Albus mumbled solemnly. But I didn't have any other choice. There are bigger things at play here, my friend. Things I cannot reveal to you at this moment, my friend. I wished I could, I really do, but I can't, Albus said as tears started to fill his eyes. Alastair snarled at Albus and swiped a stack of parchment from his table on the floor. Always with the secrets. Always with the secrets. Bloody hell. Who the fuck do you think you are? Are you God? Alastor snarled in anger as he pointed his wand at Albus. The tip of his wand glowing eerily. You will tell me what you are. Alastor went on to threaten Albus, but he was cut off when he was disarmed before he could even realize that his wand was gone from his hand. Alastor stared at his wand which was resting in Albus' other hand while Albus' own wand was pointed at him. Do not take my reluctance as my weakness, Albus said in a hard tone while glaring at Alastor. Albus slowly stood up and his eyes started to glow as he released his magic. Alastor almost choked at the pressure, but he didn't show any outward reaction. As I said, there are bigger things at play. Magic you simply cannot fathom or understand. I wish I could reveal everything to you. I truly do, but I cannot, Albus said while shaking his head, regret clear in his voice. The next few seconds passed in complete silence until Albus finally decided to return the wand to his friend. Alastor sneered at Albus and snatched the wand from Albus' extended hand. We are done, Albus. The next time you need my help, you better be in a revealing mood. I also want to know about the magic I can't fathom, Alastor sneered mockingly as he turned around on his heel and made his way toward the floor without looking back. For a moment, Albus considered obliviating the man, but he wasn't able to bring himself to do the deed. His sins were already weighing heavy on his conscience, he didn't want to add another one. Alastor disappeared into a burst of flames and Albus slumped down in his seat, looking extremely tired and broken, and after a few moments of silence, he finally started to sob. Chapter 25, the new chapter begins, 2. Ah! I have been waiting for you, Harry. I even started to wonder if you decided to give up on my school. Carlson greeted Harry as he entered his office along with Jacqueline. It was obviously a lie, after all, Harry was his golden goose, so there was no way he would allow the boy to slip through his fingers. Even though Carlson was acting like he knew nothing, he had been keeping tabs on Harry all this time. While Lucas Trent was one of the alumni, getting him to talk was a bit hard, but Carlson was nothing if not resourceful. He only needed to use some gold to get Lucas talking and Carlson wasn't asking for much. Carlson only wanted to know the location of Harry's apartment and after that, keeping tabs on the boy wasn't very difficult. After all, Carlson didn't need to know everything, but he simply wanted to keep an eye on Harry so that he could make sure that the boy wasn't planning to leave. It simply took me a lot of time to make up my mind, Headmaster, Harry answered cryptically with a smile on his face and Carlson motioned them to take a seat. Of course. Of course. It was an important decision for you, Carlson said while nodding his head. Carlson pointed his wand at one of the shelves and muttered a spell under his breath. A file flew out of the shelf and Carlson plucked it out of the air before placing it on the table. I have already prepared everything for you, and now I simply need your signatures, Carlson said as he opened the file. Headmaster, nothing against you, but can we check the papers before signing anything? Jacqueline requested and Carlson simply accepted her request with a smile. Carlson knew that manipulating Jacqueline will be a bit hard as she is an extremely stubborn girl and she wouldn't give up her principles, but that is exactly why he chose Jacqueline. He wanted Harry to trust him and since Jacqueline wasn't one of his sycophants, Harry will start trusting her, so Harry probably wouldn't try to leave the country after graduating. Thank you, Headmaster. Both Harry and Jacqueline thanked him before the two of them finally started to look through the documents. Carlson wasn't looking for short gains. If he tried something underhanded then he could have probably gained control over Harry, but it would have short term. After all, Harry was bound to grow up someday and as soon as he turned 17, he would lose control over the boy. That is why Carlson decided to play the long game and slowly build up Harry's trust. After nearly 15 minutes, Harry and Jacqueline were finally done looking through the documents. You sure you want to do this, right? Harry asked Jacqueline, who simply rolled her eyes at him. How many times are you going to ask me that question? Jacqueline huffed and grabbed the document from Harry's hand. Jacqueline grabbed the quill from Carlson's table and without wasting any more time, she signed the document. I was only making sure, Harry pointed out as Jacqueline returned the document to him so that Harry could also sign the document. After taking the quill from Jacqueline, Harry also signed the paper, and with that, Jacqueline became his legal guardian even though she was his guardian only in name. Carlson clapped his hands, looking quite joyful. Now that the most important issue is dealt with. Let's get on with the rest of the documents, Carlson explained cheerfully, only to receive a nod from both Harry and Jacqueline. The rest of the documents the two of them needed to sign were Harry's admission papers. It didn't even take them 5 minutes to sign the rest of the documents and when they were finally done, Harry placed a pouch filled with 100 galleons on the table for his tuition. Carlson nodded his head in satisfaction as he cast a diagnostic charm on the pouch to count the gold inside the pouch. Carlson levitated the pouch into one of the drawers before he started to check the rest of the documents. Everything seems to be in order. Welcome to Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Harry. Carlson beamed as he extended his hand toward Harry. Harry accepted the offered hand and shook his hands. Then Carlson finally turned toward Jacqueline. Thank you, Miss Harper, for your assistance, Carlson said as he gave her a grateful nod. I didn't mind, Headmaster. I really wanted to help him out, Jacqueline said with a genuine smile on her face as she glanced toward Harry. If that's all, Headmaster, shall we leave? Jacqueline asked curiously. Carlson told them to take care and dismiss them without making a fuss. After leaving the headmaster's office, Harry and Jacqueline decided to leave the school as they didn't have anything else to do and Harry apparently needed to buy his school robes. The two of them walked out of the wards while chatting about the coursework. Jacqueline has long realized that unlike her, Harry was a bookworm. As soon as the two of them were out of the wards, Jacqueline extended her hand toward Harry. Harry grabbed her hand as he already knew what was going to happen, and moments later, the two of them dissipated with a loud crack. This was the second time Harry was experiencing apparition and the experience didn't improve in the slightest, but this time, Harry was able to land on his feet even though he stumbled a bit. By the way, how did you get to the school? I mean, I only realized now that you don't know how to apparate, Jacqueline questioned curiously, looking somewhat embarrassed. I flew to the Jenkins and then I walked from there, Harry revealed, and Jacqueline finally nodded her head in understanding. That made perfect sense, but she couldn't help but wonder how Harry knew about the Jabkins as she never took him to the village. Since Ilvermorny was created with the image of Hogwarts in mind, they couldn't have skipped on Hogsmeade as the students needed something to enjoy themselves. Jenkins Bard is one of the pubs in their version of Hogsmeade, which has been named Ingress. The village wasn't huge or anything, but it was still big enough for the students to look around and enjoy themselves during the weekends. Alas, first years and second years weren't allowed to visit Ingress during the weekends, only the third years and the higher were allowed to visit Ingress during the weekends while the school was in session. Harry noticed the questioning look on Jacqueline's face and decided to clarify. Lucas Trent, my agent, showed me the village, Harry explained, and realization finally dawned on Jacqueline's face as she nodded her head in understanding. Okay, so, do you need anything else besides the uniform? Jacqueline asked, and Harry shook his head in denial, so Jacqueline simply started to lead him toward the clothes store. It only took Harry somewhere around an hour to get 2 Ilvermorny robes for himself. Somehow the seamstress who was taking his measurements wasn't able to recognize him, and Harry was extremely grateful for that. Maybe it has to do something with the fact that he no longer wore the round glasses or the fact that his famous scar was barely visible. Just after he ran away from the Dursleys, for whatever reason his scar started to fade, and after 3 years, now it was barely visible. According to his mom, there was a small piece of Voldemort stuck in his scar and she was only able to reach out to him after she got rid of it. Well, anyway, after paying for the robes, Jacqueline decided to drag Harry to the ice cream parlor on the Muggle side. By the way, how are students supposed to reach the school? I mean, do we fly to Ingress or something? Harry asked curiously as he finished his ice cream. You don't eat an ice cream, you fool. You need to enjoy it like this, Jacqueline said as she licked the ice cream cone to show Harry how to enjoy an ice cream, only to receive a blank look from Harry. Jacqueline released a tired sigh. Is this the first time you are trying out an ice cream? Jacqueline asked, and once again she received a blank look from Harry. This isn't the first time I tried out an ice cream. I enjoy them too, and that is why I finish them quickly. I don't want it to start melting, Harry explained with a deadpan, and Jacqueline had to admit, Harry's argument made sense. Jacqueline started to wonder if she has been doing it the wrong way all this time. By the way, you didn't answer the question, Harry pointed out, breaking Jacqueline out of her philosophical musings. You know, you need to relax a bit. Take it easy. You are only 11 for God's sake. Jacqueline whined only to receive a shrug from Harry. Jacqueline finally sighed as she decided to answer the question. Wait at the entrance of the Alley of Druids and a bus will come to pick you up exactly at noon. Unlike Hogwarts, we don't have a train. Instead, we have buses, Jacqueline answered, and Harry nodded his head in understanding. I hope their buses aren't anything like the night bus, Lily warned Harry, who felt a chill run down his spine. He has experienced the night bus only once and he decided to call it quits. Harry is never going to forget that experience, ever.